After just a few flashes, Han Li and the others finally reached the giant black light barrier up ahead, where they were stopped in their tracks. The long-haired man from the Lin family immediately made a grabbing motion, conjuring up a huge azure claw that attacked the light barrier with devastating force. A resounding boom rang out as the light barrier flashed erratically a few times, but it remained completely unscathed. The long-haired man's expression changed slightly, and he gave a cold harumph before preparing to unleash another attack. But right at this moment, the elderly scholar of the spirit race stepped in, sweeping a sleeve through the air to release 7 or 8 talismans of different colors that vanished into the light barrier in a flash. In the next instant, a rumbling boom rang out from the light barrier, and it tremored violently before shattering to open up a massive hole. The long-haired man's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he turned to the elderly scholar with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns hadn't been exaggerating. This elderly scholar really was a master in the art of restrictions and formations. The other human cultivators were also rather taken aback, but there wasn't any time for them to ponder such a matter in this situation. Thus, all of them shot forth through the hole as streaks of light, and only then did the hole on the black light barrier seal shut again. However, during this brief delay, the devilish guards patrolling the nearby area had already surrounded them. Han Li and the others immediately combined as one to form a streak of rainbow light that was over 1,000 feet in length, then flew toward a certain direction. The devilish guards in that direction were very alarmed to see this, but the streak of light was far too fast for them to evade, and they were instantly incinerated into ashes. The other devilish beings converging toward the scene all stopped involuntarily upon seeing this, and the streak of rainbow light tore through 7 layers of restrictions with unstoppable force. However, just as it was about to plunge into the dark cloud above the devilish stronghold, a roar of fury suddenly rang out alongside a rumbling thunderclap. Thick bolts of lightning sprang out of the cloud like silver pythons, intertwining to form a massive lightning net that crashed down toward everyone. If a normal body integration cultivator were facing such a fearsome restriction, they'd most likely be forced to take evasive measures. However, there were as many as 4 late body integration stage beings in Han Li's group, and everyone else was also at the body integration stage, so they certainly weren't going to fear this lightning net. The Long family patriarch harumphed coldly. What a pathetic little trick! He raised a hand as he spoke to release a small silver vial, which swelled to around a foot in size as soon as it hurled through the air. A burst of white qi surged out of the opening of the vial, and it transformed into countless threads of light that swept upward in unison. A peculiar turn of events immediately unfolded. As soon as the lightning net came into contact with the threads of light, it was drawn toward the small vial, and in the blink of an eye, the entire lightning net had been drawn into the small vial. That's the lightning cleanse vial. You're from the Long family. The devilish being within the dark cloud exclaimed in a horrified voice. Oh? You recognize this treasure from our Long family? You must be a devilish lord then. Fellow Taoists, let's continue onward. The Long family patriarch said in a nonchalant voice as he stowed the small vial back up his sleeve. Han Li and the others naturally had no objections to this, and they plunged into the dark cloud as a collective streak of rainbow light. There were still some other restrictions within the dark cloud, but all of them were destroyed with ease, and after just a few flashes, the streak of rainbow light reached the shimmering gray node. However, situated in front of the node were hundreds of elite devilish beings with a huge devilish figure behind them. The devilish figure had black qi all around its body, thereby concealing its appearance, but its large shimmering eyes were still visible, and there was clearly an incredulous look within them. Humph, so it really is a devilish lord. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns harumphed coldly with furrowed brows at the sight of the devilish figure. One devilish lord isn't going to be able to stop us. If it dares to attack us, then it'll simply be asking to be killed. There's no need to pay any heed to it. Our priority is to get to the node as quickly as possible. The Holy Spirit enshrouded within white light chuckled coldly. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns nodded in response before flying ahead, followed by the other Holy Spirits. Now's not the time to be getting caught up in battles. As long as that devilish lord doesn't attack us, we won't attack it, either. The Long family patriarch said in a cold voice before also flying toward the node as a streak of golden light, and Han Li and the others naturally followed along. The devilish lord's face immediately paled at the sight of the oncoming body integration stage powerful beings, and after grappling with an internal conflict for a long while, he gritted his teeth in the end and commanded his subordinates to step aside. The Holy Spirit enshrouded within white light was the first to enter the node, and he vanished amid a rumbling boom. Han Li and the others also flew in behind him without any hesitation. A burst of powerful spatial fluctuations erupted out of the node before it reverted back to its original peaceful state. The devilish lord appraised the node with a dark expression for a long while, and one of his subordinates approached him with an uneasy look on his face. Those foreign powerful beings definitely aren't harboring good intentions. Should we give chase? Humph. Give chase? What if they're waiting for us on the other side? We'll be charging to our deaths, the devilish lord snapped. The mid-grade devilish being who had raised the question immediately shuddered and backed away without daring to say anything further. Right at this moment, a long cry rang out from within the dark cloud, following which a gust of green devilish wind swept forth, then stopped not far away from the devilish lord before revealing a thin and tall green humanoid figure. This was a middle-aged man with a pair of wings on his back. "Where are all the foreign cultivators, Brother Ku?" the winged man asked in an urgent manner after frantically casting his gaze through the surrounding area. "You came too late, Brother Feng. They've already entered the node," the massive devilish figure replied in a grim voice. The winged man's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What? Why didn't you stop them? If the sacred ancestors hear of this, we'll be severely punished." "Stop them?" That was a group of 10 beings, all of whom were at the body integration stage. There were even several late body integration stage beings among them. "If they weren't in a hurry to enter the node, I would have already been killed," the first devilish lord replied in a cold voice. "What? They were all at the body integration stage? Are you serious?" the winged man exclaimed in astonishment. "Everyone else saw them as well. Do you think I'd let them through so easily otherwise?" the devilish lord sighed in a resigned manner. The winged man turned toward the other devilish beings present, and they all confirmed what the devilish lord had proclaimed. After a long while, he finally recovered from his astonishment and said, "This is a very important matter. We have to report it to the sacred ancestors." A peculiar light flashed through the devilish lord's eyes upon hearing this, yet just as he was about to reply, an indifferent female voice suddenly rang out. "Don't report this matter to anyone." "Who's there?" Both the huge devilish figure and the winged man were quite startled by this voice, and they immediately approached one another with their backs facing each other. One of them summoned a pair of silver longswords while the other conjured up a long black spear, and they both adopted cautious expressions. They knew that someone who could hide from them at such close quarters had to possess powers superior to theirs, so they naturally became very wary. Right at this moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, following which a giant floral tree appeared up above without any warning amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The floral tree was glittering and translucent with beautiful fist-sized pink flowers growing all over its branches. "It's the brilliant treasured sacred flower." The winged man's face immediately became twisted with horror at the sight of the floral tree, and he immediately flapped his wings to flee into the distance. However, right at this moment, the pink flowers on the tree suddenly burst into flames, and its petals drifted down from above as balls of pink fire. The pink fireballs seemed to be descending quite slowly, but they somehow reached all of the devilish beings down below with unerring accuracy in a flash, including the winged man. In the instant that these flames came into contact with the pink flames, they were incinerated into smoke in the blink of an eye, leaving only the first devilish lord behind. The devilish lord's eyes were filled with incredulity at the sight of the floral tree up above, and he immediately fell to his knees without any hesitation. The devilish lord's voice trembled with emotion as he said, "I didn't think I'd ever get to see you again, Mistress Bao Hu. I can die without any regrets now. Long time no see, Kuyun." A faint sigh rang out, following which 2 humanoid figures, one white and one black, emerged in unison above the floral tree. They were none other than sacred ancestor Bao Hua and Hei. Bao Hua looked down at the devilish lord and a reminiscent look appeared in her eyes. "It really is you, Mistress Bao Hu. There are many rumors going around, claiming that you'd already passed away, but I refuse to believe them. With your powers, There's no way you wouldn't have been able to at least ensure self-preservation, the devilish lord said in an excited manner. I did indeed manage to survive that ordeal, but my cultivation base was severely debilitated, and I could only flee into the spirit realm with some of my subordinates. I'm quite pleased to see that you're doing well for yourself, but as a safety precaution, I have to examine your spiritual sense. Bao Hua said as her eyes narrowed slightly. The devilish lord shuddered slightly, but then immediately agreed. Of course, mistress. Those two possess powers that aren't inferior to yours back at your peak. If they were to plant some type of restriction within me, I wouldn't be able to detect it. All right, pardon my intrusion then. Bao Hua's expression eased slightly as she slowly drifted down from above, followed closely by Hei. The floral tree vanished into her body as a streak of pink light, while the devilish lord rose to his feet and stood on the spot in a respectful manner. The devilish chi around his body faded, and he was revealed to be a middle-aged man with a pair of inky black curled horns on his head. Bao Hua arrived in front of him before pointing a finger toward his glabella without any hesitation. A thin translucent thread shot forth out of her fingertip and vanished into his glabella in a flash as she slowly closed her eyes. A hint of pain appeared on the devilish lord's face before his eyes quickly glazed over. Time slowly passed by, and all of a sudden, the translucent thread began to shimmer with golden light before vanishing into the devilish lord's head. The devilish lord gave a muffled groan as blood began to trickle out of his nostrils and ears, following which a pea-sized gray speck of light emerged from each of those 4 orifices before flying away into the distance. A cold look appeared on Bao Hua's face as she flicked a finger toward these specks of light, and 4 more translucent threads of light shot forth in a flash, instantly piercing through those specks of light before drawing them into her sleeve. Immediately thereafter, she opened her mouth to expel several pink specks of light that instantly disappeared into the devilish lord's glabella. Only then did the translucent thread disintegrate into nothingness. The devilish lord's expression stirred slightly and the vacant look in his eyes faded as he turned to Bao Hua. Mistress Bao Hua, As expected, they planted a restriction within you, but it's been nullified now, and I planted a fake restriction inside your body to replace the original one. Unless those two examine your body in person, no one will be able to detect anything amiss, Bao Hua said in a calm manner. Thank you, mistress. May I ask why you've appeared here? There's no one here who can pose a threat to you, but it would still be very detrimental to you if news of your presence here were to be leaked, the devilish lord said in a concerned manner. I have my own reasons. Let me ask you this first. Was there a group of people that just entered the node behind you? Bao Hua asked with a complex expression as she cast her gaze toward the node. There was indeed a group of foreign beings who just entered the node. Half of them were human, while the other half were spirit beings, and they were all at the body integration stage, so I didn't dare to stop them, the devilish lord replied in a truthful manner. I see. I have a mission for you. Keep this incident a secret from the sacred ancestors for now. You won't be able to hide this forever, but keep it a secret for as long as possible. Can you do that? Bao Hu instructed in a cold voice. The devilish lord didn't know why Bao Hua was asking this of him, but he replied in a confident manner. That's going to be rather troublesome. But the one that was sent here to keep an eye on me was just killed by you, so I should be able to keep this a secret for around a year. Good. Let's go in as well, hey. Bao Hua gave a content nod before drifting toward the node without even turning her head. Both the devilish lord and Hei's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, but neither of them dared to say anything. Hei gritted his teeth as he grappled briefly with an internal conflict before following along behind Bao Hua, and the two of them quickly disappeared into the node. The devilish lord stared blankly at the node for a long while before a wry smile appeared on his face. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his head and let loose a long cry that pierced straight into the heavens. A short while later, groups of devilish beings riding atop all types of devilish steeds emerged from within the dark cloud. Black chi appeared over the devilish lord's body, and immediately charged toward these devilish beings. Meanwhile, on the other side of the node, spatial fluctuations erupted and Bao Hua and Hei emerged in the Elder Devil realm, only to be immediately surrounded by a group of alarmed and furious devilish beings. These were all low-grade and mid-grade devilish beings, most of whom were already carrying injuries. Bao Hua took a glance at them before leaving them to Hei and vanishing directly into the nearby space. Hei inspected the surrounding devilish beings, and after discovering that there weren't any body integration stage beings among them, a vicious smile appeared on his face as turbulent devilish chi erupted out of his body. Around 10 minutes later, Hei had caught up to Bao Hua again on an unknown mountain tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he was standing off to the side in a respectful manner. "Are you feeling uneasy now that I've brought you back into our holy realm?" Bao Hu asked in a completely emotionless voice. Hei shuddered slightly before replying in a fearful manner. "Not at all. You must have your reasons for doing this, mistress. It's only natural to feel uneasy. This is quite a risky undertaking even for me, and there's a chance that I could perish here. After all, Tianqi and He Yen will be sure to hunt me down if they discover that I've returned to the Holy Realm. With my current level of powers, I can just barely ensure self-preservation against one of them, but if the two of them were to join forces, then I would be killed for sure," Bao Hua said as she turned toward Hei. Hei hesitated momentarily before speaking in a careful manner. "Seeing as you're aware of the risk involved, I can only assume that you've made this decision based on the results of your divination. Indeed, I couldn't complete the divination, so the signs I derived were incomplete. But do you know what those signs told me?" Bao Hua asked as a peculiar look appeared in her eyes. Hei faltered slightly before a wry smile appeared on his face. "I'm a complete novice when it comes to divination. Please enlighten me, mistress. If you're not even willing to guess, then there's no point in telling you the signs that I derived. All you have to know is that before those people reach their destination, we can't disrupt them and we have to ensure they don't discover us. In fact, we may have to assist them from the shadows if that's required for them to reach their destination smoothly." Hei was very bewildered to hear this, but he still immediately said, "I'll be sure to follow your instructions, mistress. You've served me very well during this journey. As long as you continue to serve me, I'll assist you during your future Grand Ascension stage breakthrough once I recover my powers," Bao Hua promised with a serious expression. "Thank you, mistress. I'll be sure to help you complete your objective, even if it means I have to give up my life," Hei hurriedly said in an elated manner as a show of his loyalty. "Good. From now on, just follow my orders. We've already delayed here long enough. Let's set off right away," Bao Hua said as she cast her gaze into the distance with a cold look in her eyes. "Yes, mistress," Hei replied in a respectful manner. Thus, Bao Hua swept a sleeve through the air, and the pink floral tree projection reappeared before sweeping up both of their bodies, then shot forth into the distance as a ball of pink light. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Hanli and the others were also flying through the air. Even though they had encountered a slight mishap outside the node, once they entered it, everything was identical to what the Long family patriarch had described. Not only was the location they had emerged in right at the Bloodstone Mountain range, there were only some ordinary devilish beings guarding the entrance into the Elder Devil realm. In order to avoid attracting attention, they refrained from slaughtering those devilish beings, choosing to force their way through the devilish beings instead. After flying for around half a month and slaying a flock of unknown devilish birds, Han Li and the others flew out of the mountain range and arrived on a vast grassland with no end in sight and was covered in wild flowers. The black devilish chi drifting through the air here was clearly denser than that in the mountain range. Right at this moment, the Long family patriarch called out for everyone to stop, and they gathered together to discuss the route they were going to take. "According to our last spirit monarch, the spirit cleansing pond and the clean spirit lotus are situated on a mysterious island on the devilish origin sea, located in the easternmost region of the Elder Devil realm. I have some leads on its exact location, but those leads will only be applicable once we get there. What we have to do now is get to the devilish origin sea safely. I'm sure you have a plan for how we can do that, right, fellow Taoist Long?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in a serious manner. "Indeed, I've been collecting an extensive amount of information about the Elder Devil realm, and I was able to determine that there are 3 routes for us to take if we want to get to the devilish origin sea from our current location. However, all 3 of these routes have their own advantages and disadvantages, so we have to make a decision together on which route to take. Perhaps we'll have to try taking all 3 of them before we make a final decision." The Long family patriarch replied with a solemn nod. "What are the 3 routes, Brother Long?" The long-haired man from the Lin family prompted. "The first route is to advance onward along this grassland, then pass through several major devilish cities. using their teleportation formations to reach the devilish origin sea. If everything goes smoothly, we'll reach our destination in about 1 or 2 years. The only issue is that devilish cities with teleportation formations will definitely also have devilish lords or even sacred ancestor clones, as well as powerful restrictions. Even if we use the devil fame beads, there's only around a 20% chance that we'll be able to fool all of the devilish beings in those cities. The Long family patriarch said in a calm voice. That's far too risky. We can't take this route, the woman from the Yi family immediately objected with furrowed brows. Fellow Taoist Yi is right. This is the route that conserves the most time, but it is indeed far too risky. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns chimed in with a shake of his head. No one else said anything in response, but they clearly all held the same opinion. The Long family patriarch wasn't surprised to see this, and he immediately moved on to the second route. The second route involves traveling to the center of this grassland, then following the devilish river that runs through this grassland straight to the sea. After that, we'll travel over the sea to reach the devilish origin sea. Considering how vast the oceans of the Elder Devil realm are, we won't have to worry about encountering and being identified by high-grade devilish beings. The issue with this route is that there are countless types of marine devilish beasts in the devilish sea. If we encounter a pack of tens of thousands of sea beasts, we'll have no choice but to flee. On top of that, there's no lack of sea beasts of the devilish lord level in the devilish seas, and it's said that there are even sacred ancestor level sea beasts. If we take this route, we'll get to our destination in about 5 to 6 years. That's still too risky. I don't know much about the devilish seas, but the sea beasts in our spirit realm are extremely formidable even for the most powerful races of our realm. On top of that, we're completely unfamiliar with the devilish seas. If we stumble into a perilous region of the sea, we'll be in a world of trouble. What's the third route, Brother Long? Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked with furrowed brows. The final route involves heading west while skirting along the edge of this grassland until we enter the barren devilish plains. That region of the Elder Devil realm is very similar to the primordial world of our spirit realm. There are also devilish beasts that can be found there, but far less so than in the devilish seas. With our powers, we shouldn't have too much trouble navigating through those plains. The issue with this route is that not only is it the longest of the three, we'll also have to pass through the vastly renowned Illusion Howl Desert. That desert is one of the 10 restricted areas of the Elder Devil realm. All cultivators who venture into that desert will be severely debilitated. And what's even more concerning is that no movement techniques or treasures can be used in that desert. So we'll have to traverse through it entirely on foot, the Long family patriarch said. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this before asking, are there any powerful devilish beasts or venomous insects in this Illusion Hell Desert? The Long family patriarch shook his head in response. There are some low-grade and mid-grade devilish beasts in the Illusion Hell Desert, but even if we're severely debilitated, we'll be able to take care of them with ease. The only thing that poses a threat to us in that desert is the Illusion Howl Devilish Wind. However, even though our magic power will be severely restricted, our spiritual sense won't be affected at all, so we should be able to withstand those devilish winds as long as we remain vigilant. In that case, why did you specifically single out this desert as a major obstacle? Surely there has to be something else we should be concerned about, Han Li said with a smile. Indeed, Brother Han. If this were the extent of the issues that we had to face, then I would have chosen this route right away without even preparing those 2 alternative routes. The main problem is that the Illusion Howl Desert is far too big. Without being able to use any treasures or movement techniques to traverse it, it'll take 5 to 6 decades to get to the other side. The Long family patriarch replied with a wry smile. 5 to 6 decades? Han Li and the woman from the Yi family were both stunned to hear this, while the spirit beings remained quite composed, indicating that they already knew about the scale of the Illusion Howl Desert. 5 to 6 decades is far too long. By the time we get to the devilish origin sea, the devilish tribulation will most likely already be over. On top of that, the longer it takes for us to get there, the greater the chance that something will go wrong, the long-haired man from the Long family said. In that case, which one of the first 2 routes would you prefer, Brother Lin? The Long family patriarch asked. The long-haired man hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth and replying, the first one is too risky, the second one is also rather risky, but so long as we're careful, there's a chance that we could get to the devilish origin sea without being noticed by any sea beast. All right. What do you think, fellow Taoist Han? fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns? The Long family patriarch asked as he turned to Han Li and the Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. Aside from the Holy Spirit enshrouded within white light who barely ever talked, those two were the only other late-body integration stage beings present, so the Long family patriarch was naturally interested to hear their opinions. The second route does appear to be more plausible than the other two. However, I'd much rather go with the third route if we can somehow take less time to traverse through the illusion-hell desert, Han Li sighed. I'm also of the same opinion. There's actually a method to traverse through the illusion-hell desert in a shorter time, but even that will take around 30 years, which is still too long, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said. Oh? May I ask what method this is? I was unaware that such a method existed, the Long family patriarch hurriedly asked in a surprised manner. I'm also interested to hear this, Han Li chimed in with an intrigued expression. According to my knowledge, there's a type of devilish beast known as the 8-footed devilish lizard that can be found only in the illusion hell desert. This type of devilish beast can fly, but they can move as fast as the wind in the desert. If we can find a few of them to act as our steeds, we'll be able to traverse through the desert at a far faster speed. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said. In that case, we can consider the final route. After all, that route would be a lot safer than the sea route, the woman from the Yi family said with a contemplative look on her face. I'm afraid it's not that easy, Fairy Yi. The devilish cores and bodies of the 8-footed devilish lizards are extremely valuable, and they've almost been hunted into extinction as a result. The remaining 8-footed devilish lizards have all either been domesticated by powerful devilish forces or are residing deep within the desert, so it would be next to impossible to find them. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns sighed in a forlorn manner. Would we be able to replace these devilish lizards with other spirit beasts or devilish beasts? I have a few spirit beasts that are very fast when traveling over land, the woman from the Yi family suggested. The illusion hell desert is even more restrictive on spirit beasts. Spirit beasts that are normally extremely fast and agile will immediately become completely lethargic and useless once they enter the desert. Only the devilish beasts that inhabit the desert are unaffected. And 8-footed devilish lizards are the fastest among them. The rest of the devilish beasts in the illusion hell desert aren't even half as fast as 8-footed devilish lizards. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with furrowed brows. A hint of disappointment appeared in the young woman's eyes upon hearing this. In contrast, a peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes. The fact that Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns knew so much about the Elder Devil realm indicated that the spirit realm had prepared just as much if not more so for this as the Long family had. In fact, they seemed to be even more familiar with the geography and powers within the Elder Devil realm than the Long family was, as evidenced by the fact that the Long family patriarch had no idea about the 8-footed devilish lizards. If we really want some 8-footed devilish lizards, we can just destroy one of the major devilish powers near the desert and take their 8-footed devilish lizards. Elder Hui of the Long family chuckled coldly. With our powers, we have nothing to fear as long as we don't encounter any sacred ancestors. But if we do that, we'll be causing a huge commotion that could attract a lot of attention from devilish powerful beings. If they begin to track us or intercept us on the other side of the illusion hell desert using teleportation formations, we'll be in huge trouble. The Long family patriarch countered with a shake of his head. That's true. However, is there a way where we can steal these devilish lizards without getting into a conflict with these devilish powers? Alternatively, would it be possible to exchange some things for these devilish lizards? They may indeed be very valuable, but surely they can still be bought for a price, Zhang Xing of the spirit race objected. I think trekking through the illusion hell desert is the best option, Jin Gu of the spirit race said in a concise manner. The young woman from the Yi family pondered the situation for a moment before giving her verdict. I support Brother Lin's opinion. Trekking across the illusion hell desert is going to take too long, and there's no guarantee that we'll be able to get enough 8-footed devilish lizards. As such, flying over the sea is a more viable option. Everyone else was carefully contemplating the issue and didn't hurry to express their opinions. Fellow Taoist Han, which route are you leaning toward? The Long family patriarch asked as he turned to Han Li. Han Li was silent for a moment before asking in an unhurried manner. Before I answer that question, I'd like to ask you something, Brother Long. How long will it take for us to get to the illusion hell desert from here? It'll take us around a year to get to the illusion hell desert. Of course, that's under the assumption that we don't encounter any impediment along the way. Why do you ask, Brother Han? The Long family patriarch asked in a surprised manner. From a risk minimization perspective, I'm naturally leaning toward the illusion hell desert route, but if we can't gather enough 8-footed devilish lizards, then the journey will take too long for it to be worth it. In that case, the time saved by taking the sea route would be enough to outweigh the relative risk. Hence, I think we should take both routes at the same time, Hanli said. What do you mean by that? Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked with a contemplative expression. We can go to the outskirts of the illusion hell desert and search for the nearby devilish powers to see if we can gather enough 8-footed devilish lizards. If we're able to do so, then we'll naturally take the illusion hell desert route, but if not, we can turn back and take the sea route. At most, we'll only be delayed by about 2 years, which should still be acceptable for us, Hanli replied. That's not a bad idea. I support Brother Han's plan, the woman from the Yi family said as an elated look appeared on her face. After a brief pause for contemplation, the man from the Lin family also expressed his approval. This is indeed a more refined plan. What do you think, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns? The Long family patriarch asked as he turned to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. I'll have to discuss this with my brethren before giving you a response. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied. Of course, go ahead. The Long family patriarch agreed with a nod. Thus, the spirit beings got into a huddle and began to discuss the options presented to them. At the same time, the Long family patriarch was also having a secret conversation with Elder Hui through voice transmission. All of a sudden, the voice of the woman from the Yi family sounded beside Han Li's ears. Brother Han, the method that you proposed is very sound. I think the spirit beings and fellow Taoist Long will all agree to this in the end. However, judging from the previous interactions, it seems that fellow Taoist Long was inclined to take the illusion hell desert in the first place, while the spirit beings seem to be leaning more toward the sea route. We don't know what they're thinking, but regardless of what the final decision is, we have to be wary of them. Han Li took a brief glance at her to find that she was looking vacantly into the distance, as if she hadn't just transmitted her voice to him. Thus, Han Li also turned away and transmitted his voice in response. Thank you for the words of caution, fellow Taoist Yi. I'll be sure to keep my guard up. The young woman offered no response to this, but a faint smile had appeared on her face. As expected, after their discussion, the Holy Spirits all expressed approval of Han Li's plan, as did the Long family patriarch. As such, they immediately set off and skirted along the border of the grassland to the west. Unbeknownst to all of them, there was a ball of pink light tailing them from close to 10,000 kilometers away. At the same time, within an extremely secretive restricted area in the spirit race territory of the spirit realm, there was a giant formation with a diameter of over 5 kilometers that was flashing with spiritual light on a patch of charred ground. The entire formation was buzzing incessantly, and countless runes of all colors were surging forth in a frenzy, forming a series of massive rune chains that were binding onto a giant figure at the center of the formation. The figure was around 1,000 feet tall and was clad in a suit of antiquated golden armor. There were around a dozen crimson devilish projections flashing erratically behind him, and these projections were letting loose ghastly cries and howls. The giant figure currently had his hands held up in the air, and there was a silver net several tens of feet above his head, trembling incessantly as it kept a massive silver bead at bay. The bead was around an acre in size, and its surface was riddled with complex patterns. The giant humanoid figure was very handsome, but he was sweating profusely and staring up at the massive silver bead with a look of shock and fury in his eyes. In the air around the formation were 8 body integration stage Holy Spirits, each of whom was holding a formation plate, and they were also sweating profusely as they poured their spiritual power into the massive formation. Tens of thousands of feet directly above the center of the formation was a shimmering golden palace. It was hovering in the air in a completely still manner, creating a rather surreal sight to behold. Who are you? Why do you possess an immortal sealing bead? Are you a spirit servant who escaped from the true immortal realm? The giant humanoid figure roared in a vicious manner. The cold voice of an elderly man rang out from the golden palace in response. You don't need to know who I am. You possess a spirit-capturing heavenly net, so you are a sworn enemy of our spirit race. Now that you've been captured in this devil-trapping formation, this immortal sealing bead will put an end to your life. You really think this will be enough to kill me? I've already cultivated a golden immortal soul. You're delusional if you think a being from a lower realm like you can kill me. Once I escape from this formation, I'll destroy all of your souls and refine you to become my treasures." The giant humanoid figure roared in a furious manner. The cold voice rang out once again from the Golden Palace. "I'm naturally aware that even the combined powers of the devil-trapping formation and immortal sealing bead won't be enough to erase the soul of a true immortal, even though you're currently not even as powerful as I am. However, if I were to seal you, then slowly refine you using the true flame within my body in tandem with earthly infernal flames, I'll be able to refine your soul into an immortal soul pill in 100,000 years." The giant golden figure harumphed coldly. "Humph! You sure dare to dream. If you dared to try this in the true immortal realm, you'd be committing a cardinal transgression that would lead to your entire race being wiped out by immortal enforcers. Hee, but this isn't the true immortal realm. No matter how powerful the immortal enforcers are, they won't be able to detect anything that's happening in a lower realm as long as it doesn't affect the true immortal realm. After I consume the immortal soul pill refined from your soul, I'll be able to advance even further in my cultivation base and take our spirit race to unprecedented heights. Besides, this is the only way to truly kill the soul of an immortal soul, so I have no other choice." The elderly voice replied in an implacable manner. As opposed to being enraged upon hearing this, the giant humanoid figure suddenly burst into laughter. "To think that I would be reduced to such a sorry state by mere spirit servants. At the height of my powers, I would have erased a grand ascension stage being like you in the blink of an eye. Let me see how you're going to seal my soul." Immediately thereafter, he swept his arms violently upward and cast around a dozen incantation seals in rapid succession, all of which vanished into the spirit-capturing heavenly net up above. The aura of the net was immediately bolstered by over twofold, and it swept upward with tremendous force, causing the giant silver bead to rise up by over 100 feet. The 8 holy spirits who were maintaining the formation were all very alarmed to see this, and they immediately injected even more magic power into the formation plates they were holding. Piercing light erupted out from the formation plate, following which a buzzing sound rang out from within the formation. The surrounding runes surged before forming several more thick-runed chains that swept toward the massive humanoid figure, but it was too late. After forcing the giant silver bead upward, the huge humanoid figure's stagnant magic power suddenly recovered for a split second, and that was enough for him to unleash a life-saving ability. He let loose a low roar, and the dozen or so devilish projections behind him exploded before vanishing into his body as bursts of crimson mist. His body had been slightly blurry and indistinct before, but it instantly became a lot clearer, and his suit of golden armor shattered to reveal the bronze-colored skin of his upper body. On his chest was the image of an extremely lifelike golden flower, and as soon as the image appeared, the humanoid figure began to rapidly chant an ancient incantation that had never been uttered in the spirit realm. The golden flower image shuddered slightly before turning as red as blood, and a bloody gory scent wafted forth, following which the flower emerged slowly from his chest as if it had actual substance. "That's a blood-drop poria flower. You no longer possess a physical body. You have the body of a flower demon," the elderly voice exclaimed from within the Golden Palace. The giant humanoid figure paid no heed to this and lowered his head before exhaling toward the massive crimson flower. The nearby world's origin chi instantly swept toward the crimson flower in a frenzy, and the entire sky dimmed as gigantic 5-colored clouds appeared overhead, creating an incredible sight to behold. After absorbing so much of the world's origin chi, the crimson flower swelled to over 10 times its original size and was giving off a very unsettling feeling. "Have you gone insane? You're planning to detonate this flower? Don't you know that your physical body will also be destroyed by the explosion?" A hint of astonishment and horror had crept into the elderly voice. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the Golden Palace, following which a humanoid figure emerged. This was a white-robed elderly man with a set of remarkably youthful facial features, and he was looking down at the massive crimson flower with a nervous expression. "Hee, detonating my physical body is much better than being refined into a pill. With the power of my soul, I'll be able to manifest a new body soon enough. If you know what's good for you, then you'll deactivate this formation and withdraw the immortal sealing bead right away, and I'll also let bygones be bygones. You recognize this demonic flower, so I'm sure you're aware of how powerful its detonation would be. At the very least, it'll be enough to reduce all of you to dust, the giant humanoid figure threatened. The white-robed man's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this, but he didn't offer a response. The expressions on the faces of the 8 holy spirits had also become very strained after sensing the fearsome power radiating from the giant crimson flower. However, without any instruction from the white-robed elderly man, they didn't dare to do anything and could only continue to maintain the formation with all their might. The white-robed elderly man's expression changed several times before a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. I can consider letting you go after I've sealed you. Immediately thereafter, he vanished on the spot. So you really want to die? Fine, I'll send all of you on your way then. The giant humanoid figure roared, but a hint of a hesitation crept into his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the huge crimson flower. He had made it sound like manifesting a new physical body would be a very simple matter for him, but that was actually far from the truth. Even if he had extremely good fortune, it would still take tens of thousands of years before he could attain a new body. On top of that, the process through which he had manifested this physical body using the blood-drop poria flower had been an extremely arduous one, and it had taken him over 100,000 years and countless painstaking effort to attain it. With this physical body, it wouldn't be impossible for him to eventually return to the peak of his powers through diligent cultivation. If he were to lose this body, he was not confident that he would be able to find another body as suitable as this one, and he didn't know whether he would ever be able to return to his peak. However, these doubts only ran through his mind for a brief moment before he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He resumed his chanting and pointed a finger at the giant crimson flower, and it swelled drastically once again. White cracks suddenly began to appear over all of its petals, and a terrifying aura that was several times more powerful before erupted out of it. At the same time, the gigantic 5-colored clouds up above had combined as one to encompass the entire sky, and it was descending at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. As it descended, the 8 holy spirits felt their bodies become extremely heavy and sluggish, as if a giant mountain were weighing down upon them. They were naturally very alarmed by this, and protective treasures flew out of their bodies as balls of spiritual light before forming layers of light barriers around them. This allowed them to regain their mobility, and they immediately flew back in retreat in a panicked manner. They appeared to be flying very quickly, but they were still several times slower than normal, and there was no way that they could escape out of the range of the crimson flower's explosion. The 8 holy spirits were clearly aware of this themselves, and they frantically released all types of treasures to help them withstand the imminent explosion. A cold light flashed through the giant humanoid figure's eyes, and he abruptly switched to a different hand seal as he uttered the word, "Explode." The massive crimson flower tremored, and the cracks on all of its petals widened significantly. At the same time, crimson liquid that resembled molten lava poured out of the cracks in a frenzy. As soon as this liquid came into contact with the air, it transformed into balls of crimson flames that stained the entire surrounding space bright red, and they flashed erratically in preparation to self-detonate. Meanwhile, the giant humanoid figure had shrunk down to the size of an average human, and a piercing silver light barrier had appeared over his body. He was sacrificing his physical body during this explosion, but he still had to protect himself from the explosion to minimize the damage that he sustained. Right at this moment, the white-robed elderly man's cold voice rang out in the air above the massive crimson flower. "You'll have to get past me if you want to self-detonate. I'm going to completely seal you, even if it means I have to sustain severe injuries in the process." As soon as the voice trailed off, a huge pagoda that was over 1,000 feet tall emerged out of thin air amid a flash of white light. The pagoda was entirely glittering and translucent, with countless transparent runes inscribed all over its surface, making it look as if it had been carved out of glacial ice. What was even more noteworthy was the head-sized blue bead that was embedded into the tip of the tower. At first glance, it appeared to be completely smooth, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were countless transparent rune formations of different sizes carved onto its surface. All of the rune formations on the bead were interconnected in an extremely profound manner, and the mere sight of it struck the beholder with a sense of visual overload. This pagoda was the true body of the white-robed elderly man, and as soon as it appeared, it began to expel a burst of white glacial chi that swept up the scorching fireballs and giant crimson flower down below. Within the white glacial light, everything instantly came to a standstill, as if time had been forcibly stopped within that area. At the same time, the pagoda began to descend amid a rumbling boom. The giant humanoid figure's face immediately paled significantly at the sight of the pagoda, and he roared in an astonished and horrified voice. "You're a spirit servant formed by a celestial crystal pagoda. That's impossible." All replicas of this treasure were destroyed in the Great Riot of the Northern Infernal Immortal Palace several million years ago. As a true immortal, the giant humanoid figure was naturally aware of just how powerful this celestial crystal pagoda was. In this dire situation, he immediately bit through the tip of his own tongue and expelled several mouthfuls of blood essence. As soon as this blood essence emerged, it transformed into a burst of scorching crimson flames, when then took on the form of several crimson flaming pythons, each of which was over 100 feet in length, and they all pounced viciously toward the pagoda in unison. The true immortal knew that if he could use these fiery pythons to keep the pagoda at bay for a short while, the blood drop poria flower would be able to recover from its frozen state and unleash its full power. Once the flower exploded, even the celestial crystal pagoda wouldn't be able to contain the explosion. However, his actions were predicted by the white-robed elderly man in advance. A cold chuckle rang out from within the pagoda, following which the blue bead embedded on its tip suddenly revolved on its own, then released several blue streaks of light that were around as thick as a human thumb. These streaks of light struck the flaming pythons like lightning, and the pythons were instantly reduced to plumes of smoke. The true immortal's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to unleash another ability, but it was already too late. The massive translucent pagoda completely descended amid a vast expanse of glacial light, crushing the true immortal and the giant crimson flower beneath it. Immediately thereafter, countless golden runes surged forth in a frenzy from all levels of the pagoda, creating a spectacular sight to behold. At the same time, the top half of the white-robed elderly man's body emerged from the top of the pagoda, and he immediately yelled, "What are you waiting for? Use the devil trapping formation to help me seal him." These words were naturally being directed toward the 8 holy spirits who were still rooted to the spot. The 8 holy spirits were naturally ecstatic to see that the giant crimson flower's explosion had been restricted by the glacial pagoda, and they immediately flew back to their original spots upon hearing the white-robed elderly man's instructions. Thus, the 8 holy spirits gathered around the formation again before raising the formation plates in their hands. A flurry of runes immediately surged out of the formation, solidifying the rune chains that were starting to appear rather feeble. In conjunction with the runes flooding out of the glacial pagoda, a massive net was formed to encompass everything down below. At the same time, the pagoda itself began to expand drastically amid a loud buzzing sound. Layers of translucent glacial ice then began to rapidly form over the surface of the pagoda, and the formation down below was also buzzing loudly as if to resonate with the glacial pagoda. Within the span of just a few breaths, the pagoda had transformed into a massive glacial peak that was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it had sealed the entire formation and the runed chains in ice. As for the true immortal and the huge crimson flower, they were naturally sealed at the center of the formation. The 8 holy spirits were ecstatic to see this, and they heaved a collective sigh of relief. However, the white-robed elderly man's expression didn't ease in the slightest as he instructed in an implacable voice. "Listen up, I may have used my true body to seal him, but the blood drop poria flower is an extremely renowned flower. Even in the true immortal realm, it'll most likely take over 10,000 years before the power of the flower will completely fade away. Prior to that, don't move this glacial peak even by a single inch. As a safety precautions, set up some restriction formations nearby right away to apply another seal to my body, as well as the devil trapping formation. After I completely nullify the power of this blood drop poria flower, I'll transfer this glacial peak to a place where earthly hellish flames can be found and refine this soul into a pill. During this time, I can't afford to be distracted, so all of the matters of our race will be decided by the panel of elders. Make sure we survive this devilish tribulation. If our race can survive this ordeal, then our resurgence will be imminent. The 8 holy spirits immediately fell to their knees in an extremely respectful manner. Yes, spirit monarch. They then stowed the formation plates in their hands away and flew away to inform the rest of the spirit race of the white-robed elderly man's orders. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the white-robed elderly man was the only one left in the entire area. All of a sudden, the true Immortal's enraged voice rang out from beneath the glacial peak. You really think this flawed celestial crystal pagoda can trap me? Let me see how you're going to seal me after I exhaust all of the glacial chi in this pagoda. Humph, as expected of a true Immortal, you managed to identify the flaws in my body right away. Even so, do you still think that you're an omnipotent true Immortal? You're delusional if you think you can exhaust the glacial chi within my body with your current powers. Having said that, the fact that you're still able to speak is testament to the power of your soul. Unfortunately for you, you won't be able to retain your sentience for much longer. The white-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. What do you mean by that? There's nothing in this lower realm that can seal away my sentience. The true Immortal clearly wasn't convinced. There is indeed nothing that I know of in this lower realm that can completely seal away your sentience. But what if I'm not using something from this realm? The white-robed elderly man chuckled coldly before making a grabbing motion, and a talisman that was giving off wisps of glacial light appeared in his hand. The talisman was completely translucent, looking as if it were constructed from glacial ice, but there were golden runes inscribed all over its surface. If Han Li were present, he would immediately be able to identify these runes as golden seal text. It's a pity that I have to use this talisman here. I'll have one less trump card in the future. The white-robed elderly man appraised the talisman with a pained expression but gritted his teeth in the end and flicked his wrist in a decisive manner. The talisman immediately exploded into a ball of golden light that shot forth into the glacial peak down below, vanishing into it in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the white-robed elderly man made a hand seal and began to chant something in a solemn manner. A scintillating ball of golden light that resembled a radiant sun instantly appeared within the glacial peak, then revolved on the spot before transforming into a massive rune that was around an acre in size. The rune was shimmering with golden light, and it descended silently like a shooting star. What are you doing? Wait, this is a talisman from the true Immortal realm. The true Immortal exclaimed as he sensed what was happening within the glacial peak. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the giant golden rune plunged into the formation down below in a flash. A resounding boom rang out, and the true Immortal's voice was abruptly cut off. The white-robed elderly man was completely unsurprised by this, and he began to chant with even greater urgency. In the next instant, the entire glacial peak tremored and golden patterns erupted out of it in a frenzy, forming a gigantic rune that was imprinted on one of the smooth faces of the glacial peak. Hints of blue light immediately became intermingled in the white light emanating from the glacial peak, and the glacial chi being released also became significantly denser. Only then did the white-robed elderly man's chanting cease, and his expression also eased slightly. If one could see through the underside of the glacial peak, they'd discover an unconscious golden-robed young man with runed chains and layers of translucent ice all over his entire body. Imprinted on his glabella was a golden pattern that was completely identical to the rune on the face of the glacial peak, and the white-robed elderly man was ecstatic upon discovering this with his spiritual sense, and he immediately plunged into the glacial peak, vanishing into it in a flash. Unbeknownst to him, in the instant that the golden-robed young man had fallen unconscious, a Taoist priest with a dark complexion suddenly opened his eyes in another realm. The Taoist priest was seated under an enormous tree, and he murmured to himself, "What happened? Why is the true soul badge displaying such a strong reaction?" The Taoist priest swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and a miniature pagoda that was several inches tall flew out of his sleeve amid a flash of green light, then swelled to over 100 feet tall in an instant. The Taoist priest then strode into the pavilion in an unhurried manner, and in the hall on the first level of the pavilion were hundreds of pristine jade tables, each of which had around a dozen identical yellow wooden badges placed upon them. The badges had silver patterns running all over their surfaces, and after sweeping his gaze over all of the jade tables, A hint of surprise appeared in the Taoist priest's eyes as he suddenly raised a hand before waving it toward a huge rusty cauldron in a corner of the hall. There was a yellow wooden badge in the cauldron as well, and it immediately flew out before landing in the Taoist priest's grasp. The Taoist priest stared at the wooden badge with a hint of a surprise in his eyes for a moment before his expression darkened slightly. So it's his soul that's in peril. In that case, this isn't something I can ignore. I have to find him. Han Li was hovering high up in the air with 72 streaks of azure light flashing around him. These were none other than his azure bamboo clouds warm swords, and they were tearing through the inky black devilish beasts pouncing toward him. However, there seemed to be no end to these devilish beasts, all of which had backs that were covered in scales and a single horn on each of their heads. The streaks of azure sword chi swept forth before blooming into azure lotus flowers, and all of the devilish beasts in their wave were instantly sliced in half. The azure bamboo clouds warm swords were far too powerful for these low-grade devilish beasts to oppose, and the pungent odor of blood and gore had filled the entire surrounding area. However, these devilish beasts seemed to have no regard for their own lives and continued to pounce toward Han Li with single-minded ferocity. Han Li couldn't only heave a faint resigned sign upon seeing this. As he continued to control his azure bamboo clouds warm swords, Han Li cast his gaze behind himself where the Long family patriarch and the others were also busy slaying other devilish beasts. The woman from the Yi family was flicking her fingers through the air, releasing streaks of silver light that shot forth like a torrential storm, felling hordes of devilish beasts around her. The man from the Lin family had summoned a translucent crimson jade ruler which was releasing scorching fireballs in all directions to incinerate the devilish beasts around him into nothingness. The Long family patriarch's hands had transformed into a pair of giant golden dragon claws, and they were sweeping through the air with unstoppable might. He was accompanied by Elder Hui, who was releasing bursts of green chi out of his sleeves. All of the devilish beasts that reached within a radius of 1,000 meters from the duo were either instantly torn into countless shreds or poisoned to death on the spot. As for the holy spirits, Zhang Xing had summoned an antiquated azure lamp that had released several tens of purple fireballs to encompass an area that was around an acre in size. All of the devilish beasts that came into contact with the purple fireballs were instantly reduced to plumes of smoke. Bai Qi was merely drifting along within his usual layer of protective white spiritual light, but all of the devilish beasts around him were being dismembered as if they were being ravaged by countless invisible blades. Jin Gu had summoned a gong-like treasure that wasn't emitting a very loud sound, but all of the oncoming devilish beasts immediately began to sway unsteadily as if they were inebriated as soon as they approached the treasure, then fell to the ground and didn't get up again. Ji Shui had donned a suit of silver armor that had encapsulated his entire body without leaving even a single sliver of skin exposed, and he had plunged into a horde of beasts up ahead as a tornado. All of the devilish beasts around him were being torn limb from limb, presenting a very gruesome and violent sight to behold. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he took in the situation unfolding around him. Perhaps they were experiencing rotten luck or had simply entered this grassland at the wrong time. But they were only around half a month into their journey, and they had already encountered this enormous beast tide. Han Li and the others had all experienced the horrors of the beast tides in the spirit realm, so they naturally immediately tried to avoid this beast tide, but they had still underestimated it in the end. There was seemingly no end to the devilish beasts pouring out of the grassland, and all of them were the same type of wolf-like devilish beast. Most of these devilish beasts were only at the foundation establishment stage or core formation stage, and even the most powerful ones among them were only comparable in power to deity transformation cultivators. But their sheer numbers alone would be enough to strike despair into the heart of the average cultivator. As such, Han Li and the others had all unleashed powerful abilities from the get to wipe out over 1 million of these devilish wolves. But they were still forcibly swept up by the beast tide in the end. These devilish beasts surrounded Han Li and the others in unrelenting waves, and no matter how many of them were killed, there was always more to take their place. Under these circumstances, everyone could only band together and join forces to plow their way through the beast tide. However, these devilish wolves seemed to be determined to hunt them down, launching constant suicide attacks day and night without affording them any opportunity for rest and respite. They had been slaughtering these devilish wolves for 2 days and 2 nights thus far. Yet there were still no signs indicating that they were about to reach the other side. As such, everyone was starting to become rather concerned. In contrast with this beast tide, the beast tides that appeared on the human territory of the spirit realm were mere child's play. Perhaps only the gargantuan hordes of sea beasts in the oceans of the spirit realm could compare with this vast beast tide. All of a sudden, Hanli raised a hand to release several thick bolts of lightning amid a loud thunderclap. The bolts of lightning plunged into a group of oncoming devilish beasts, and around 300 to 400 of them were instantly eradicated. Even with the fearless nature of these devilish beasts, they couldn't help but falter in the face of such a devastating attack, and Hanli immediately took advantage of this opportunity to vanish on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the Long family patriarch, and Hanli re-emerged. "Brother Long, we can't continue like this. There's no end to these devilish beasts, and they're clearly targeting us, so they must be receiving instructions from a beast monarch. No matter how many of them we kill, they'll never let us go," Hanli said in a grim voice. "Indeed, fellow Taoist Han. I've arrived at the same conclusion. Otherwise, these devilish beasts would have definitely left us alone after we killed so many of them. It would be rather troublesome for us if we were to be discovered by high-grade devilish beings while we're caught up here, so we have to kill the beast monarch and scatter these devilish beasts as quickly as possible," the Long family patriarch said with a grim nod before thrusting a palm forward. A massive palm projection instantly appeared up above before crashing downward, sending a burst of enormous invisible force descending toward the devilish wolves up ahead. Hundreds of devilish beasts were instantly crushed into mincemeat. Immediately thereafter, the Long family patriarch transmitted his voice toward the Holy Spirits, and after a brief discussion, he turned to Han Li and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I've spoken with fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns, and we've agreed that the best course of action is for the 4 late-body integration stage beings among us to split up from the rest of the group to hunt down that beast monarch. Fairy Yi and the others will remain here to attract the attention of the devilish beasts while we branch out in 4 different directions to seek out that beast monarch. We'll set a time limit of 6 hours. Once that time passes, return here right away and we'll figure out another way to escape from this beast tide. If you ask me, the beast monarch shouldn't be too far away. Otherwise, its control would be too weak to be making these devilish beasts attack us in such a fearless manner." Han Li nodded in response. "I released my spiritual sense toward the east earlier, and there's a high concentration of powerful devilish beasts in that direction, so it's very likely that the beast monarch is hiding there. I'll make a trip there myself." The Long family patriarch naturally had no objections to this, and after issuing some instructions to Elder Hui, he began to head toward the west. As for Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and Bai Qi, they went south and north, respectively, and the 3 of them disappeared into the throngs of devilish beasts in the blink of an eye. Han Li also shot forth toward the east as they had agreed upon earlier, and everyone else gathered together in a tight circle with their backs facing one another as they continued to oppose the oncoming devilish beasts. Streaks of azure sword chi flashed through the air, felling one devilish beast after another, and before Han Li knew it, he had been plowing through the beast tide to the east for over 4 hours. Along the way, his 72 flying swords were like 72 azure WRMs, slashing through the air around him with peerless sharpness. Some of the devilish beasts had their bodies torn apart even before the sword chi had made contact with them, and it was quite clear that Han Li's azure bamboo cloudswarm swords had become a lot more powerful with the advancements he had made in his cultivation base. However, he was beginning to grow rather concerned. He had encountered several mutated devilish beasts during the past few hours, but even the most powerful ones among them were only at the late deity transformation stage, so there was no way that any of them could be the beast monarch. The 6-hour time limit was quickly approaching, yet the number of the devilish beasts up ahead hadn't dwindled in the slightest, and he was beginning to hesitate about whether he should turn back to reunite with everyone. Just as these thoughts were running through his mind, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. Almost at the exact same moment, bursts of violent explosions rang out, and the ferocious devilish beasts that were pouncing toward Han Li howled as they turned back in unison, as if there were some kind of tacit understanding between them. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately setting off in pursuit, flying through the air as a piercing streak of azure light. The devilish beasts directly up ahead were all shredded by his streaks of azure sword chi. But even so, the other devilish beasts were still retreating as quickly as they could, paying no heed to Han Li at all. Han Li was rather intrigued to see this, and he held the power of his azure bamboo cloudswarm swords as he followed the devilish beasts toward the location where the string of explosions had rung out earlier. Now that there were no longer any devilish beasts impeding him, he was able to cover close to 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Yet right at this moment, he suddenly stopped, and his expression changed slightly as he cast his gaze forward. No more than a few kilometers up ahead, a large group of green devilish beasts had suddenly appeared up in the air. These devilish beasts were far more massive than their brethren, and their fur was releasing a faint green light, as well as a pungent odor, indicating that they were extremely poisonous. The retreating devilish beasts gave these mutated beasts a wide berth, parting on either side before rushing around them. Han Li paid no heed this and merely cast his gaze into the distance toward the direction in which these devilish beasts were fleeing. Behind this group of green devilish beasts was a pocket of open space where around a dozen burly silver devilish beasts were attacking a pair of humanoid figures relentlessly. Beside these silver devilish beasts was a black-furred devilish beast with two five-colored horns on its head. The black-furred devilish beast had blood flowing all over its body, and it was lying in midair in a completely still manner. Above the devilish beast was a silver incense burner that was also hovering in midair, and protruding out of the incense burner was a half-burned stick of gray incense that was releasing faint azure smoke. The smoke had formed a barely visible ring around this pocket of empty space, which had been entirely surrounded by the wolf-like devilish beasts. All of the devilish wolves were snarling with fury, but none of them dared to charge into the ring formed by the azure smoke, seemingly extremely wary of it. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately caught a clearer glimpse of the two humanoid figures that had been surrounded by the dozen or so silver devilish beasts. One of them was a burly devilish man who was built like a brick house, while the other was an elderly devilish man with blue devilish patterns on his face. Both of them were at the late spatial tempering stage, and the burly devilish man had devilish chi surging all over his body. He was waving a massive black club through the air, unleashing a burst of black chi that swept forth in a frenzy to keep most of the silver beasts at bay. The elderly devilish man had a pair of triangular green eyes, and he was holding an inky black bowl, from within which one monstrous bird projection after another was being released. As soon as these projections reached the silver beasts, they would immediately explode into balls of silver light that forced the silver beasts into retreat. However, it was quite clear that the black chi and bird projections were only just barely able to keep the silver devilish beasts at bay, but unable to inflict any substantial damage upon them. These devilish beasts had bodies that seemed to be no less resolute than the average treasure, and they would simply shrug off the oncoming attacks before pouncing toward the two devilish men again. If things were to continue like this, the two devilish men were eventually going to completely exhaust their magic power and be slain by the silver beasts. Judging from the powerful remnant aura of the devilish beast carcass with the five-colored horns, it was most likely the beast monarch that he was searching for. Could it be that those two devilish beings were the ones who had killed it? How had they managed to do that? They were indeed both quite powerful, but they shouldn't have been powerful enough to kill the beast monarch. Han Li was rather perplexed by this current situation, and it was quite an unexpected turn of events that someone had killed the beast monarch in their stead. Thus, Han Li began to consider what he was going to do next. The green devilish beasts up ahead seemed to be aware that Han Li was not to be messed with, and they didn't pounce toward him like the other ordinary devilish wolves. As such, an impasse ensued between them. Just as Han Li was still hesitating about how to proceed, the burly devilish man suddenly yelled toward his companion. "We can't keep wasting time here, old man Wu. The effect of the beast-repellent incense is about to wear off, so we have to get out of here right away. I'll take on these beasts by myself. You focus on teleporting us away from here." As soon as the burly man's voice trailed off, he let loose a thunderous roar, and his aura instantly became extremely violent while the black chi being released by his club became more than twice as dense as before, thereby allowing him to keep all of the silver beasts at bay. "All right, be careful then, fellow Taoist Tai," the elderly devilish man said as he flipped his hand over to stow the bowl away. What took its place was a translucent black crystal, and he immediately hurled it forward before chanting an incantation. The crystal rotated on the spot and released countless black threads of light, all of which intertwined to form a black formation that was around 10 feet in size. A resounding boom rang out, and the black formation began to slowly rotate, looking as if it had been activated. "It's ready, let's go!" The elderly devilish man hurriedly yelled before flying toward the formation without any hesitation. The burly devilish man swung his giant club vigorously through the air a few times to force back the oncoming silver devilish beasts, then also rushed toward the formation as a burst of black chi. The two of them were clearly planning to escape using the power of this formation. However, just as it was looking as if their plan was going to succeed, the situation suddenly took a drastic turn. In the air above the formation, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a silver beast suddenly appeared before opening its mouth to expel a pillar of silver light, which struck the direct center of the formation. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the black formation flickered erratically before exploding violently. The two devilish beings who were already close to reaching the formation were immediately plunged into despair upon seeing this, and immediately thereafter, all of the silver beasts converged to surround them again. Almost at the exact same moment, the giant circle formed by the faint azure smoke faded amid a dull thump, and all of the devilish beasts that had previously been kept at bay immediately let loose bloodthirsty howls as they also flooded toward the pair of devilish beings. Two cries of alarm and fury rang out, followed by a string of violent explosions. It was quite clear that in this dire situation, the two devilish beings were making a final stand. Han Li was appraising the unfolding situation from a distance, and all of a sudden he made a hand seal upon which layers of black scales appeared over his skin. At the same time, a burst of powerful devilish chi erupted out of his body alongside immense spiritual pressure that came crashing down upon all of the devilish beasts. All of the green devilish beasts standing in his way immediately backtracked reflexively as they let loose menacing snarls, but the ferocity in their eyes only became more pronounced. "Who goes there? We are both guards of Blood Crow City. If you were to save us, we'd be sure to offer you a handsome reward, Senior. I am the only son of the Grand Elder of the Infernal Crow race. Our race will also be greatly indebted to you, Senior." Han Li had activated his Devilfane bead before unleashing his power, and the two devilish beings instantly called out to him in hope and desperation upon discovering his presence. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he abruptly advanced toward the green beasts that stood in his way. His body blurred, and he suddenly appeared in the air above the green devilish beasts. On this occasion, the green beasts displayed no intention of backing down, and they let loose long howls as they released countless strands of fur from their backs, all of which hurtled directly up toward Han Li as streaks of green light. "Interesting," Han Li chuckled as he clenched his fists, then unleashed countless black fist projections that rained downward in a frenzy. There was an astonishing number of those streaks of green light, but they were obviously no match for the attacks manifested by the power of the Provenance True Devil Arts. As soon as they were struck by the fearsome might of the fist projections, they instantly exploded, following which the first projections went on to reduce hundreds of green beasts into mincemeat in an instant. Meanwhile, Han Li vanished on the spot again, then flew over to directly above the pair of devilish beings before casting a cold gaze downward with his arms crossed. The two devilish beings were currently frantically unleashing their powers and treasures to keep the hordes of devilish beasts at bay. The normal devilish beasts weren't able to pose much of a threat to them, but the green and silver devilish beasts were too much for them to contend with, and it looked as if they could be completely inundated at any moment. "I can save you, but you have to do something for me," Han Li said in an unhurried manner. "All right, we'll do anything you ask, Senior." The burly devilish man immediately yelled without any hesitation. During this brief moment, a silver beast had already torn through his defenses and inflicted several claw gashes onto his shoulder, through which even his bones were visible. The elderly devilish man naturally immediately agreed as well. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and a pair of translucent azure and white wings appeared on his back amid a rumbling thunderclap, following which countless azure and white balls of lightning emerged out of thin air. He then made a hand seal, and he immediately disappeared once again along with all of the balls of lightning. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and countless arcs of azure and white lightning shot forth out of thin air, instantly intertwining to form a gigantic lightning net that descended from above with devastating force. Bolts of lightning rained down from the lightning net before instantly exploding violently, forming a sea of lightning in the air down below. What was incredible was that the two devilish beings remained completely unscathed and weren't struck by so much as a single bolt of lightning, even though they were situated right in the midst of the sea of lightning. A dense lightning barrier had appeared around them as a shield, while most of the surrounding devilish beasts were reduced to dust by the powerful lightning strikes. Finally, after the lightning faded, only around 10% to 20% of the high-grade devilish beasts remained, and even they had been completely charred black. Following that devastating rain of lightning, the remaining devilish beasts no longer had the courage to oppose Hanli, and they all fled amid horrified howls. The burly devilish man was ecstatic to see this, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and he hurriedly yelled, "Senior, kill those silver-necked beasts before they get away. If you can do that, this beast tide will immediately fall apart, and no new beast monarch will be born for over 100 years in this pack." Silver-necked beasts? Han Eli's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his spiritual sense toward the dozen or so wounded silver beasts that had already fled into the distance. Those were clearly the silver-necked beasts that the burly devilish man was referring to, and all of them had managed to survive that round of lightning strikes with their early spatial tempering stage powers. After tracking them down, Han Li immediately sprang into action again, quickly making a hand seal, upon which a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. As soon as the projection appeared, it swelled to over 100 feet tall, then opened all 6 of its golden eyes in unison. Around a dozen pillars of golden light erupted forth one after another out of the projection's 6 eyes, and each pillar of light struck a fleeing silver beast with unerring accuracy. These silver beasts only had a chance to howl with anguish before their bodies were reduced to nothingness within the golden light. The two devilish beasts knew that Han Li's powers were definitely far superior to theirs upon seeing this, and their expressions changed drastically. They had faced the silver beasts in person, so they were well aware of how powerful those beasts were. However, this senior had destroyed all of the silver beasts with ease. It was quite clear that his powers were completely unfathomable to them. After all of the silver beasts were eradicated, all of the other devilish beasts instantly scattered under the leadership of the green beasts. All of the devilish beasts quickly fled deep into the grassland like the receding tide, and the surrounding space was emptied in the blink of an eye. Han Li had no intention of pursuing the devilish beasts any further. Instead, he cast his spiritual sense even further into the distance, and he discovered that all of the devilish beasts there were also fleeing for their lives. Thus, the terrifying beast tide had been completely scattered. Han Li's expression eased slightly as he heaved a faint sigh of relief upon sensing this. The burly devilish man briefly examined the wound on his own shoulder before flying toward Han Li with the elderly man. He looked at the Provenance True Devil projection with a hint of awe and veneration in his eyes, and said, "Thank you for saving us, Senior. If it weren't for you, the two of us would have perished to those luminous wolf beasts for sure. It's all right, it was only a simple task for me, and I only saved you as you agreed to do something for me in return," Han Li replied as he made a hand seal, upon which the golden projection vanished in a flash. "How may we be of service to you, Senior?" the elderly devilish man asked in a respectful manner. "Tell me who you are and how you ended up here," Han Li instructed in an implacable voice. "We are both guards of Blood Crow City, and we were sent here by the city lord to kill the luminous wolf beast monarch in order to scatter this beast tide. Unfortunately, a mishap occurred at the end, and we almost perished here," the burly devilish man replied. Even though they were unable to sense Han Li's exact cultivation base, they knew that he had to be an extremely powerful devilish lord, so they naturally didn't dare to display any disrespect toward him. "I'm sure that luminous wolf beast monarch's powers wouldn't have been inferior to yours. How were you two able to venture so deep into this beast tide and kill the beast monarch? Also, where is this Blood Crow City? Is it located somewhere near here?" Han Li asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. He had developed some understanding of the Elder Devil realm through the information he had gathered and the jade slip given to him by the Long family patriarch, but he naturally couldn't be aware of all of the cities in the entire realm. Considering this Blood Crow City hadn't been mentioned in any of the information he had obtained, it was most likely not a very large city. You must have come here from another area, Senior. We were able to venture into this beast tide and kill the beast monarch as we had a few special treasures at our disposal. Otherwise, we certainly wouldn't have dared to enter this beast tide. As for Blood Crow City, it's a small nearby city, but it's decently renowned in this area, and City Lord Bing of our city is a devilish lord as well, the elderly devilish man replied. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. Oh? So there's a devilish lord overseeing this Blood Crow City? It must be quite a prosperous city. Then, is there anything special about it? Blood Crow City was built on a bloodlight crystal mine. The bloodlight crystal it produces are extremely important for those cultivating blood-related devilish arts. And our city lord just so happens to be using the renowned Blood River cultivation art. Otherwise, there's no way he would have been willing to take on the role of city lord in such a small and secluded city like ours. On top of that, Blood Crow City is the only city within a radius of millions of kilometers, so all fellow Taoists looking to enter the grassland to hunt for devilish beasts would stay in the city for a few days. If you don't mind, you can come with us to rest in the city as well, Senior. Our city is going to be holding a small auction soon. Perhaps there could be some auction items that could catch your eye. The elderly devilish man said in a careful manner. An auction? I'm interested, but I have no time to waste here. I have to be on my way soon. Han Li refused with a shake of his head. A hint of disappointment appeared in the elderly devilish man's eyes upon hearing this. Are you traveling to the plains, Senior? The burly devilish man asked in a hesitant voice. Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this, and a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from his body. How did you know that? The burly devilish man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, Please don't misunderstand, Senior. Anyone traveling through this area is either here to hunt for devilish beasts on this grassland or is on their way to the plains. Aside from that, I can't think of any other place where you would want to go. Oh? Does that I'll have to pass through your Blood Crow City if I want to travel to the plains? Han Li asked in a cold voice. On this occasion, it was the elderly devilish man who hurriedly interjected. Of course not, but if you want to travel to the plains, you'll most likely have to stay in our city for around half a month first, Senior. Why is that? Is there someone blocking the way? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Surely you jest, Senior. No one would dare to do that here. It's just that there's another beast tide taking place on the way to the plains, and compared with that one, this luminous wolf beast tide is virtually nothing. Even if someone of your powers were to fall into that beast tide, it would be extremely dangerous. The beast tide began around half a month ago, so it'll most likely last around another half a month. At a time like this, our city is the only place that can offer some refuge, the burly devilish man explained. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. What type of beast tide could be that fearsome? Could it be an Iron-tooth beast tide? From the information he had gathered on the Elder Devil realm, Iron-tooth beasts were one of the most fearsome types of devilish beasts on the devilish grasslands. Not only were they all quite powerful, their packs often numbered in the tens of millions, making them extremely feared by all devilish beings who lived near grasslands. I wouldn't be telling you this if it were an Iron-tooth beast tide, Senior. With your powers, you'd have no issues passing through such a beast tide. The beast tide that's currently taking place is one that's comprised of butterfly-tail beasts, which are very rare even in our entire holy realm. The burly devilish man said as a hint of fear appeared on his face. Butterfly-tail beasts? How is that possible? Don't they inhabit mountains or forests? Why have they appeared on this grassland? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. We're not particularly sure why these beasts have appeared in this area. They suddenly emerged from deep in the grassland in droves, and they're now lingering in the east. As a result of this, many nearby fellow Taoists have fled to our city. However, these beasts never remain in the same place for over a month. So as long as our city doesn't attack them, we should be fine. Besides, even if these butterfly-tail beasts suddenly attack our city, the city's restrictions will be able to keep them at bay. The burly devilish man replied. This was indeed rather troublesome. Butterfly-tail beasts were only slightly more powerful than iron-tooth beasts, but the poisonous mist that they released was extremely formidable. Not only could it linger in one place for a long time, it was capable of slowly eroding all types of defensive treasures and protective spiritual light, making them very difficult to deal with. The thought of being caught in a poisonous cloud that extended further than the eyes could see was a very concerning one even for Han Li. With that in mind, Han Li's expression darkened slightly. "You two wait here for now. I have to discuss this with my companions." As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce a yellow talisman, then spoke a message into it before releasing it as a streak of red light that instantly vanished into thin air. The two devilish men were rather surprised to hear this, but they were too fearful of Han Li to oppose him, so they could only wait in silence. Around 2 hours later, several streaks of light shot forth from afar before arriving beside Han Li, revealing themselves to be a group of male and female cultivators in different attire. All of them had pure devilish qi drifting around their bodies, and they were none other than the Long family patriarch and the others, all of whom had already activated that devil fane beads. The two devilish men immediately drew a sharp breath in unison upon sensing their cultivation bases, and they hurriedly extended respectful bows. "We pay our respects to our seniors." It was no wonder that they were so astonished. Even though there were countless powerful beings in the Elder Devil realm, it was still extremely rare to see so many devilish lords gathered in one place. The Long family patriarch didn't even bother to take a single glance at the two devilish beings as he asked, "Brother Han, is your information reliable? Is there really a butterfly tail beast tied up ahead? I was informed of this by these two fellow Taoists. As for whether it's true or not, we'll just have to do some scouting for ourselves to find out," Han Li replied. "If there really is such a formidable beast tied, then our journey will have to be delayed. If there were only several 100,000 butterfly-tailed beasts, we'd be able to wipe out all of them. But if there's enough to form a beast tide, then it'll be very difficult for us to fight our way through it without at least sustaining severe injuries." Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn sighed. "Indeed, but to make sure that this information is accurate, we'll have to get someone to scout the situation." "I'll leave that to you, Elder Hui," the Long family patriarch said. "No problem, I'll be back in half a day," Elder Hui replied with a nod before flying away as a streak of black light. Following Elder Hui's departure, the Long family patriarch finally turned to the two devilish beings. "I have some things to ask the two of you. If you reply truthfully, you'll be rewarded, but if not, I'm sure you know what's going to happen to you." "Please go ahead, Senior. We'll definitely tell you everything that we know," the burly devilish man immediately replied. The elderly devilish man also nodded eagerly with an obedient and respectful expression. "How far away from this place is Blood Crow City? And how far away is the nearest city to Blood Crow City? Also, what is the name of your city lord and what's his cultivation base?" the Long family patriarch asked. He was posing many questions all at once, but none of them were taboo or related to confidential information, so the burly devilish man immediately replied, "Blood Crow City is around 50,000 kilometers away from here, and the closest city to it is Night Azura City. But it'll take at least 2 months to get there. As for our city lord, his name is Bing Chenren, and he's a mid-stage devilish lord." "A mid-stage devilish lord? Eh? That's not bad. What's the current situation in Blood Crow City like? Are there any teleportation formations in the city that lead to other cities? Alternatively, is there any way to skirt around the beast tide in the east?" The Long family patriarch continued. The burly devilish man hesitated momentarily before replying. "In order to ensure that the city is prepared for a sudden attack from the butterfly ale beasts, we're in a state of total lockdown, but we'd be more than happy to have you. Unfortunately, our city is too small to facilitate teleportation formations. There is naturally a way to skirt around the beast tide, but it would take far more than half a month to do so. So I suggest you all wait in the city until the beast tide passed before continuing onward. Regardless of how long it's going to take, I still want to know how we can skirt around the beast tide. I'll be the one to decide whether that option is suitable for us or not. Also, you have a map of this nearby area, right? Make a copy for me," the Long family patriarch instructed. "Yes, Senior. Please forgive me for jumping to conclusions in your stead. The beast tide in the east covers a very large area, so if you want to skirt around it, you'll have to travel through the withered leaf forest to the south or the grassland to the north." The burly devilish man immediately revealed everything that he knew, and at the end, he pulled out a black crystal that he handed over to the Long family patriarch. The Long family patriarch accepted the black crystal before replicating its contents into a white crystal. These crystals were similar to the jade slips of the spirit realm, and the Long family patriarch had collected some prior to entering the Elder Devil realm. Their functions and method of usage were similar to those of normal jade slips, but devilish chi was required to activate them. This was naturally no issue to Han Li, who was using a devilish cultivation art, and everyone else was also able to use these crystals by drawing upon the power of their devil fane beads. In order to not arouse suspicion, all of them had prepared some commonly used items from the Elder Devil realm for themselves. After the Long family patriarch replicated the map, he tossed the crystal to everyone else for them to make copies as well. With a map of the nearby area, they were naturally able to examine the options they had for skirting around the beast tide, but after examining the map, none of the options proved to be very attractive. Just as Han Li was pondering the situation, the Long family patriarch's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Fellow Taoist Han, it looks like we really won't be able to skirt around that butterfly tail beast tide. How about we wait in the nearby area for some time and continue after the beast tide is over? A delay of around half a month won't be of much consequence to us anyway. As for that Blood Crow City, I think we should stay out of it as a safety precaution." As a late-body integration cultivator, Han Li was naturally the first person the Long family patriarch turned to for discussion. Han Li was silent for a moment before replying, "It is indeed not worth the risk to venture into the beast tide when we could just wait half a month instead, but I think we should make a trip to this Blood Crow City." "Oh? Why is that, Brother Han?" The Long family patriarch was rather taken aback to hear this. "I understand that you're reluctant to enter the city as you're concerned that our covers could be blown. But Blood Crow City is only a small city that doesn't even have any teleportation formations, so it won't have any powerful restrictions either. As such, our disguise should be safe. The main reason I'm suggesting we go to Blood Crow City is because it's very likely that we'll be staying in the Elder Devil realm for up to several decades. During such an extended period of time, it's inevitable that we'll have to come into contact with some devilish beings. The devil fane beads can indeed disguise our auras, but our severe lack of knowledge of this realm could expose us sooner or later. On top of that, aside from the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, there are some spirit medicines in this realm that are very difficult to find in our spirit realm. Don't you want to collect some of those as well, Brother Long?" Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. The Long family patriarch seemed to have been swayed by Han Li's suggestion, and he replied, "That does sound appealing, Brother Han. I'll discuss this with fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns and the others before we decide how to proceed. Of course, I'm guessing Fairy Thousand Autumns is even more eager to enter Blood Crow City than we are." Han Li chuckled in a meaningful voice. The Long family patriarch faltered slightly upon hearing this before also chuckling in response. "Hee, that's true. There are a few extremely precious materials for the spirit race that can only be found en masse in the Elder Devil realm." He then turned and transmitted his voice to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, and judging from her reaction, she was clearly very receptive toward the Long family patriarch's proposal. Their conversation was very brief, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns didn't even discuss the matter with the other spirit beings before giving the Long family patriarch a very clear answer. It was clear that the spirit beings had already made a decision among themselves. Thus, it was decided that they were going to travel to Blood Crow City, and the Long family patriarch informed the woman from the Yi family and the man from the Lin family of this decision as well. Neither of them had any objections, and a consensus was quickly reached. The two devilish beings could naturally see that Han Li and the others were discussing something, and they waited patiently and obediently without uttering a single word. Half a day later, a streak of black light approached them from afar. It was Elder Hui who was returning from his scouting trip. As soon as Elder Hui landed on the ground, the Long family patriarch approached him with a smile and asked, "Did you manage to verify whether there's a beast tide, Brother Hui?" "There are indeed countless butterfly-tail beasts gathered in the east. I didn't dare to approach them and only looked on from afar for a while before returning to deliver the news," Elder Hui replied with a wry smile. The Long family patriarch had already anticipated this to be the case, and he asked a few more questions before he lowered his head with a contemplative expression. All of a sudden, he flicked a finger, and two streaks of golden light shot forth like lightning before vanishing into the bodies of the two defenseless devilish beings in a flash. Never did the two of them think that this devilish lord would suddenly launch a surprise attack against them, and they both slumped to the ground almost as soon as the streaks of golden light entered their bodies. Everyone else aside from Han Li was rather bewildered by this. "Why did you do that, Brother Long? Don't we need them to take us to Blood Crow City?" Zhang Xing asked. "We already know the location of Blood Crow City, don't we? We can just get there ourselves. Besides, I didn't kill them. I merely knocked them unconscious," the Long family patriarch replied. Zhang Xing was also a wily old fox who had lived for countless years, and an enlightened look immediately appeared on his face. "Oh? Could it be that you're planning to?" "Indeed. If I were to kill them, that would most likely attract the attention of that Blood Crow City Lord. There's no need for us to fear a mid-stage devilish lord, but it's naturally best if we avoid trouble as much as possible. I'm planning to unleash a soul seal technique on them to temporarily seal away their memories before releasing them. As for us, we'll just enter the city disguised as ordinary devilish beings. I'm sure the devilish beings in the city won't pay us any heed then," the Long family patriarch explained. "That's a good idea, but is your soul seal technique reliable, Brother Long? It would be very troublesome for us if the city lord were to see through it," the man from the Lin family said in a concerned voice. This is a secret technique passed down by an unfathomably powerful being. Unless a sacred ancestor were to examine the two of them in person, there's no way anyone would discover anything amiss," the Long family patriarch assured. Everyone was naturally instilled with a lot of confidence upon hearing this. Thus, the Long family patriarch made a grabbing motion to draw the elderly devilish man toward him, then expelled a ball of purple light out of his mouth, which completely encompassed the devilish man's entire face. After that, golden light flashed within his eyes as he looked into the devilish man's eyes while chanting an incantation. Several hours later, Han Li hovered high up in the air, looking at a crimson city wall in the distance. "So this is Blood Crow City? It doesn't appear to be very big at all." It's indeed not a very big city, but its walls are paved with rocks from near the Bloodlight crystal mine, and apparently, they possess some properties that allow them to weaken magic power attacks," the Long family patriarch said with a faint smile. "So that means this city will also be able to resist butterfly-tail beasts to a certain extent. It looks like we made the right decision to come here," the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. "I examined the memories of those two devilish beings earlier, and it seems that all types of beast tides frequently appear in this area, but very rarely would they attack Blood Crow City, so the city doesn't seem to be as simple as it appears. Having said that, there are no restrictions in the city that can undo the effect of our Devilfane beads. Once we enter the city, we'll just have to disguise our auras to the deity transformation and spatial tempering stages, and we should be able to avoid excessive scrutiny," the Long family patriarch said. Everyone else nodded in agreement to this. Thus, the Long family patriarch swept a sleeve through the air, and devilish chi erupted from his body, sweeping everyone up before hurtling directly toward the Crimson City wall down below. Shortly thereafter, the devilish chi faded, and Han Li and the others appeared in front of an inky black city gate, where 30 to 40 green-armored devilish guards were appraising them with wary expressions. The Long family patriarch harumphed coldly and released his immense spatial tempering stage aura, upon which expressions of awe and veneration immediately appeared on the faces of the guards, most of whom were at the nascent soul stage. The leader of the guards was deity transformation stage devilish being, and he hurriedly approached Han Li's group. After carefully asking a few questions, he immediately waved a hand, upon which the guards opened the city gate to grant Han Li and the others passage. For a small city like theirs, a spatial tempering stage being was not someone they could afford to offend, so Han Li's group was allowed passage with minimal questioning. In fact, under normal circumstances where there were no beast tides, the questioning process would have been skipped altogether. In the instant that he entered through the city gate, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he swept his gaze over a formation engraved on the city wall that was comprised of several devilish patterns. He didn't know what the other restrictions in the city were like, but this one was very ordinary and not worthy of concern. Upon entering the city, everyone was greeted by the sight of rows of buildings of different heights, most of which were black and red in color. There were occasionally some buildings of different colors, but they were all clearly temporary structures. There were a series of streets between the rows of buildings that were wide enough to fit 3 beast-drawn carriages side by side, and overall, this city was more of a larger town than a city, and it was home to 5 million to 6 million devilish beings at most. There was a flight restriction in the city, ensuring that no devilish beings were flying over the city aside from the patrolling guards, and the city wasn't exactly packed to the rafters, but it was definitely very densely populated during this special time. There were all types of devilish beings walking along the streets, including ferocious-looking ones who resembled devilish beasts, as well as some who looked identical to humans. The streets were lined with all types of shops and some buildings that appeared to be inns. Many devilish beings were entering and exiting these buildings in a hurried manner, and they were all quite powerful, with the majority of them at the core formation and nascent soul stages, and the occasional deity transformation stage devilish being could be seen as well. As for spatial tempering stage beings, Hanli and the others had only encountered 2 or 3 thus far, and all of them had only been at the early spatial tempering stage. After walking for a while, they caught sight of a small mountain that was several thousand feet tall in the distance. Around the mountain were a series of gray stone pagodas, which were being patrolled by elite armored devilish beings. Halfway up the mountain, there was a black and red stone palace, which was presumably where the city lord, Bing Chenren, resided. Han Li cast his gaze toward the stone palace with his eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. Right at this moment, the Long family patriarch suddenly stopped at a crossroads and said, "Let's split up here, everyone. I'm sure all of us prefer to be alone, and we'll gather here again to continue our journey once the butterfly tail beast tide recedes. This city isn't all that big anyway, so we'll be able to easily contact one another if something happens." To everyone's surprise, the woman from the Yu family was the first to express her approval as a faint smile appeared on her face. "That's a good idea. I did see some things that piqued my interest earlier, so I'll be taking my leave now." Immediately thereafter, she extended a salute toward everyone before departing. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and her companions exchanged a few glances before also taking their leave. It seemed that they were going to stick together. "I'll be taking my leave as well, Brother Long," Hanli said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. "Go ahead, Brother Han." The Long family patriarch also returned his salute. Thus, Hanli nodded before making his way toward a nearby street. The Long family patriarch looked on at Han Li's departing figure, and only after he had disappeared around a corner did his smile gradually fade. He then turned to the long-haired man and asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you ready to give me a response to the collaboration I proposed to you?" The long-haired man's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, and he replied in a hesitant manner, "This is quite an important matter, so I'll need some more time to think about it, Brother Long. Indeed, this is something that requires careful consideration. We have a long journey ahead, so you'll have plenty of time to consider the offer," the Long family patriarch replied with a smile, seemingly completely unsurprised by this response. "You have my thanks, Brother Long," the long-haired man said as his expression eased slightly. After that, they chatted for a while longer before the long-haired man also departed. "Brother Long, it looks like he may not accept our invitation. How about we try to recruit that woman from the Yi family instead? After all, according to our original plan, someone from the Yi family would actually be more suitable for our needs." Elder Hui suddenly said in a cold voice, "That's out of the question. She's far too wary of our Long family, and she seems to have sensed something already, so there's no way she'll agree. If we were to ask her, we'd only risk exposing our plan." The Long family patriarch immediately replied with a shake of his head, "But that man is clearly just placating us. I'm concerned that even if agrees, he won't truly be willing to collaborate with us," Elder Hui said with furrowed brows. A peculiar smile appeared on the Long family patriarch's face as he chuckled, "Hee. Once he agrees, I won't allow him to go back on his word. That's enough about this matter. This isn't the right place to be discussing something like this. Let's go to the materials shops in the city to see if there are some materials that we need." The materials shops in this city are indeed worth visiting. I presume everyone else is most likely visiting the materials shops in the city as well, so let's go in a different direction to avoid running into them, Elder Hui suggested. "My thoughts exactly. Let's go," the Long family patriarch said with a smile before departing from the crossroads. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns and the spirit beings were slowly walking along a street while quickly communicating with one another. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns transmitted her voice to her companions with a concerned expression. Ji Shui's seal is displaying signs of coming undone. We have to find a place to renew the seal right away. Surely not. The last restriction was cast not long ago. How is it coming undone already? The figure enshrouded within white light asked. I'm not sure. It's most likely because we're situated in the Elder Devil realm. As you're aware, this thing's origins stem from the Elder Devil realm in the first place, and the vast amount of devilish chi in this realm seems to be impacting it quite significantly. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn sighed in response. Ji Shui is our trump card, so we have to make sure that no issues arise with him. We'll find some lodging right away and keep a lookout while you fortify the seal. The figure within the white light immediately replied without any hesitation. That would be best. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns nodded, and the group made their way along the street for a while longer before turning into an alleyway up ahead. At the end of the alley was a tall building that resembled an inn, and they strode into the building one after another. In a crimson devilish shop, the woman from the Yi family was accepting an unknown piece of green or from a pale-skinned devilish being. The devilish being was delivering a long spiel about this piece of or, while the woman was injecting her spiritual sense into the piece of or with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Han Li was walking along a narrow street, on either side of which were all types of stalls of different sizes. Behind each stall sat or stood a devilish being, and there were many devilish beings with powerful auras walking along the same street. Some of them were engaged in heated arguments with the owners of the stalls, and a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of this familiar scene. The scene unfolding before his eyes made him recall the markets he had visited in the human world and spirit realm. Most of the wares being sold by the stalls were only low-grade materials and treasures, but there were some precious items among them. The more precious items were obviously quite rare, as not all devilish beings were willing to sell their items to these street-side vendors at low prices. However, this was a special period of time during which many devilish beings were forced to remain in Blood Crow City. So there definitely had to be many of them who were looking to take advantage of this opportunity to sell some of the precious items in their collection. Han Li strolled along the street while rapidly sweeping his spiritual sense over the stalls on either side of him. Many of the wares being sold were similar to items that could be found in the spirit realm, except they contained devilish chi as opposed to spiritual chi. Of course, there were some materials that were imbued with spiritual chi as well, but there were clearly far less of those than the ones that contained devilish chi. Han Li didn't pay any heed to these materials, choosing to focus most of his attention on the peculiar items that he had never seen before instead. Those were most likely things that could only be found in the Elder Devil realm. As for the treasures being sold, those were quickly glossed over by his spiritual sense as well. With his current wealth of treasures, the average top-grade treasure was simply no longer attractive to him. As for spirit treasures, the chances of finding such treasures in a place like this was virtually negligible, so Han Li certainly wasn't going to be holding his breath. The street wasn't very long, and there were only around 200 to 300 stalls on either side of it. After just a short while, he had scanned his spiritual sense over most of the stalls, and barely anything had caught his attention. There were a few items that he examined in person, but he merely set them back down with a shake of his head in the end. The devilish beings standing behind the stalls were all extremely menacing in appearance, but they immediately offered respectful smiles upon sensing Han Li's spatial tempering stage cultivation base, not daring to display any sign of discontent. Han Li slowly walked onward, and he was becoming more and more disappointed. He had discovered several types of materials that didn't exist in the spirit realm, but for a being of his caliber, none of them were all that useful. Just as he was contemplating whether he should leave the street and visit the large shops nearby, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from a certain stall, and an enraged roar rang out at the same time. I'm taking it whether you like it or not. Here are the devil stones you asked for, hurry up and hand it over. I already told you that I've raised the price. Unless you can offer me a top-grade devilish treasure or 10 top-grade devil stones, don't even think about it. A cold voice rang out in response. I already paid the deposit yesterday, and I went to great lengths to gather these devil stones, yet you're raising the price on me? Are you trying to make a fool out of me? The first voice had become even more enraged. Hee hee, it's mine, so I can set whatever price I want for it. Here's your deposit from yesterday. If you don't have a top-grade devilish treasure or 10 top-grade devil stones, then piss off. The second voice wasn't backing down in the slightest either. Do you know who I am? You think you can make a fool out of me and get away with it? If you don't sell it to me, I'm going to break all of your bones, the owner of the first voice threatened in a menacing manner. Break all of my bones? Haha. I can't even remember the last time someone dared to say something like this to me. If you think you have what it takes, then you're welcome to try. The owner of the second jeered. At the same time, another powerful aura erupted from the same stall. Such a loud commotion naturally attracted a lot of attention, and many devilish beings had gathered to watch the unfolding spectacle. Isn't that Hi-Fei of the Blue Hog race and Yoli of the Bird Hoof race? What's gotten them so mad? Hee hee, we're in for a good show. Both of them are quite powerful. It's hard to say who's going to win between them. All of the onlookers immediately burst into spirited chatter, and it seemed that the two devilish beings were both quite renowned in Blood Crow City. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he quickly assessed the situation over at the stall. The stall had been surrounded by around a dozen devilish bystanders, and the two devilish beings locked in the altercation consisted of a menacing 30 feet tall devilish being with several curved horns on his head, and a blue-skinned short and stubby devilish being, the latter of which was the stall owner. Both of them were at the deity transformation stage, with one of them at the early deity transformation stage, while the other was at the mid-deity transformation stage. The burly-horned devilish being's cultivation base was slightly inferior, but his powerful-looking body suggested that he was quite adept in the art of body refinement, so it was indeed difficult to say who would come out on top in a fight. Of course, two deity transformation stage devilish beings weren't enough to pique Han Li's interest. He merely took a casual glance at them before preparing to move on. However, as his gaze passed over the item that the blue-skinned stall owner was holding, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he made his way over to the stall. After just a few flashes, he had inserted himself into the group of devilish beings standing around the stall, and he stared intently at the item in the blue-skinned devilish being's hand. This was a fist-sized piece of black and white ore that was flashing with a cold light. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the item, and his pupils immediately contracted as an elated look appeared on his face. At this point, the verbal altercation had become very heated, and both of the auras being released were becoming more and more formidable, but for some reason, neither of them escalated this into a physical altercation. At this moment, a bystander who seemed to be familiar with both of the devilish beings stepped in with a smile. Hee hee, it's just a piece of foreign devilish metal. There's really no need to fight over something like this. If one of you were to be wounded or even killed during such a trivial altercation, it would simply not be worth it. The blue-skinned devilish being's expression eased slightly as he cupped his fist in a salute. Brother Tan, it's not that I'm intentionally raising the price to target him. It's just that this piece of foreign devilish metal is imbued with foreign devilish chi that's far more special than what can be found in other pieces of such metal. After discovering this, I realized that the price I proposed yesterday was too low, and that's why he insists on buying this particular piece of foreign devilish metal. Otherwise, he could easily buy a piece of the same material from another stall. Bullshit. If I hadn't been interested in this particular piece of foreign devilish metal, why would I have been willing to pay such a high deposit? You clearly raised the price intentionally, knowing full well in the first place that this is a special piece of foreign devilish metal. Only you blue hog beings could do something as unscrupulous as this. The burly devilish beings objected in a furious voice. How dare you insult our blue hog race? I'll make you pay with an arm. An abnormal flush appeared on the blue-skinned devilish being's face upon hearing this, and a hint of insanity surfaced in his eyes. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and a streak of light shot forth directly toward the burly devilish being's arm like lightning. However, the burly devilish being was already prepared for this, and he immediately flipped a hand over to produce a white bone shield. Just as the streak of light was about to strike the shield, a humanoid figure abruptly appeared in front of the burly devilish being, then reached out with a golden palm to grab onto the streak of light. Are you two planning to force the guards of the city to step in? I'm interested in that piece of foreign devilish metal as well. Let me take a look at it. The humanoid figure was none other than Han Li, and he was currently releasing a powerful spatial tempering stage aura. causing all of the expressions on the faces of the surrounding devilish beings to change drastically. The burly devilish being faltered slightly upon hearing this before interjecting in an indignant manner. "Senior, I was the one who—" Han Li released a burst of fearsome spiritual pressure toward the burly devilish being without even turning around. "Oh? Do you want to fight with me over this piece of foreign devilish metal?" The burly devilish being was immediately forced back several steps in succession, and his face turned dark purple as he blurted out an alarmed apology before quickly scurrying away with his tail between his legs. As for the other onlooking devilish beings, they also dispersed in the face of Han Li's threatening gaze. Meanwhile, the ferocious look had already completely faded from the blue-skinned devilish being's eyes, and he could only force a smile onto his face as he offered the piece of foreign devilish metal to Han Li. "Do you want this piece of devilish metal as well, Senior? In that case, you can have it for the original price of 10 devil stones." "Humph, why are you so scared? Are you worried that I'm a robber who'll take the item from you without issuing payment?" Han Li harumphed coldly as he swept a sleeve through the air to draw the piece of metal into his hand for closer inspection. "I wouldn't dare to think that." The blue-skinned devilish being immediately shook his head in response. With the fearsome power that Han Li had just displayed, it would be a simple matter for him to kill this stall owner. As such, the blue-skinned devilish being would rather give this piece of foreign devilish metal to Han Li for free than risk offending a spatial tempering stage powerful being. Han Li ignored the blue-skinned devilish being as he examined the piece of foreign devilish metal over and over again, yet his expression remained completely unchanged, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a full 10 minutes had passed, azure light flashed from Han Li's hand, and the piece of foreign devilish metal vanished, only to be replaced by a small black sword, which Han Li tossed toward the blue-skinned devilish being as he said, "This flying sword is a top-grade devilish treasure. It should be more than enough to exchange for this piece of foreign devilish metal. But you have to tell me where you got this metal from." This flying sword was a treasure that Han Li had obtained from one of the devilish lords he had slain in the spirit realm. The blue-skinned devilish being accepted the flying sword before sweeping his spiritual sense over it, upon which an elated look immediately appeared on his face. "Thank you, Senior. I exchanged for this piece of foreign devilish metal from someone else, and it seemed to have changed hands several times already before that, so I'm afraid I don't know where it originally came from." He had been asking for too lofty a price when he had requested a top-grade devilish treasure from that bird hoof being, so he was naturally ecstatic that he had actually obtained what he had asked for. For a deity transformation stage being like him, a top-grade treasure was very difficult to come by. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "I see. In any case, this piece of foreign devilish metal should be enough for me anyway." After that, he turned to leave. The blue-skinned devil had intended to try and curry some favor with Han Li, but he didn't dare to say anything further and could only make a respectful farewell gesture. After finding that piece of foreign devilish metal, Han Li naturally no longer had any intention of leaving right away. During the next 4 hours, he carefully examined everything on the remaining stalls on the street, and he really did manage to find 2 types of spirit medicines that couldn't be found in the spirit realm, with which he could refine a type of pill that could calm his heart and mind. When consumed while cultivating an ability, the pill could slightly improve the rate of progress made during cultivation, so in the long term it would be very useful to him. Han Li already possessed the recipe for the pill, and the only thing that was stopping him from refining it were those 2 types of spirit medicines that were extinct in the spirit realm. After that, Han Li left the street and went to some nearby large shops in high spirits. Unfortunately, almost all of the items sold in these shops were meant for devilish beings, and he didn't discover anything else of value. At this point, it was already getting rather late, and the number of people on the streets was beginning to dwindle, while the shops were closing one after another for the night. Han Li rented an independent secret chamber at an inn and stayed there for now. He set up several layers of restrictions in the secret chamber, and only then did he bring out that piece of foreign devilish metal before appraising it in silence. The piece of metal was gleaming with a metallic light, but its surface was extremely bumpy and uneven. Strangely enough, not only was this object releasing dense devilish qi, the devilish qi was also interspersed with wisps of spiritual qi. This was a rare material that contained both spiritual qi and devilish qi. However, Han Li hadn't just bought this piece of metal for that alone. After appraising it in silence for a long while, he suddenly tossed it forward, and it hovered in midair before him as he swept a finger toward it. A streak of azure light shot forth in a flash, and the piece of metal was instantly sliced in half, upon which a pea-sized object fell out.
Hanli made a grabbing motion to draw the object into his grasp, and it was revealed to be a gray crystalline bead. So there really was something hiding in here. I'll need to examine it further to see if it's going to be useful to me, Hanli murmured to himself with a smile before injecting his spiritual sense into the bead.
However, in the next instant, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he immediately hurled the crystalline bead away. A rumbling boom akin to a dull thunderclap suddenly erupted from the bead, and it began to release a fearsome aura. At the same time, a thick pillar of gray light surged out of the bead before striking the restrictions set up on the ceiling like lightning. Several layers of light barriers were torn apart without being able to offer up any resistance, and only after striking the final restriction was the pillar of light briefly stopped in its tracks. During this split-second delay, Hanli rushed into the air above the pillar of light with a dark expression before pressing a palm downward. A giant radiant golden hand immediately appeared, and the pillar of light was completely halted. However, Hanli's expression didn't ease in the slightest upon seeing this. His fingers were trembling slightly, and his arm was slowly being forced back by the gray pillar of light. A surprised look appeared on Hanli's face in response to this development, following which he gave a cold harumph, and his arm suddenly became a lot thicker amid a flash of golden light. His sleeve was instantly torn apart, revealing a layer of shimmering golden scales, and he slowly closed his fingers.
A burst of enormous restrictive power immediately appeared around the gray pillar of light, crushing it into a ball of light that was several feet in diameter before being drawn into the giant golden hand's grasp in a flash. Immediately thereafter, Hanli chanted something and flicked a series of incantation seals toward the giant golden hand with his 10 fingers. The golden hand blurred before transforming into a series of golden runes that enveloped the gray ball of light. The ball of light was originally in a very unstable state and looked as if it could explode at any moment, but it instantly dimmed and fell still.
Only then did Hanli's expression ease slightly, and he descended back down onto the ground before waving a hand to draw the ball of light into his grasp. The power imbued within the ball of light was truly quite formidable. Even Hanli wasn't able to completely repress it without using his provenance true devil arts. However, under the restriction that Hanli had unleashed, it had become very still and calm, in stark contrast with the fearsome power it had just displayed. Hanli appraised the ball of light in silence with tightly furrowed brows. He had been slightly surprised by the power of the ball of light, but what he was most interested in was the type of energy that had formed this object.
Hanli had forcibly purchased this piece of foreign devilish metal not just because he had seen something within the piece of metal using his spirit eyes, but also because he had been struck by an extremely profound feeling in his spiritual sense. This was definitely an extremely valuable item, and it seemed to be very important to him as well. At his current cultivation base, Hanli naturally took these spiritual signals very seriously. These signals very rarely appeared, and they weren't guaranteed to always be correct, but they certainly couldn't be ignored. Even though Hanli had only briefly inspected the bead with his spiritual sense before withdrawing it in alarm, he still did manage to sense some things. However, if he wanted to be able to derive some useful information, then further examination was required. However, the energy that the ball of light was formed by was very special, and it seemed that normal spiritual sense would immediately become extremely violent upon coming into contact with it. Thus, things were made a lot more problematic. All of a sudden, Hanli took a deep breath as a solemn look appeared on his face. At the same time, he activated both his great development technique and spirit refinement technique, upon which his spiritual sense swelled drastically. Immediately thereafter, blue light flashed within his eyes, and a series of almost transparent threads of light shot forth out of his glabella, then vanished into the ball of light in a flash. Those were substantial manifestations of his spiritual sense, and there were over 100 of them, clearly indicating that Hanli's spiritual sense had reached an incredibly fearsome level. In the instant that these threads vanished into the ball of light, it shuddered slightly and began to display signs of instability again. Hanli immediately injected more magic power into the golden runes surrounding the ball of light upon seeing this, and they formed a golden net that converged violently amid a flash of golden light. As a result, the ball of light instantly settled down again. Hanli heaved a faint sigh of relief, then closed his eyes as he began to carefully examine the ball of light. Moments later, a dumbstruck look appeared on his face, only to be immediately replaced by an expression of ecstasy. However, this elated expression only lingered for a brief moment before it was replaced by a befuddled and hesitant one. Hanli made a hand seal, and all of the translucent threads were instantly withdrawn. After that, he slowly opened his eyes, but his brows were tightly furrowed. It's incredible to think that there's something in this world that can completely fuse devilish chi and spiritual chi. This is perfect for my provenance true devil arts. I should be able to easily convert it into magic power for myself without even having to refine it. Could it really be that simple? I don't recall ever seeing any records of something like this either. Hanli murmured to himself in a hesitant manner. So be it. I'll give it a try first. Hanli soon made his decision, and he began to chant something while making a series of hand seals, then suddenly extended a finger toward the ball of light. The bumpy surface of the ball of light immediately began to transform, and in the end, an egg-sized section was extracted amid a flash of light. Before this extracted section could explode, Hanli's chanting abruptly ceased, and his hand shot forth like lightning to grab onto it, following which he immediately unleashed his provenance true devil arts. A golden projection that was around 10 feet tall appeared behind him, and it gradually became clearer. At the same time, the gray ball of light in his grasp began to shrink at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and it completely vanished after the span of just a few breaths. As expected, the true essence within my body has been slightly enhanced. If it were to absorb this entire thing, the enhancements would be phenomenal. An elated and excited look appeared in Hanli's eyes. What exactly is this thing? It clearly has no impurities whatsoever. So how did so many impurities appear following the conversion process? Hanli murmured to himself as he extended a finger, and a wisp of barely visible green chi surged out of his fingertip. Hanli appraised the wisp of green chi for a while before a burst of silver flames erupted out of the same fingertip to envelop it. However, the green chi remained completely unaffected by the silver flames regardless of how violently they burned. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and the silver flames instantly dissipated. He then flicked his finger, and the wisp of green chi shot forth as a streak of green light, piercing through the light barriers on the opposing wall with ease. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this. He was only trying to flick the green chi away, so he certainly didn't think that it would be this powerful. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted, and the green streak of light shot forth directly toward Hanli. Hanli was naturally rather taken aback by this development, but his response was very fast. Golden light flashed from his hand as he caught the oncoming streak of green light, but his expression immediately darkened upon opening his fingers, only to find that the green light was nowhere to be found. The green light had completely disregarded his immensely powerful body and burrowed into his hand without any impediment. Hanli immediately inspected his own internal condition using his spiritual sense, only to find that the wisp of green chi was currently situated in his dantian in a completely calm and stable manner. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he swept up the green using an enormous burst of true essence, then forced it out of his body again. On this occasion, the green chi was only expelled several feet out of his body before shooting back in a flash. The true essence enveloping it was unable to impede it in the slightest. Hanli's heart jolted as he instantly conjured up a golden barrier of protective spiritual light, and at the same time, blue light flashed within his eyes as he stared intently at the oncoming streak of green light. The green light pierced through his protective spiritual light as if it didn't even exist, then immediately returned to his dantian, leaving him completely bewildered. After that, no matter what he tried to expel the green chi, everything ended in failure, and he couldn't destroy or refine it either. The wisp of green chi seemed to have identified his body as a home. Regardless of how far away it was forced out or what kind of restriction was used on it, it would instantly disappear before returning to his body. After failing to trap the green chi even with the purple word cauldron,
Han Li's expression had become very strained. It didn't seem like this green qi was causing any harm to his body, but how could he rest knowing that there was a type of foreign energy residing in his body? The fact that the green qi was able to return to his body with unerring accuracy every single time indicated that it had somehow locked onto his soul. In that case, there was only one more thing that he could try. Having made his decision, Han Li made a hand seal and began to chant an incantation, upon which a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. The projection then took on a substantial form, following which Han Li let loose a low cry and laid a hand onto the top of his own head. A dull thump rang out as a ball of black light vanished into the golden body in a flash. It was none other than his second nascent soul. Immediately thereafter, Han Li pointed a finger toward the golden body, then drew upon his true essence to expel the wisp of green qi once again. On this occasion, it vanished into the second nascent soul within the golden body, and situated itself within the nascent soul's dantian again. There the wisp of green qi remained without displaying any sign of returning to Han Li's body, and he heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. However, he didn't stop there. After that, he flicked a series of incantation seals toward the golden body with his fingers, and the second nascent soul appeared to be seated in a completely still manner within the golden body. But the devilish qi within its body was surging and forming a series of black runes. These runes enveloped the wisp of green qi and instantly formed a black crystalline ball to seal the green qi. The golden body then crumbled away and vanished to reveal the second nascent soul, which wore a calm expression as it joined its palms before bringing them apart again. The black crystalline ball emerged and was caught by the second nascent soul, following which it vanished into Han Li's body as a ball of black light. Han Li made a brief assessment of the second nascent soul's condition, and he was quite relieved to see that it had remained unharmed. Even though he couldn't completely expel the green qi, it shouldn't pose him any issues now that it was under the second nascent soul's control. Once he found a way to eradicate or refine it in the future, he'd be able to take care of it permanently. However, during this period of time, it would be wise for him to use his second nascent soul as little as possible in case something were to happen with that green qi. After that, Han Li turned his attention back to the ball of light that was enshrouded within the golden runes, and he discovered that he had absorbed less than 1/10 of it, but his true essence had been enhanced to the same extent as 7 or 8 years of arduous cultivation. If he were to convert this entire ball of light into tree essence, it would be able to save him over 100 years of cultivation, so he certainly couldn't give up on it. After a brief pause for contemplation, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release an antiquated shimmering golden vial. The vial was tipped over, and a burst of 5-colored light was released out of its opening, which sucked the gray ball of light into the vial. The vial then flew up Han Li's sleeve and was carefully stowed away. He had already decided that he was going to do his best to search for more of these crystalline beads in the Elder Devil realm. If he could find enough of those beads and address the issue of the green qi, perhaps he would be able to reach the pinnacle of the late body integration stage in a very short time. If he could do that, then that would be a brilliant opportunity. Han Li was growing rather excited as he thought about this, and he raised a hand to pick up the crystalline bead again. After injecting his spiritual sense into it, he discovered that it was completely empty, and all of the peculiar energy that it had contained had disappeared. After a brief hesitation, he stowed the bead into his storage bracelet along with the 2 halves of the piece of foreign devilish metal. Perhaps he would be able to use these items in the future to find the true origins of that gray ball of light. The gray ball of light had the incredible property of being able to be directly converted into true essence, but aside from people like Han Li who were using special cultivation arts such as the Provenance True Devil arts, there were very few people who could actually take advantage of this type of energy. On top of that, not only did one have to be using a special cultivation art of this nature, they had to possess the ability to sense this type of energy. In Han Li's case, it was a combination of his spirit eye ability and the profound feeling he had been struck by in his spiritual sense. Han Li was very pleased with the rewards he had reaped, and after completing his examination of everything, he began to meditate. He had decided to scour all of the shops in Blood Crow City during the next few days to see if he could reap some other rewards, and also to see if he could find more of these crystalline beads in other pieces of foreign devilish metal. An uneventful night passed by, and the next morning, Han Li emerged from the inn in a calm manner before slowly visiting the shops along the nearest street. Blood Crow City couldn't compare with an actual city such as Deep Heaven City. But it still had thousands of shops, and after 2 days, he had only managed to visit less than half of them. He had reaped many unexpected rewards during this time, and had also found some pieces of foreign devilish metal, but didn't discover any other crystalline beads like the one he had found. However, Han Li wasn't all that disheartened by this. After all, something that could directly enhance his true essence was bound to be very rare, and it would be quite strange if he could find such things in this city in large quantities. At the same time, Han Li had gathered some information about the imminent auction that was going to be held in the city. This was a customary biannual auction held in Blood Crow City, and during every auction, the high-grade devilish beings who were passing through or staying in the city would bring out some precious items to be auctioned. In particular, those who had hunted for devilish beasts on the grassland would all sell the devilish beast materials that weren't useful to them during the Blood Crow City auction, then purchase useful treasures and pills with those earnings. After that, they would venture into the grassland again to continue hunting devilish beasts, thereby saving a lot of time. Due to the emergence of this beast tide, the number of high-grade devilish beings in the city was far higher than normal, so the quantity and quality of the auction items were also going to be significantly higher than prior auctions. Apparently, there were even going to be several divine devilish treasures and other legendary treasures and materials being sold. Han Li naturally quite interested and was planning to attend this auction both to see if there was anything that would catch his eye as well as to sell off the redundant devilish treasures in his collection for some devil stones. Even though these devil stones would have next to no effect on his cultivation, he was planning to stay in the Elder Devil realm for up to several decades, so he naturally had to acquire some of these stones. The auction was held 3 days after that, giving him just enough time to scour through most of the shops in the city. The auction was held in a massive hall in a corner of Blood Crow City, and Han Li arrived in a cloak that concealed his entire body. He had also altered his own aura, and after handing over a few devil stones to the devilish guards at the entrance, he entered the auction. The hall was circular in shape, and it was shaped like a tiered funnel from top to bottom. Aside from a series of round azure stone seats in the hall, there was only a black rectangular stone platform at the center. There were diagrams of unidentifiable beasts engraved onto the walls, and in no more than 15 minutes, the entire hall was completely filled by around 3,000 to 4,000 high-grade devilish beings. Many of these high-grade devilish beings were also wearing large cloaks or had concealed their features with devilish chi, so Han Li wasn't looking out of place at all. After a short while, when there were virtually no empty seats in the entire hall, a small door on the bottom level was opened, and a humanoid figure emerged from within before arriving on the rectangular stone platform. All of the chatter in the venue immediately died down. This was a heavily wrinkled devilish elderly man with a dark complexion, and he strode over to the stone platform with a calm expression. He cast his gaze through the surrounding area, and a fearsome aura immediately erupted from his body, drawing and veneration from many of the weaker devilish beings present. This elderly man was at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, so he was only one step away from the body integration stage. In a place like Blood Crow City, a powerful being of this caliber was truly very formidable. I am Xianxia, one of the elders of Blood Crow City. I'm sure many of the fellow Taoists present know of me. I was invited by the owner of this place to host the auction, and I ask that all of you abide by the rules of this auction. Otherwise, I'll be forced to step in. These 8 fellow Taoists are the guards who will be maintaining order during this auction. With their presence, I'm sure this auction won't have any safety issues, the elderly man said before clapping his hands together. And 8 mid-spatial tempering stage devilish beings rose up from the front row of seats, then positioned themselves around the stone platform in an expressionless manner. A stir immediately ran through the crowd at the sight of these devilish beings. It was quite clear that they were quite renowned in Blood Crow City, and many people were appraising them with awe and veneration in their eyes. Of course, 8 spatial tempering stage beings weren't going to draw any reaction from Han Li, and he was currently scanning his gaze through the crowd to see if the Long family patriarch and the others were also in attendance. There were potentially devilish lords in attendance as well, so Han Li hadn't released his enormous spiritual sense. Instead, he was only using his spirit eye ability to see if there were any devilish beings in suspicious disguises present, but after scouring through the crowd for a while, he didn't discover anything amiss. Could it be that none of the others had come to attend this auction? That was quite strange. Come to think of, following their separation, Han Li hadn't encountered any of his companions in the city. Regardless of whether it was the Long family patriarch or everyone else, all of them seemed to be running secretive errands of their own. Right at this moment, the elderly devilish man announced the commencement of the auction, and a nearby door swung open, following which a line of devilish women who were holding platters emerged. All of them had elegant figures, and they arranged themselves into a row behind Yulientian.
Yulientian waved a hand without even turning his head, and one of the women immediately stepped forward in a respectful manner before raising her platter up with both hands. This is the top-grade devilish treasure, the Dark Blood 5-colored bells.
It's comprised of 5 blood devil bells, and it's able to inflict upon enemies disorientation, poison, sluggishness, bloodlust, and illusion. Yulientian introduced in a calm voice as he removed the black cloth that was draped over the platter.
There were 5 thumb-sized silver bells on the platter, all of which had black devilish runes over their surfaces and were connected together by a golden ring.
What? A treasure like this can rank in the top 10, even among top-grade devilish treasures. But this is something that only Master and of Cloud Sea Mountain is able to refine. How did it end up this far away in Blood Crow City? Who cares?
It was worth coming to this auction just for this treasure alone. I wonder what other priceless items are going to appear after this. As soon as the set of bells was revealed, the entire hall erupted into raucous chatter once again, and most of the people present were staring at the bells with elation and greed in their eyes.
Han Li also faltered slightly upon hearing the name of this treasure. Dark Blood 5-colored bells? Why does this treasure sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before. Thus, Han Li fell into silent contemplation in his seat. At this point, the bidding had already begun. 5 million, 6 million, 8 million, 11 million. Even though this was only a top-grade treasure, the price was bid up to over 10 million in the blink of an eye, and Han Li was quite surprised to see this. According to the knowledge he had accrued of the prices of items in the Elder Devil realm, a normal top-grade devilish treasure was generally only worth around 2 million to 3 million spirit stones. Yet these bells had already far exceeded this price, and the bids were still flying in thick and fast. Wait a minute. Dark Blood 5-colored bells? Glazed 5 bells? Isn't that the name of a treasure recorded in the profound heavenly tool refinement technique? Han Li had finally made the connection. One of the pages of the Golden Jade Tome he had obtained contained the refinement method for the integrated 5 extremes mountain, as well the refinement for several types of acquired profound heavenly treasures, and the glazed 5 wonder bells was one of them. However, even though Han Li had the refinement method for these treasures, the materials required were only rumored to exist in the true immortal realm, so he couldn't make use of those refinement methods. The effects of these Dark Blood 5-colored bells sounded remarkably similar to the abilities of the glazed 5 wonder bells, and that was what had led him to draw this connection. Could it be that this was a mere coincidence? Or was it the case that someone from the Elder Devil realm also possessed the same refinement method and had unintentionally refined such a replica treasure? Unfortunately for Han Li, even though he had sold an array of devilish treasures to the auction house and they were estimated to sell for close to 10 million devil stones, that clearly wasn't enough to secure this top-grade devilish treasure. Furthermore, even though the abilities of this treasure were quite intriguing, it was only a top-grade devilish treasure, so it wouldn't be of much use to him. At the very most, it would be something interesting for him to study. As such, Han Li could only look on as the bidding continued. In the end, the treasure was purchased by a mysterious masked devilish being with azure light radiating from their body for the astonishing price of 15 million devil stones. Many of the high-grade devilish beings present immediately began to plot against this masked devilish being, but after handing over the devil stones required for the Dark Blood 5-colored bells, the devilish being immediately departed from the auction venue. Several other masked devilish beings also departed immediately thereafter, but Yulientian didn't pay any heed to this. He removed the cloth that was draped over the platter being held by the second woman, revealing a fist-sized blue crystal that was releasing astonishing glacial chi. This is the inner core of an ice-gored beast, and it can be used to refine ice-attribute devilish treasures or refined into several types of special pills. The starting price will be 2 million devil stones, Yulientian announced in a concise manner. 2,300,000, 2,500,000.
The value of this devilish core couldn't compare with that of the dark blood 5-colored bells, but it was also an extremely precious material, so its price was also being quickly bid up. In the end, it was secured by a thin devilish being for over 4 million devil stones. After that, Yulientian revealed the items on the platters one after another. And after they were all sold, another group of devilish women arrived on the platform with the next batch of auction items. The items being auctioned were similar in nature to those that appeared during auctions in the spirit realm, in that they were mostly comprised of things like materials, medicines, and pills interspersed with the occasional devilish treasure. Han Li merely looked on as one auction item was sold after another, displaying no intention of making a bid for any of the items. Only after the devilish treasures that he had sold to the auction house were sold for a high price did a faint smile appear on his face. However, none of the auction items had been able to eclipse the staggering price of that first devilish treasure, and the item that was sold for the second highest price was a pill that was able to increase one's chances of making a successful spirit refinement stage breakthrough. Even though the increase was only around 5%, the pill was still sold for 13 million devil stones. Alright, we have now reached the final stage of our auction. There are only 2 more auction items, but I can assure you that both of them are no lesser in value compared to the dark blood 5-colored bells. Yulientian said in a mysterious voice. Right on cue, 2 gorgeous devilish women emerged from the entrance, and on this occasion, they weren't holding platters. Instead, one woman was holding a green wooden box that was around a foot in length, while the other was completely empty-handed. All of the devilish beings present were quite intrigued to see this. Yulientian raised a hand to draw the wooden box directly into his grasp, then removed the lid to reveal a white brick-like object. He then took a deep breath before announcing, "This is a holy brick within which is contained several types of cultivation arts used by sacred ancestor Qi Ling over 2 million years ago. The starting price is 30 million devil stones." What? Sacred ancestor Qi Ling? The sacred ancestor who was only below the 3 patriarchs in power? That's impossible. How could a holy brick containing his cultivation arts possibly appear here? Even if such a priceless treasure were to appear as an auction item, it should only be in the largest auction houses in the holy city. The entire venue immediately erupted into a frenzy, with some devilish beings ecstatic to hear the description for the auction item, while others were more skeptical. Please quiet down, everyone. Our auction house has already had the item appraised, and we can assure everyone that this is indeed a holy brick left behind by Master Qi Ling. If it proves to be a counterfeit, then our auction house will reimburse you for 10 times the price that the item was purchased for, so please rest assured. As for why this item has appeared during this auction, there are naturally reasons for this. Yulientian authoritative voice immediately caused all of the raucous chatter to subside. Oh? Would you be able to explain the situation to us, brother Yu? A devilish being who was enshrouded in black qi asked. This devilish being was also at the late spatial tempering stage, and he seemed to possess a status that was even loftier than that of Yulientian. All of the other devilish beings immediately fell silent upon hearing this, and Yulientian cupped his fist toward the devilish being in a salute as he replied, "Of course, brother Jin Jiao. The holy brick has appeared in our city as the owner didn't want to create too much of a stir and draw trouble to himself, and the holy brick is actually flawed. The 2 cultivation arts contained within it are both missing critical mantras, and neither of them was the main ability cultivated by Master Qi Ling. Otherwise, such an item certainly wouldn't be making an appearance in this auction." I see. With Master Qi Ling's unfathomable powers, even a pair of incomplete cultivation arts used by him would be extremely valuable for study and reference. As such, its value does indeed surpass that of the dark blood 5-colored bells. Jin Jiao replied in an enlightened manner. Not only were the other devilish beings present not disappointed to hear this, the greed in their eyes only became more pronounced. The fact that this item was flawed only made its authenticity more plausible. Would you be able to reveal the names of the 2 cultivation arts to us, fellow Taoist Yu? That'll help us decide whether the cultivation arts will be useful to us. A sharp voice rang out in the venue, but a secret technique had been used to make it impossible to pinpoint who had spoken. I'm afraid not. When the owner of this holy brick brought it to our auction house, he had raised the condition that the cultivation arts contained within the holy brick can't be revealed in advance. All right, I've said everything that I can say about this item.
Let the bidding begin, Yu Liantian announced in a decisive manner.
I'm taking this holy brick for 40 million devil stones. A thunderous voice rang out from one corner of the venue, and it belonged to a massive, menacing, devilish man who was around 30 feet tall. You think you can take a treasure of this caliber for 40 million?
Isn't that a little too delusional, Brother Sure?
I'm offering 50 million, a horned devilish man with a heavy beard chuckled coldly in response. 60 million. Jin Jiao upped the price without any hesitation.
65 million. 68 million. Other bids also came flying in from other corners of the hall, and the wealthiest high-grade devilish beings present were all participating in the bidding. Han Li was naturally interested in the cultivation arts left behind by a grand Ascension stage being, but unfortunately, they had been left behind by a sacred ancestor and were incomplete. Otherwise, he would perhaps be inclined to go after it. 80 million. A frosty voice rang out, and at the same time, a glacial aura swept through the entire hall. All of the weaker devilish beings present instantly stiffened as if they had been plunged into a glacial pit, and even the spatial tempering stage devilish beings couldn't help but shudder. It's a devilish lord, someone exclaimed. All of the other devilish beings were stunned to hear this, and they immediately turned toward the source of the glacial aura. At a certain side entrance of the hall, a gray-robed elderly man had appeared, and there was faint crimson chi emanating from his body. It's the City Lord, Senior Bing. The entire venue immediately erupted into a frenzy at the sight of this elderly man.
What brings you here, City Lord? Yu Liantian asked as he hurriedly extended a salute from afar. Why can't I be here?
Am I not allowed to attend this auction? The elderly man asked. Of course you are. It's my honor to have you here, City Lord.
I'm just rather taken aback by your arrival, Yu Liantian hurriedly explained. In that case, I've made the highest bid, so shouldn't this holy brick be mine now? The City Lord asked in an indifferent voice. Of course. If no higher bid is made, then the holy brick is all yours.
Are there any other fellow Taoists who would like to make higher bids? Yu Liantian asked as he raised the brick before him. His voice echoed throughout the hall, but it was met by complete silence.
All of the high-grade devilish beings present were still staring at the holy brick with scorching yearning in their eyes, but none of them dared to say anything. Not only was Bing Qianren the City Lord, he was also a mid-stage devilish lord. No one would be foolish enough to compete against him in the bidding. Yu Liantian took a deep breath, yet just as he was about to make a final announcement, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. 90 million.
What? Who dares to compete with the City Lord? Are they not afraid of being killed? A massive stir immediately ran through the crowd upon hearing this, and everyone looked around in bewilderment, trying to pinpoint where the bid had come from. However, the voice of the bidder seemed to have no source, and it was impossible to track down the exact location of the bidder. Bing Qianren's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. 95 million. 99 million. The same voice rang out again without any hesitation. Bing Qianren's expression completely darkened upon hearing this, and the crimson glacial chi around his body surged with fury. All of the devilish beings in the entire venue fell completely silent in fear of incurring the City Lord's wrath. Much to everyone's surprise, the City Lord paused momentarily before conceding, "Looks like I'll have to back down." After that, he strode out of the venue without any hesitation. Yu Liantian was also quite surprised, but he still didn't forget to do his job and immediately made a count of 3. Are there any further bids? No? All right. Then the holy brick will go to this fellow Taoist. There were several devilish beings who seemed to be tempted to bid up the price even further, but decided against it in the end.
After all, this was something that the Blood Crow City Lord wanted. Who knew if securing it could spell one's demise? Everyone was looking around with wide eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of what kind of bold character had dared to compete for a treasure with a devilish lord. In a certain corner of the hall, a humanoid figure suddenly stood up before making his way toward the stone platform. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, allowing him to instantly identify the devilish being as a blue-robed middle-aged man who was at the early spatial tempering stage, and there was nothing remarkable about him at all. However, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of him. Isn't that old man Yang? Has he gone insane? Is he trying to get himself killed? Raucous chatter immediately rang out once again as everyone spotted this middle-aged man.
It seemed that most of the people present were aware of who he was. Han Li turned to a well-built devilish being seated beside him, and asked, "May I ask who this old man Yang is, fellow Taoist? His cultivation base doesn't seem to be all that remarkable, so why is he so well known?" This devilish being had thin azure scales on his face, and he had also been stunned by the sight of this old man Yang. After sensing that Han Li was a late spatial tempering stage being, the devilish man immediately replied in a polite manner, "You must not be from around these parts, fellow Taoists. Old man Yang is a renowned tool refinement master in the city, and many people go to him for devilish treasure repairs or to commission the refinement of some low-grade devilish treasures. He's been living in this city for over 100 years and has always kept a low profile, so I have no idea why he's doing something like this now. Perhaps the cultivation art that he's using is messing with his brain. Come to think of, how does he even have such a massive amount of devil stones?" "I see. Thank you for the answer, fellow Taoist." Han Li replied with a nod before casting his gaze toward old man Yang again. At this point, he had already made his way onto the stone platform and he summoned a storage pouch for Yu Lientian to examine. After it was verified that the correct number of devil stones was in the pouch, the holy brick was handed over to him and he stowed it away amid a flash of black light. During this process, Yu Lientian was also appraising old man Yang with astonishment in his eyes. What was even more astonishing was that after this old man Yang secured the holy brick, he didn't immediately leave the auction house. Instead, he returned to his seat and it seemed that he was going to participate in the bidding for the final auction item as well. This was naturally very surprising to all of the bystanders and also tipped them off to the fact that something was most likely amiss. Many devilish beings who were plotting against him immediately abandoned those intentions, and after taking a brief moment to compose himself, Yu Lientian finally moved on to the final auction item. He waved a hand, and the empty-handed devilish woman made her over to him, then flicked a wrist to summon a green bracelet. As soon as the bracelet appeared, it released a burst of white light, and a massive object that was over 100 feet in length appeared on the stone platform. The object was shimmering with golden light, and it seemed to be a bone from an unknown giant beast. Even though it was only an incomplete bone, it immediately released a primordial aura as soon as it was revealed, and even though Yu Lientian was already prepared, he still hurriedly took several steps backward in a cautious manner. Everyone else in the venue let loose cries of alarm in the face of this powerful aura, and some were even forced to release layers of protective devilish light. How could a mere bone possibly possess such a fearsome aura? Could this be a bone from the few types of legendary ancient beasts? That's impossible. Even the bones of those ancient beasts wouldn't possess such an astonishing aura. "Brother Yu, please tell us what that thing is." Everyone erupted into a frenzy once again as they stared at the giant bone with shocked expressions. All in due time, fellow Taoist, this is an auction item, so I'll naturally introduce its origins to everyone. Seeing as there are clearly many fellow Taoists who are interested in it, I won't delay any further. This isn't the bone of some ancient beast. It's the bone of a true spirit, Yu Lientian said with a smile. The bone of a true spirit? Wouldn't that make it a priceless treasure? That's impossible. Even the sacred ancestors would be fighting over a treasure of this caliber. How did it end up here? The stir that had been created on this occasion clearly even the reaction to the holy brick, and most of the devilish beings present were very skeptical. Han Li's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately focused his gaze on that giant green bone. All of a sudden, he detected a slightly familiar sweet and fragrant scent from within that primordial aura, and it seemed to be similar to the aroma of some medicines. However, the medicinal aroma was extremely faint and he wouldn't have been able to detect it had it not been for his regular contact with all types of spirit medicines. At the same time, an urgent and elated cry rang out in Han Li's spiritual sense. "Master, I can sense that that bone will be extremely beneficial to me. If possible, please purchase it for me." This was none other than Chua's tender voice, and it was even trembling slightly from excitement. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, but offered no response. Instead, he released a wisp of spiritual sense toward the giant bone, upon which a hint of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Yu Lientian continued, "This bone isn't from this realm. Instead, it was swept into this realm through a certain spatial rift. It is indeed a bone from a true spirit being, but due to its age, we've already verified that it no longer contains any true essence or spirit marrow. As such, not only are we unable to ascertain which type of true spirit this bone once belonged to, its true spirit aura has also waned to an extremely significant extent. So it's completely incomparable to the other true spirit bones that have appeared in this realm in the past. Having said that, it's extremely resolute, and if it were to be refined into a treasure, it definitely wouldn't be any less powerful than a normal spirit treasure. As for why it appeared in our city, the reason is similar to why the holy brick also appeared during this auction. The former of the bones simply wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid trouble. Before we begin the bidding, I can give all of you 15 minutes to examine this true spirit bone. Those who are interested can even come onto the platform for a closer examination if you'd like. As soon as his voice trailed off, Yulientian swept a sleeve through the air to release an azure incense burner which landed on one corner of the stone platform. There was a stick of incense that was half a foot long and had just been ignited protruding out of the incense burner, and at the same time Yulientian flipped a hand over to summon a silver talisman, which he plastered onto the true spirit bone. The astonishing primordial aura was instantly subdued and everyone heaved a collective internal sigh of relief. After hearing Yulientian's explanation, the skepticism and befuddlement on many people's faces had faded. In essence, this could barely even be considered to be a true spirit bone. It was only roughly equivalent to a rare tool refinement material, so it wasn't all that absurd for it to appear in Blood Crow City. Even so, there were still many high-grade devilish beings who were very interested in this giant bone, and not only were there many people releasing their spiritual sense toward it, a few of them had even made their way onto the platform for a closer examination. However, all of them were very disappointed by the results of their examination. Just as Yulientian had said, aside from some residual aura, there really wasn't anything of use to be found in the giant bone. The true value of a true spirit bone lay primarily in the true essence and spirit marrow it contained. Even if the tiniest amount could be found in the bone, its value would immediately swell by thousands of times. However, the absence of those things naturally put a heavy dent in its value. Hanli sat in his seat for a while, and only after there were no more devilish beings on the platform did he make his way over to the true spirit bone before gently laying a finger on it. Yulientian appraised Hanli briefly, but merely smiled and allowed him to do as he pleased. Hanli only lingered momentarily in front of the giant bone with a contemplative expression before withdrawing his finger and returning to his seat. When the stick of incense in the incense burner was finally incinerated into dust, Yulientian swept a sleeve through the air to withdraw the incense burner, then announced in a serious voice, "All right, time's up. The auction will now begin, and the starting price is 50 million. In contrast with the bidding for the holy brick, this announcement was met with complete silence. No one was making any bids, but Yulientian simply waited with a faint smile, seemingly completely unconcerned by this. 50 million. After a long while, the first bid was finally made. 52 million. 56 million. Others began to join in on the bidding as well, but there were only 6 or 7 of them, far less so than the bidders that had been interested in the holy brick. It was no wonder that this was the case. This was indeed a true spirit bone, but its uses were severely limited, so there naturally weren't many people willing to fork out so many devil stones for it. Even so, the price still climbed steadily, and with 3 or 4 bidders still in the running, the price was bid up to a staggering 70 million. The highest bidder was a devilish woman whose get-up suggested that she was quite wealthy. The other bidders immediately fell silent, and it seemed that they were planning to concede. A hint of elation flashed through the devilish woman's eyes upon seeing this. 70 million going once. 70 million going twice. If there are no further bids to be made, then this true spirit bone will go to this fellow Taoist. Let me remind you that if you miss out on this opportunity, it will be extremely difficult to obtain another true spirit bone in the future. Yulientian chuckled, seemingly rather unsatisfied by this current price. Would I be able to sell off some items here if I don't have enough devil stones? The person who had raised the question was none other than Hanli. Yulientian seemed to be quite pleased to hear this, and he replied, "Of course. Regardless of whether it's treasures, pills, ingredients, materials, or cultivation arts, as long as it's something of value, our auction house will be willing to offer devil stones in exchange. However, we'll only be offering 2/3 of the market price, and we offer no returns even if you fail to secure the auction item you desire. All right, then I would like to sell some things. Please pause the auction for now, Hanli said. Sure. Please head to the rear hall. You'll be able to sell off your valuable possessions there. Yu Liantian waved a hand, and the devilish woman beside him immediately stepped forward as Han Li's guide. Thus, Han Li followed the woman into the rear hall. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li returned to his seat and immediately made a bid of 80 million. Such a staggering price naturally created quite a stir throughout the entire venue, and many people were scrutinizing Han Li's cloaked figure, trying to guess who he was. The devilish woman's expression changed slightly, but she was clearly determined to secure the true spirit bone as well, and she immediately upped the price. 82 million. 90 million. Han Li countered without any hesitation. A hesitant look finally appeared on the woman's face, and after making a bid of 91 million, she suddenly turned toward Han Li's direction and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am from the high family of Wither City. This true spirit bone is something that will be of great use to my family. If you're willing to hand it over to me, our high family will be sure to thank you with a handsome reward." The high family of Wither City? Is that the high family that's led by sacred ancestor Kuji? Why did they send someone all the way to Bloodcrow City? The High family is one of the few major tool refinement families of our holy realm. Could it be that they're interested in this true spirit bone? That woman is quite powerful. Could she be a direct lineal descendant to sacred ancestor Kuji? The High family was clearly quite a powerful family, and many of the devilish beings present were appraising the woman with awe and veneration in their eyes. However, Han Li completely ignored her and made a bid that sent a jolt running through all of the bystanders' hearts. 100 million. Even if this woman were related to a sacred ancestor, as long as the sacred ancestor in question wasn't anywhere near Bloodcrow City, there was no need for him to worry. The woman's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and she gave a cold harumph, but didn't place any further bids. All right, then this true spirit bone will go to this fellow Taoist, Yu Liantian hurriedly announced in an elated manner. Han Li rose to his feet and made his way onto the stone platform, then handed over the required devil stones before stowing the true spirit bone into his storage bracelet. Thus concluded the auction, and as Han Li departed from the auction house, Chua's excited voice rang out in his mind. "You must have discovered what's so special about this true spirit bone as well, Master. With that bone at our disposal, there's a good chance we'll be able to elevate your spirit body to the Grand Ascension stage. Those people are truly foolish. They mistook a medicine spirit bone as a normal true spirit bone. The former owner of this bone will probably die from remorse if they were to learn of this." Han Li smiled as he replied in his mind, seemingly in a very good mood as well. This medicine spirit bone can virtually replace around a dozen types of legendary holy medicines for pill refinement. But it takes someone with your unparalleled discerning eye to identify if, Master, Chua said in a flattering manner. I was only able to just barely identify it as I had seen records of it in an ancient tome from a foreign race. How did you know that it was something special right away? Were you aware from the very beginning that this was a bone from a profound medicine spirit? Han Li asked in a seemingly nonchalant voice. Before Master Immortal Xianxia departed, he had bestowed upon me some memories regarding profound medicine spirits. If the spirit body can refine and fuse with the spirit bone, then not only would its magic power be severely enhanced, it can even attain some of the abilities of the medicine spirit that the bone once belonged to. And that would give it a very good chance of breaking through its bottleneck to the Grand Ascension stage. Chua replied in an extremely excited manner. After cultivating for so many years within the spirit body, Chua had virtually already become one with it. As such, if the spirit body's powers could be significantly enhanced, then she would benefit immensely as well. The spirit body is the body of the immortal Xianxia, so it encountered no bottlenecks prior to reaching the body integration stage. It did encounter a few bottlenecks after reaching the body integration stage, but it was able to break through all of them with ease. I had been concerned that it would be very difficult for it to advance beyond the late body integration stage, but with this medicine spirit bone, that's no longer an issue. I have to say, I'm really envious of you spirit beings sometimes. The obstacles you encounter for your breakthroughs are less than a tenth as grueling of what normal living beings have to experience. As soon as you accumulate enough power, you can easily make breakthroughs, Hanli sighed. But Master, you have to remember that it often takes a spirit medicines hundreds, even thousands of times longer than normal living beings to accumulate magic power. If we encounter the same level of difficulty in our bottlenecks, how could a profound medicine spirit possibly come into existence? Chuer giggled. Hanli smiled and replied, I'm naturally aware of that. All right, this medicine spirit bone is clearly extremely old, but there should be many remnant signs left within it. Identify which profound medicine spirit it belonged to, then refine it right away. Come to think of it, only another medicine spirit like you will be able to identify the signs within this bone. Rest assured, Master, give me a few days and I'll be able to determine which type of profound medicine spirit this bone belonged to. However, even if the spirit body progresses to the Grand Ascension stage, my inferior cultivation base means that I'll only be able to make use of around 50% of the spirit body's powers at most. Also, Grand Ascension stage medicine spirits can't compare with normal Grand Ascension stage beings. They'll only be especially adept in concealment and movement techniques, Chuer reminded in a hesitant voice. Oh? Is that so? That's all right, an ally with half the power of a Grand Ascension stage being is enough to help me dominate the spirit realm, Hanli replied with a nonchalant smile. That's true. However, it will most likely take over 100 years before the spirit body's magic power can reach the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, so you'll have to be patient for a while, Master. During this time, I'll need to control the entirety of the spirit body's magic power to refine this medicine spirit bone, so I won't be able to assist you in battle, Chua said with a smile. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he replied in a calm manner. I'm willing to wait for such a powerful ally. I have other trump cards up my sleeve, so I should be able to ensure self-preservation during my time in the Elder Devil realm. There's no need for you to worry about anything. You can begin refining the spirit bone right away. Immediately thereafter, azure light flashed within his sleeve, and a small green spirit bone that was only several inches in size appeared in his grasp before instantly vanishing once again. Yes, Master, I'll be sure to refine the medicine spirit bone as soon as possible, Chua replied in an elated manner before falling silent. Hanli smiled and removed his cloak before continuing onward. As opposed to returning to the inn, he was planning to visit a nearby materials shop instead. 2 days ago, he had visited this shop and hadn't found anything that had caught his eye, but the shopkeeper had told him that a large batch of materials would be arriving in 2 days, and among this batch of materials were several large pieces of foreign devilish metal. Hanli immediately made a mental note of this and was naturally paying the shop a visit now that the 2 days had passed by. He wanted to see if he could find any other beads that contained that mysterious energy within the pieces of foreign devilish metal. After all, just a single one of those beads could save him over 100 years of arduous cultivation, so he was certainly interested to acquire more. However, just as Hanli turned the corner, a pair of burly devilish men suddenly appeared in his path with cold expressions. Hanli immediately ascertained both of them to be at the mid-spatial tempering stage, and one was emanating a scorching aura while the other was releasing a bone-chilling one, so it was quite clear that they were using special devilish cultivation arts. He stopped around 30 to 40 feet away from them in an expressionless manner, and asked, Do you need something? If not, then please step aside. I have important business to attend to. We have no business with you, but our mistress does. She would like to invite you for a chat. One of the 2 devilish men said in a cold voice as he pointed toward a certain direction. Hanli turned his attention toward that direction to find there was a pub, within which a devilish woman in a long black dress was appraising him from one of the tables. Their eyes met, and the woman put on a seductive smile. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Hanli. Why are you in such a hurry, fellow Taoist? How about we have a drink together? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Are you here for that spirit bone? Hanli asked in a calm voice. You're a smart man, fellow Taoist. Indeed, I'm here for the spirit bone. If you're willing to hand it over to me, I can offer you some other treasures that will definitely be at least equal in value, the devilish woman chuckled. I have no interest in handing the spirit bone over to anyone. Han said without any hesitation before stepping forward to pass through between the two devilish men. The devilish woman's smile immediately gave way to a vicious expression upon hearing this, and her lips tremored as she transmitted an instruction to the two devilish men. The pair of devilish men hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, then converged toward Han in a seemingly slow and steady manner, but their scorching and freezing auras were sweeping toward Han in unison. The two auras intertwined and enhanced one another significantly, trying to force Han back. If Han were an ordinary spatial tempering stage being, then he'd have no choice but to comply. But Han remained completely expressionless as golden light flashed from his body, and the two auras crashed into his protective spiritual light. A resounding boom akin to an explosive thunderclap rang out, and an extremely fearsome aura emerged from Han body for a split second. Two auras, one hot and one cold, surged forth in a frenzy, and the two devilish beings' hearts jolted as they tried to oppose this aura with their own. However, in the next instant, both of them let loose cries of pain, and they stumbled back as if they had become inebriated. With each backward step they took, the two of them would throw up a mouthful of blood each. Only throwing up 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood each did they barely manage to steady themselves, but both of them had turned deathly pale. On top of that, one of them had been completely charred black, while the other had a layer of white frost over his body. Both of them wore expressions of incredulity, and the devilish woman immediately stood up in astonishment, but she could only look on as Han departed, not daring to pursue him. Thus, Han passed through the two devilish men in a calm and collected manner, continuing on his way without even turning his head once. Such a massive commotion naturally attracted the attention of the devilish beings nearby, but most of them only briefly appraised and discussed the situation before returning to what they were doing, seemingly not paying the incident much heed. After all, Blood Crow City was currently filled with outsiders, and minor conflicts like this were an extremely common occurrence. After the two devilish men forcibly repressed their internal injuries, they made their way over to the devilish woman with sullen expressions. "Mistress, please forgive us for our ineptitude." The devilish woman took a deep breath to compose herself before speculating. "The two of you combined possess peak spatial tempering stage powers. How was he able to brush you off so easily? Could it be that he's a devilish lord in disguise?" "That's most likely the case. Do you recall the 3 brothers of the Nan family that we encountered a few days ago, mistress? The 3 of them combined can even put up a fight against an early-stage devilish lord, and it's very suspicious that they've arrived in this city in disguise. It seems that many unfathomably powerful beings have appeared in Blood Crow City. Could it be that something big is about to happen soon?" one of the devilish men murmured in a concerned manner. Blood Crow City isn't a large city, but it's the only nearby city, so it's not uncommon to see devilish lords pass through here. Besides, even if someone were plotting something here, they wouldn't dare to plot against us in fear of retaliation from our high family. The true spirit bone that we discovered here is one of the vital materials for the prized treasure that our high family is currently refining. So if we can bring it back with us, we'll be rewarded handsomely for sure. As such, we have to secure that bone no matter what, the devilish woman said with a dark expression after a brief pause for contemplation. "But mistress, if that man really is a devilish lord, how are we supposed to take the spirit bone from him?" the other devilish man asked. "If he really is a devilish lord, then things will be quite troublesome. He must be a vagrant cultivator, seeing as he has no qualms about offending our high family. However, just because he doesn't see us as a threat doesn't mean that there isn't anyone else in the city that he's fearful of," the devilish woman chuckled coldly. The two devilish men exchanged a glance upon hearing this. "What would you like us to do, mistress?" "Go and track down the 3 brothers of the Nan family. In the meantime, I'll pay a visit to the Blood Crow City Lord. The Nan family still owes our high family a favor, and if I recall correctly, Bing Tianren is from the heavenly On Valley, so they'll all most likely heed our request. If we can recruit their assistance, then there's a very good chance that we'll be able to secure the spirit bone," the devilish woman decided. "That's a great idea. If the 3 brothers of the Nan family and Bing Tianren confront him together, he'll have no choice but to hand over the spirit bone. Besides, we're not asking him to hand over the spirit bone for 0 compensation," one of the devilish men said in an elated manner. The other devilish man also nodded in agreement. "All right, then let's begin right away.
With the beast tide that's currently taking place, I'm sure that man won't be leaving Blood Crow City anytime soon, the devilish woman said as her expression eased slightly.
Yes, mistress, the two devilish men replied with respectful bows. Meanwhile, Han Li had already arrived in a large shop that was around an acre in area, and he was currently carefully examining several pieces of gleaming metallic or offered to him by the shopkeeper. However, a disappointed look soon appeared on his face, and he shook his head before returning to the pieces of ore to the shopkeeper, then departed from the shop. As he had expected, these pieces of foreign devilish metal were all empty. It seemed that it was going to be purely a matter of luck for him to track down more of those crystalline beads. At this point, Han Li had visited all of the shops in the entire Blood Crow City, and he returned to the inn without any intention of continuing to linger on the street. The incident where he had just been intercepted seemed to have already been forgotten by him. Half a day passed by in the blink of an eye, and night gradually settled over Blood Crow City. Aside from some of the devilish guards who were returning from patrol duty, there was not a single person to be seen on the streets. Blood Crow City had entered a state of lockdown again. Several hours later, Han Li was meditating in his room when a hint of surprise suddenly flashed over his face.
He then immediately made a hand seal and disappeared amid a flash of azure light.
Moments later, faint spatial fluctuations erupted several thousand feet above the inn that Han Li was staying in, and a barely visible streak of green light appeared in a wraith-like manner before flying into the distance after just a few flashes, completely disregarding the flight restriction in the city. Shortly after that, another streak of gray light flew over virtually the exact same spot, and it was traveling slightly faster than the streak of green light. Both streaks of light were completely silent and barely visible, clearly indicating that both sides had unleashed concealment secret techniques. In the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light disappeared in the distance, one after the other. Only then did a third humanoid figure emerge amid another burst of spatial fluctuations, then cast a cold gaze toward the direction the two streaks of light had disappeared in. This was none other than Han Li. With his immensely powerful spiritual sense, even without actively releasing his spiritual sense, he could still sense everything within a radius of several kilometers.
The two streaks of light had managed to avoid being noticed by the patrolling devilish guards, but they certainly weren't going to fool him. With his current level of power, he didn't have anything to fear unless he was confronted by a sacred ancestor.
The two streaks of light were flying through the air in an extremely stealthy manner in the dead of night, so it was clear that they were up to something, and that was rather intriguing to him. "I've got nothing better to do anyway. I may as well take a look," Han Li murmured to himself as he also shot forth as a faint streak of azure light. He had already locked onto the two people up ahead with his spiritual sense, and even though he could instantly teleport over to them, he intentionally followed along in the distance at a leisurely pace. He wanted to see exactly where these two were going. The two streaks of light up ahead were naturally completely unaware that they were being tailed by a third person, and it didn't take them long to reach the city wall. However, there just so happened to be a small group of devilish guards who were patrolling through this area. This group of devilish guards were all wearing suits of black armor and wielding red halberds that were several tens of feet in length. The leader of the group of guards was seated atop a two-headed goat-like devilish steed. The streak of green light faltered slightly upon seeing this, but it then immediately continued onward, giving the group of guards a slight berth and attempting to sneak around them. The pursuer also followed suit in fear of losing the streak of green light. Both of them had turned completely transparent from the effects of their concealment secret technique, and they would be able to easily sneak past a group of normal guards.
However, right as the streak of green light was passing by the group of patrolling guards, a sharp ringing sound suddenly erupted from the body of the leader of the guards, following which a silver thread shot forth to strike the transparent streak of green light with unerring accuracy. The guard was carrying a top-grade sensory devilish treasure. The streak of green light was forced to reveal itself, much to the surprise of the devilish guards. However, they were able to quickly return to their senses before slashing their halberds through the air, unleashing a dozen or so saber projections that were each around 10 feet in length. At the same time, the leader of the guards raised a hand to the heavens to release a streak of black light, while screeched sharply as it rose up into the sky. A cry of rage and frustration rang out from within the streak of green light,
following which the humanoid figure within suddenly swayed slightly. The blade projections flashed past, and the green streak of light was instantly torn apart, but the humanoid figure was nowhere to be seen. The leader of the devilish guards immediately reacted and swiveled around on his devilish steed, just in time to see the streak of green light re-emerge around 300 feet away amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then continued toward the city wall up ahead. "Stop him!" The leader of the guards yelled in an enraged voice while laying a hand onto one of his devilish steed's two heads. The devilish beast raised its two heads and blasted forth two bolts of blue lightning at once, both of which surged viciously toward the back of the green humanoid figure in the distance. The green figure made a reverse grabbing motion, and a ball of green light shot forth. The two bolts of blue lightning vanished into the ball of light without a sound, seemingly having been completely nullified. The green figure then immediately vanished into the distance, leaving all of the devilish guards who were about to surround him looking on in a dumbstruck manner. The leader of the guards was just about to set off in pursuit in a fit of fury when all of a sudden, the same ringing sound erupted once again, followed which another silver thread shot forth. However, on this occasion, a cold harumph rang out, and a burst of crimson light emerged out of thin air. The silver thread was instantly repelled by the crimson light, following which the latter vanished yet again. A thought immediately occurred to the leader of the devilish guards upon seeing this, and his face instantly paled. At the same time, his devilish steed, which had been poised to pounce, had also settled down. The other devilish guards were at a complete loss for what to do, and after a brief hesitation, one of them asked in a careful manner, "Should we give chase, General?" "The guards up ahead most likely won't be to stop those." The leader of the guards forced a smile onto his face, and replied, "Let them go. Those two are far too powerful for us to mess with." The other devilish guards were all stunned to see this. They were well aware of how proud their general was, yet he was conceding his inferiority to a pair of mysterious figures after only such a fleeting encounter. This was the first time they had seen something like this. Meanwhile, the two streaks of light had already flown out of Blood Crow City one after the other, passing through the restrictions set up on the city walls as if they didn't even exist. Han Li also passed by the group of devilish guards in his hidden state, but the silver thread that had managed to detect the two people who had come before him displayed no reaction to Han Li. After just a few flashes, Han Li also flew through the restrictions on the city wall. Throughout this entire process, Han Li had remained completely undetected. Meanwhile, Han Li was very intrigued by the two figures up ahead. He was able to disregard the restrictions on the city wall with his immense powers, but those two were clearly far less powerful than he was, yet they were still able to pass through the restrictions with ease. This indicated that they either possessed some type of special treasures or they were important figures in the city that could grant themselves passage through the restrictions. Thus, Han Li continued to follow the two streaks of light, all the way to a vast expanse of rugged rocks close to 10,000 feet away from the city. All of a sudden, the streak of green light descended onto the rocks down below, and the streak of gray light immediately followed suit. The gray light faded to reveal a gray-robed elderly man, who immediately inspected his surroundings with a menacing expression. Isn't that the Blood Crow City Lord?" A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he appraised the elderly man from above. The Blood Crow City Lord naturally failed to discover the concealed Han Li, and he harumphed coldly before flipping a hand over to produce a small black umbrella, which he tossed up into the air while chanting an incantation. The small umbrella immediately swelled to around 10 feet in size and hovered in midair while releasing a vast expanse of black light, which encompassed an area of several acres down below. A muffled thump rang out from a giant rock several hundred feet away from the elderly man, and a faint blue humanoid stumbled out into the open. This was a mundane-looking blue-robed middle-aged man who wore a completely calm expression, seemingly having already anticipated that he was going to be exposed. Han Li cast his gaze toward the middle-aged man and discovered that this was none other than Old Man Yang, who had secured the holy brick during the auction. As soon as he was forced to reveal himself, the Blood Crow City let loose a low cry before sweeping a hand through the air. A streak of crimson light that was over 100 feet long swept forth in a flash, slicing the giant rock in front of Old Man Yang in half amid a resounding boom. However, Old Man Yang instantly vanished, and the streak of crimson light missed its target as a result. A massive trench that was over 100 feet in length was immediately sliced into the ground. Old Man Yang then reappeared some distance away from the trench with his arms crossed, and he chuckled with a mocking sneer. Hee, are you really planning to kill me over something like this, fellow Taoist Bing? He seemed to be completely fearless in the face of the body integration stage Blood Crow City Lord. You've succeeded in luring me out of the city. If you have any allies, then feel free to call for them, the Blood Crow City said with a cold look in his eyes. Allies? Why would you assume that I have allies, fellow Taoist Bing? There's no one else here aside from you and me, Old Man Yang said with a smile. You're just a spatial tempering stage being. How would you dare to oppose me if you didn't have any allies? Bing Qianren asked in a cold voice. I can't convince you of anything if you refuse to believe me. However, the fact of the matter is that I bear no ill will. I only want to discuss a mutually beneficial deal with you, Old Man Yang replied in a nonchalant manner. I'm open to a deal, but you have to show me that you have what it takes to negotiate a deal with me. I can get what I want after I kill you, so why would I negotiate a deal with you? Bing Qianren guffawed as he abruptly stepped forward, then instantly vanished amid a flash of crimson light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations behind Old Man Yang and Bing Qianren reappeared in a wraith-like manner before conjuring up a giant crimson hand that came crashing down toward Old Man Yang's head. The Blood Crow City Lord was sweeping aside Old Man Yang's proposal for a negotiation and was aiming to kill him on the spot. Old Man Yang's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he thrust a hand backward without even turning his head. A giant inky black hand emerged amid a ghostly howl, and an earth-shattering boom erupted as the two massive palms clashed, following which both sides shot back in unison. This is mid-body integration stage power. You're not Old Man Yang, Bing Qianren exclaimed as his face paled slightly. Indeed, the spiritual pressure emanating from the middle-aged man's body had swelled drastically to the mid-body integration stage. Is that really important? Besides, who says I'm not Old Man Yang? Peculiar look appeared on Old Man Yang's face. Bing Qianren scrutinized Old Man Yang for a moment before asking in a cold voice, Are you one of the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea or someone from the Heavenly Abode Mountain? Your reactions are truly remarkable, fellow Taoist Bing. I am indeed from the Lightning Sea, but I'm merely a vagrant cultivator, not one of the 7 scourges. During the battle between the 7 scourges and the Heavenly Abode Mountain, you looted the place where sacred ancestor Qi Ling passed away and stole 3 of the 4 holy bricks. As a result, the 7 scourges and the people from the Heavenly Abode Mountain ended up fighting for nothing while you came all the way here to become a city lord. TSK. I wonder if there'll be anywhere you can stay in our holy realm if the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea or the Heavenly Abode Mountain were to learn of this. Humph. Looks like you've dug up quite a bit of my past. In that case, the holy brick on that auction must be a counterfeit that you made, Bing Qianren harumphed coldly. How could it be a counterfeit? The item was appraised by the auction house. I merely destroyed some of the mantras within it. Didn't you pursue me all the way here for the 4th hoi brick? Old Man Yang flipped a hand over to reveal a green wooden box as he spoke. Bing Qianren stared at the wooden box with a dark expression for a while before continuing. I don't care who you are. This 4th holy brick is something I'm determined to obtain. What deal do you want to propose? You sure are a straightforward man, Brother Bing. In that case, I won't drag this out any longer either. You and I are both aware that this 4th holy brick is related to the legendary hidden treasure left behind by sacred ancestor Qi Ling. It's said that when all 4 holy bricks are gathered, not only will one obtain all of sacred ancestor Qi Ling's abilities, they'll also obtain the map to the secret treasures drawn up by sacred ancestor Qi Ling himself. Setting aside everything else, just the holy ink spirit canoe, one of the top 3 flying treasures of our holy realm, is already an extremely prized asset. If someone like you or I were to obtain it, even the average sacred ancestor would find it very difficult to kill us. I want to combine our 4 holy bricks to secure the map and split the treasures evenly. What do you say? Old Man Yang proposed with a smile. I have 3 holy bricks, yet you only have 3 and you want to split the treasures evenly? Bing Qianren sneered coldly, seemingly having already foreseen this response. If you ask me, there's no difference between having 1 holy brick and having 3. If you could piece together the map with the 3 holy bricks in your possession, then you wouldn't have cowered in this Blood Crow City for so many years. As such, I think it's only right that we split the treasures evenly, Old Man Yang said in a determined manner.
Bing Qianren thought about this for a moment before replying, "This is an important matter, so I need time to consider it. Prior to that, I need to verify the authenticity of your holy brick." A hint of wariness appeared on Old Man Yang's face upon hearing this. "How do you plan to do that?"
"You're not expecting me to just hand over the holy brick, are you?" "Of course not. All you have to do is activate the holy brick with your spiritual power, and I'll be able to use a secret technique to verify its authenticity," Bing Qianren replied.
Old Man Yang hesitated for a long while before finally reluctantly nodding in response. "I see. In that case, I'll make an exception just this once." Bing Qianren was naturally ecstatic to hear this.
"I can see that you were truly sincere in your proposal for collaboration." He had thought that a dispute would arise from this, but to his surprise, Old Man Yang agreed without posing any opposition.
"Take a good look, fellow Daoist." Old Man Yang laid a hand onto the wooden box and the lid flew off on its own, following which a long translucent brick emerged out of the box. Old Man Yang then pointed a finger toward it before injecting a burst of magic power into the brick.
Bing Qianren immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and silver light flashed through his eyes as he stared intently at the translucent brick. At the same time, a burst of powerful spiritual sense was released out of his glabella, and it instantly enveloped the brick.
However, right at this moment, a speck of silver light suddenly appeared at the center of the brick and it abruptly exploded into specks of white light. The speck of silver light then swelled drastically in size and began to suck in all of the spiritual sense in the nearby area.
Crap! A layer of crimson light instantly appeared over Bing Qianren's body, and at the same time he tilted back slightly. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed above his head, and a streak of golden light shot forth out of thin air before binding toward his neck like lightning. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted behind Old Man Yang, and a pale ghostly hand reached out in a completely silent manner before reaching viciously toward Old Man Yang's back with its 5 blade-like fingers. Both of them were being struck by lethal surprise attacks at the same time. A furious look appeared on Bing Qianren's face as his body swayed incessantly in an attempt to evade the golden light. But he was a lot more sluggish than normal as his spiritual sense was being drawn into the silver vortex.
A crisp clang rang out as the golden light struck his neck, only to be repelled by an eruption of crimson light. Within the crimson light was a jade badge that was as red as blood. It was a top-grade protective devilish treasure that had activated on its own to save him from that lethal strike just in the nick of time. Even so, Bing Qianren's entire body was drenched in cold sweat and he let loose a loud roar as fierce crimson winds erupted from his body. His spiritual sense was immediately forcibly swept back, and at the same time he instantly vanished before reappearing over 100 feet away. The streak of golden light shot forth toward him in pursuit in a flash, but he was already prepared and instantly opened his mouth to expel an inky black ghostly head, which began to battle the golden light. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out from the other side, and Old Man Yang was hurled through the air by the ghostly claw. However, he seemed to also be carrying a protective treasure. A layer of silver light flashed over his body and immediately transformed into 7 or 8 projections that fled in all directions, thereby allowing him to survive the surprise attack as well.
A faint cry of surprise rang out, and spatial fluctuations erupted where Old Man Yang had stood a moment ago, and 7 or 8 streaks of black light shot forth out of thin air in pursuit of the projections.
Immediately thereafter, a ball of black chi emerged, within which stood a brocade-robed humanoid figure who was slowly withdrawing his hand. The humanoid figure was extremely pale, but was identical to Bing Qianren in appearance, as if they were twin brothers.
A resounding boom rang out as the fleeing projections were all destroyed by the streaks of black light, but one of them expelled a ball of green light backward that cancelled out the oncoming streak of black light. The blurry projection then stopped and became clear again. Old Man Yang cast his gaze toward the humanoid figure within the black chi, and said in a cold voice, "I was wondering why your cultivation base hadn't improved at all during all these years. I can see now that it's because you were bussing cultivating this clone. Do you think I would follow you here without a backup plan?"
"Call out your hidden companion as well." Qiling's secret treasures can only be obtained by one of us. There's no way we can split them evenly. Bing Qianren said. In that case, there's nothing else for me to say. Show yourself, brother Ya.
He may have a clone, but it's weaker than his true body. With our combined powers, there's still a very good chance that we can defeat him. Old Man Yang said with undisguised malice in his eyes. I knew that the map wouldn't be that easy to secure. After all, fellow Taoist Bing was able to steal 3 holy bricks from right under the noses of the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea and the Heavenly Abode Mountain. Immediately thereafter, golden light flashed, and a tall and broad barefoot man with a set of hideous features appeared. The man was completely empty-handed but was carrying a large golden gourd on his back and was appraising Bing Qianren with a hint of a smile on his face. Devilish Lord Jin Hu! Bing Qianren exclaimed at the sight of the hideous man. Devilish Lord Jin Hu cupped his fist in a salute as he smiled and said, I didn't think that you would have heard of me. I've also heard much about you, fellow Taoist Bing. I'm looking forward to facing you today. Contrary to his rugged and unsightly appearance, the devilish lord spoke like a refined and unfathomable being. Looks like I'll just have to kill both of you here to claim Qiling's secret treasures for myself. I guess this is well worth the several centuries I've spent plotting for this. Bing Qianren suddenly cackled as he appraised his 2 assailants. What do you mean by that? Old Man Yang was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding upon hearing this, as was devilish Lord Jin Hu. However, Bing Qianren didn't offer any explanation and merely laid both of his hands onto his waist with a cold smile on his face. 2 leather pouches, one black and one red, flew out in unison, then tipped themselves over to release a ball of crimson light and a swarm of black insects. The crimson light appeared to be quite ordinary, but it was split up into 7 barely discernible layers of different shades, and was emitting a faint buzzing sound. As for the thumb-sized devilish insects in the swarm, they were completely inky black in color and had unsettling white skull patterns on their backs. Those are 7 kill blood baleful qi and black-bone devilish insects. Fellow Taoist Yang, we have to retreat. Devilish Lord Jin Hu exclaimed upon seeing this, and he immediately laid a hand onto his golden gourd, upon which it instantly flew up into the air, then transformed into a burst of golden light that swept him up before flying away. Old Man Yang's heart also sank at the sight of the crimson light and insect swarm, and he knew that he had underestimated Bing Qianren. Thus, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of green flames rose up from beneath his feet as he fled toward the same direction. It was quite clear that the 2 of them were extremely fearful of the crimson light and black insect swarm. Don't you think it's too late to be running now? It's taken me all my years in Blood Crow City to nurture these creatures, and they were meant precisely for the 2 of you. Bing Qianren guffawed as he made a hand seal, and the crimson light and insect swarm immediately surged forth in pursuit at an even faster speed than the 2 fleeing devils. Old Man Yang and devilish Lord Jin Hu had naturally also discovered this, and they frantically expelled mouthfuls of blood essence to raise their own speed. Bing Qianren's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he and his clone shot forth in unison as streaks of gray light, plunging into the cloud of 7 kill blood baleful qi up ahead after just a few flashes. Immediately thereafter, their bodies blurred and released layers of crimson light, and they seemed to have melted away within this light. As a result, the 7 kill blood baleful qi were sped up by about 2-fold, catching up to the 2 fleeing devils in just a few flashes before skirting around them to intercept them from the front. The crimson light faded, and Bing Qianren re-emerged alongside his clone, both with sinister smiles on their faces. Old Man Yang and devilish Lord Jin Hu were forced to stop, and they hurriedly looked back to find that they had been sandwiched right between the cloud of 7 kill blood baleful qi and the swarm of insects flying toward them from behind. The 2 exchanged a glance upon seeing this, and both of their expressions had darkened significantly. Old Man Yang was quite a decisive character, and he immediately decided, all right, you win. I'll hand over this final holy brick to you in exchange for our lives. Sure. Hand over the holy brick so I can verify its authenticity, and I'll let you go once I confirm that nothing is amiss. Bing Qianren immediately agreed. At this point, the swarm of insects and 7 kill blood baleful qi had formed a massive circle that completely trapped Old Man Yang and devilish Lord Jin Hu. Bing Qianren's fast response came as quite a surprise to Old Man Yang, and his brows furrowed slightly with skepticism. Before I give you the holy brick, you have to swear a vow on your inner demons and sign this blood pact that was refined by a sacred ancestor. Old Man Yang said in a cautious manner. I can do that, but before that, you have to show me whether you actually have the holy brick. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy you. Then search your souls to determine the whereabouts of the holy brick. Bing Qianren said in a cold voice. Brother Jean. Old Man Yang turned to his companion with a dark expression. We can let fellow Taoist Bing take a look at the holy brick. If he dares to try and attack us, we'll just have to destroy the holy brick. Jean Hu said in a cold voice. You're right, Brother Jean. I'll show fellow Taoist Bing the true holy brick right away. However, just as you did before, you can only observe it from afar using that secret technique of yours, Old Man Yang said. Of course. If the holy brick is genuine, then I'll swear the vow and sign the blood pact right away. Bing Qianren replied in an expressionless manner. Old Man Yang nodded before opening his mouth to expel a ball of black qi, within which was a green wooden box that was around half a foot in length. He laid a hand onto the box, and the lid flew off, following which a brick that was identical to the one from before emerged. This is the true fourth holy brick. If you want it, then. All of a sudden, Old Man Yang's words were cut off as a spatial rift opened up in front of him and a golden hand reached out in a casual manner before grabbing onto the holy brick. Crap! Don't you dare! Old Man Yang and devilish Lord Jean, who faltered momentarily upon seeing this before immediately springing into action. Old Man Yang opened his mouth to expel several inky black ghostly heads that flew directly toward the golden hand, while devilish Lord Jean, who swept a sleeve through the air to send a sword projection that was over 100 feet in length hurtling through the air, trying to slice the golden hand in half along with its owner. A faint chuckle rang out, and the golden hand suddenly swelled to around 10 feet in size, then released a ball of piercing spiritual light alongside a burst of powerful shockwaves that swept forth in all directions. The black ghostly heads and oncoming sword projection were all swept out of control by the shockwaves, and the two devils were very alarmed to see this as they hurriedly made hand seals to recover their treasures. However, the spiritual pressure imbued within the golden shockwaves was far more powerful than they had imagined, and it forcibly severed their connections with the two treasures. As such, they could only look on as the giant golden hand unleashed a dozen or so golden fist projections that instantly struck the treasures. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the two devils shuddered as they each took an involuntary step backward and threw up a mouthful of blood. The ghostly heads and golden light had been damaged by the ordinary-looking fist projections, and the two devils were also affected due to their spiritual connections with the treasures. Thankfully, those weren't their bonded treasures, so they didn't sustain any major injuries. Even so, the two of them were extremely stunned, and they hurriedly backtracked as they scrutinized the giant golden hand with wary expressions. As for Bing Qianren, he was also quite alarmed by this development, but he wasn't overly concerned as this entire place had already been surrounded by his 7-kill blood baleful qi and black-bone devilish insects. At this moment, the giant golden hand dissipated, revealing the azure-robed Han Li, who was holding the holy brick in a calm manner. Who are you, and why are you robbing me of this holy brick? Old Man Yang asked with a dark expression. Their earlier clash had told him just how fearsome Han Li was, so he could only repress his own fury. You've already decided to part with this item, so why can't I take it? By the way, you have the other holy bricks, right, fellow Taoist Bing? You can hand them over as well, Han Li said as he turned to Bing Qianren. Bing Qianren jolted upon discovering his inability to ascertain Han Li's exact cultivation base, but he refused to concede. You sure are a courageous man. Not only are you taking this holy brick from right under my nose, you're even going after the holy bricks in my possession now. Looks like you heard our entire conversation. Indeed, I have the other holy bricks. Come and get them if you think you can. With the 7-kill blood baleful qi and black-bone devilish insects at his disposal, even late-stage devilish lords would have to flee from him, so he naturally wasn't going to fear this unfamiliar young man. All right, in that case, don't mind if I do, Han Li chuckled before making a stride toward Bing Qianren. It seemed to only be an ordinary stride, but in the next instant, Han Li had covered a distance of several hundred feet in a blur, and he was now only several tens of feet away from Bing Qianren. Bing Qianren's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately swept his sleeves together, upon which the crimson light around him rose up into a wave that was over 100 feet tall before crashing down toward Han Li. Meanwhile, Bing Qianren himself had retreated to over 300 feet away. At the same time, his clone had vanished amid a flash of crimson light. "You think you can harm me with this baleful qi?" Han Li chuckled coldly as golden light erupted behind him and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The projection was over 100 feet tall and had 3 faces that were identical to Han Li's. It opened its 6 eyes and swept its arms through the air, upon which a ball of golden light emerged in each of its 6 hands. Immediately thereafter, they were brought together and fused as one into a golden vortex that was around 10 feet in size. Countless golden and silver runes flew out of the vortex, then swept forth in all directions with unstoppable force. As soon as the crimson light reached close to Han Li's body, it was drawn into the golden vortex, and within the span of just a few breaths, close to half of the baleful qi in the air had vanished. "Impossible!" Bing Qianren exclaimed, but he didn't miss a beat as he immediately began to make a series of hand seals. The crimson light that was surging toward the golden vortex shuddered, then released a burst of power to try and struggle free from the suction force. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he abruptly increased his magic power output, upon which the golden vortex swelled to 5 to 6 times its original size, and the intensity of its suction force also increased by more than 10-fold. As a result, all of the crimson light warped and twisted before being torn apart, then surged toward the vortex as specks of crimson light. Bing Qianren was sweating profusely as he frantically made different hand seals to try and recover some of the baleful qi, all to no avail. Soon, none of the crimson light remained, and Bing Qianren roared with fury, "How dare you take my 7-kill blood baleful qi?" He then rubbed his hands together before raising them at once, and countless bolts of azure lightning came hurtling directly toward Han Li. The black swarm of insects in the surrounding area also converged toward Han Li at his behest. These black-boned devilish insects possessed incredible strength and bodies that were as hard as steel, making them even more fearsome than the 7-kill blood baleful qi, and Bing Qianren was sure that the strange golden vortex wouldn't be able to devour them. At the same time, spatial fluctuation erupted above Han Li, and a burst of faint black qi swept directly down toward Han Li. Within the black qi was a humanoid figure. It was none other than Bing Qianren's clone. Han Li remained completely expressionless, but with his enormous spiritual sense, he had naturally already sensed the surprise attack. The projection behind him swept its arms backward at his behest, and 6 golden balls of lightning shot forth directly toward the oncoming black qi in a flash. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the 6 balls of golden lightning exploded to form a golden lightning formation that inundated the clone. Within the formation were countless arcs of golden lightning that writhed like golden snakes. This was none other than Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. At Han Li's current cultivation base, his divine Devilbane lightning had become extremely formidable, even without being complemented by the lightning wield technique. An early body integration stage clone was naturally no match for the lightning, and the black qi was instantly nullified, revealing the horrified clone within it. The clone released several devilish treasures to try and withstand the lightning, but it only managed to last a few moments before it was completely destroyed amid a howl of anguish. Meanwhile, formidable azure light was surging toward Han Li alongside the black insect swarm, but he merely pointed a finger at the golden vortex while sweeping a sleeve through the air to conjure up a gust of fierce wind. The giant vortex flashed erratically before exploding into countless specks of golden light, which was dispersed in all directions by the gale-force winds before falling like rain. The oncoming azure lightning was completely destroyed by the specks of golden light, but the black devilish insects were merely momentarily knocked off course before flying toward Han Li again, having remained completely unscathed in the midst of the storm of golden light. As expected of one of the more renowned types of devilish insects in the Elder Devil realm, they were truly formidable. However, as opposed to being alarmed by this, Han Li merely smiled and made a grabbing motion, then hurled forth an inky black bracelet. The bracelet revolved in the air and released countless golden flowers in a frenzy, each of which transformed into a massive shimmering golden beetle that was around half a foot in length, and there were over 1,000 of them. These were none other than the mature gold devouring beetles. "Go!" Han Li instructed as he pointed toward the oncoming swarm of black insects. The gold-devouring beetles immediately flew toward the black devilish insects in several golden swarms, and as soon as they clashed, the grotesque sound of engulfment rang out as countless thumb-sized black carcasses rained down from above. These black-boned devilish insects were naturally no match for the mature gold-devouring beetles, and they were immediately crushed. Within mere moments, a thick layer of black insect carcasses had accumulated on the ground, and only several hundred black-boned devilish insects remained. Han Li was surprised at all by this outcome, and he turned toward the incredulous Bing Qianren before sweeping a sleeve toward him. The gold-devouring beetles immediately abandoned the remaining black-boned devilish insects and flew toward him instead. Bing Qianren was already suffering from the backlash of having his clone destroyed, and his heart had completely sunk now that his ultimate trump card had been dispatched so easily. His face turned deathly pale from horror at the sight of the oncoming swarm of unknown golden beetles, and he immediately tried to flee. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out, and Bing Qianren felt as a thunderclap had erupted right beside his ears as a sharp burst of agony speared through his spiritual sense. He let loose an involuntary howl of agony before plummeting out of the sky, and the gold-devouring beetles immediately inundated him. Bing Qianren only had a chance to scream a few more times before his body was completely devoured by the gold-devouring beetles, leaving only a nascent soul that was enshrouded within crimson light, holding on for dear life by frantically controlling 8 black badges. The only reason it hadn't already perished was because Han Li had instructed the gold-devouring beetles to hold back. The nascent soul was completely petrified and began to beg for mercy, but Han Li completely ignored it and waved a hand through the air to draw a crimson bracelet into his grasp from afar. This was none other than Bing Qianren's storage bracelet. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the bracelet, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. There were indeed treasures in there, but no sign of the 3 holy bricks. "Fellow Taoist, I'll give you the holy bricks if you release me," Bing Qianren's nascent soul yelled in desperation. "You don't think I can find the 3 holy bricks myself?" Han Li chuckled coldly as he turned toward the nascent soul with blue light flashing through his eyes. As soon as his voice rang out, the gold-devouring beetles immediately sprang into action again and converged toward the nascent soul. The 8 black badges were indeed quite profound, but they were no match for the mature gold-devouring beetles and were instantly destroyed. The nascent soul was then devoured amid an anguished cry, and when the beetles flew back again, 3 long translucent bricks were revealed. So he was hiding these holy bricks in his nascent soul. If I hadn't used my spirit eyes to examine the nascent soul, I would have been fooled by him, Han Li murmured to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. He then swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that carried the 3 bricks back to him. Not only did the 4 holy bricks contain all of the cultivation arts used by a sacred ancestor, they also contained the map to a set of secret treasures, so he naturally wasn't going to pass up on them. At this moment, a burst of explosions suddenly rang out behind him, and they were growing louder and louder. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he turned around, upon which he was greeted by the sight of Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who battling a giant purple cauldron several hundred feet away. The cauldron had released several massive runes, which were, in turn, releasing countless golden and silver runes, and layers of purple light had completely surrounded the 2 devilish lords. The cauldron was none other than the purple word cauldron, and Han Li had released it while taking care of Bing Qianren. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who had tried to escape during Han Li's battle with Bing Qianren, but they were trapped by the purple word cauldron. The 2 of them struggled with all their might, with one of them releasing powerful green fiery WIRMS, while the other had his golden gourd raised aloft, releasing balls of dazzling golden light that revolved around his body. However, the ancient runes flying out of the purple word cauldron were imbued with unfathomable power, and they nullified all of the opposing attacks while forming layers of restrictions in the nearby area that made it impossible for the 2 devils to escape. A pleased look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. As expected of an incomplete, profound heavenly treasure, just the purple word cauldron alone was able to trap the 2 body integration stage devilish lords with ease. Furthermore, if he were to control the treasure in person, it would become more than twice as powerful as it currently was. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean, who had naturally witnessed Han Li's crushing victory over Bing Qianren, and their hearts immediately sank now that he had turned his attention toward them.
They weren't as naive as to think that Han Li would decide to let them go, and he was so powerful that they couldn't even muster up the urge to oppose him. "Brother Jean, if we don't go now, we won't have another chance," Old Man Yang yelled in an urgent manner.
Immediately thereafter, around a dozen top-grade devilish tools erupted out of his body amid a burst of green flames, and all of them exploded in unison. A string of earth-shattering booms rang out, and the powerful energy fluctuations from the detonating devilish treasures forced back all of the nearby restrictions.
Old Man Yang immediately felt his own body become significantly lighter, and he fled as a streak of green light without any hesitation. Devilish Lord Jean, who also gritted his teeth and sprang into action. His arms tremored, and the giant golden gourd that he was holding suddenly transformed into a shimmering golden Kirin projection amid a dull thump. The Kirin projection opened its mouth and expelled bursts of fearsome golden flames that melted through the restrictions set up by the purple word cauldron. Immediately thereafter, Devilish Lord Jean, who was swept up by the Kirin projection and also fled the scene. "Oh, I can sense a fire attribute Kirin aura from that treasure. That's rather interesting," Han Li murmured to himself with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he immediately made a hand seal before sweeping a sleeve through the air. The swarm of gold-devouring beetles instantly converged to form a giant blade that was over 100 feet in length at his behest before setting off in pursuit of Old Man Yang. At the same time, Han Li swept his sleeve through the air again, releasing an azure sword projection that sliced the Kirin projection in half along with Devilish Lord Jean who let loose a howl of anguish, but immediately made a hand seal, upon which the blood essence flowing out of his body fused into the projection as clouds of blood mist. The Kirin projection that had been sliced apart instantly regenerated before flying away with Devilish Lord Jean who again. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he yelled, "Come out!" A golden blur shot forth out of his body before landing on the ground, revealing itself to be a small golden beast. "Go on. I'm sure his treasure will be useful to you," Han Li instructed. "Thank you, Master." "That treasure of his seems to contain some spirit bones of a fire Kirin, so it would indeed be immensely beneficial to me," the leopard Kirin beast replied in an elated voice. It then swelled to around 10 times its original size in a flash before rushing off in pursuit. With the leopard Kirin beast's speed and powers, it would have no issues taking care of a wounded devilish lord. In the blink of an eye, first streaks of light had disappeared into thin air while hurtling toward 2 different directions. As for Han Li himself, he descended upon a giant rock down below and began to meditate. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li's expression stirred slightly as he reopened his eyes, just in time to see the swarm of gold-devouring beetles racing back toward him from the distance. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the swarm of beetles, upon which a faint smile appeared on his face, and the swarm dispersed at his behest before all of the beetles flew back up his sleeve as golden flowers. Immediately thereafter, a roar rang out in another direction, and the leopard Kirin beast also returned. After just a few flashes, it appeared directly above Han Li, then transformed into an adorable little girl who appeared to be 5 to 6 years of age, and her face was deathly pale as she hurriedly said, "Master, we have to run." "What happened? Did you let that devilish lord get away?" Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. "No, I already killed that man, but there's a beast tide." "No, not a beast tide. It's an insect tide. There are lots and lots of devilish insects coming this way," the little girl said in a horrified manner as she frantically waved her little arms. "An insect tide?" Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately cast his gaze toward the direction that the leopard Kirin beast had just returned from, only to find that there seemed to be nothing amiss. Han Li was rather perplexed by this, yet just as he was about to pose further questions to the leopard Kirin beast, the situation suddenly took a drastic turn. The distant sky abruptly dimmed, and a green line appeared before instantly becoming thicker, surging toward Han Li as a vast expanse of green mist. Han Li was quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately released his spiritual power as blue light flashed within his eyes. The blurry and indistinct mist immediately became clearer in his eyes, and he could see countless small chartreuse devilish beasts within it. These beasts had the butterfly bodies and lion heads with chartreuse fur all over their bodies and eyes that were as red as blood. "Butterfly beasts? Why have they appeared here? Is this the insect tide you were referring to?" Han Li asked as his expression eased slightly.
Butterfly tail beasts possessed lethal poison that posed a huge threat even to the average body integration stage being. But he had cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body, granting him immunity to all poisons, so he had nothing to fear. Not them, behind them! The little girl yelled as she continued to wave her arms frantically. Behind them! Han Li faltered slightly as he peered into the distance beyond the green mist, upon which his expression changed drastically. A purple cloud had appeared behind the purple mist, and in the beginning it was only several kilometers in size. However, following the span of just a few breaths, it had spread to encompass the entirety of heaven and earth, and there was no end to it in sight. As soon as the green mist came into contact with the purple cloud, a sharp hissing sound rang out, and tens of thousands of dismembered butterfly tail beast limbs instantly rained down from the green mist, while thin and sharp insect limbs that were around the length of chopsticks fell out of the purple cloud. Those are devouring devilish ants. Han Li immediately drew a sharp breath at the sight of the chopstick-shaped devilish insects, and a rare hint of fear appeared on his face. We have to get back to the city. Han Li yelled as spiritual light flashed from his body, and he flew directly toward Bloodcrow City as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he had already covered a distance of over 1,000 feet. The little girl hurriedly reverted back into its beast form and quickly caught up to Han Li before vanishing into his body. The oncoming insect tide was traveling very quickly, but Han Li was able to instantly leave it behind as he flew as quickly as he could. Strangely enough, after the purple cloud completely devoured the green mist, it retreated like the receding tide and vanished in the blink of an eye. Han Li wasn't around to see this, and he continued to fly back toward the city in an urgent manner. At the same time, he assessed the information that he had read about devouring devilish ants, and his expression darkened further and further. What is going on in this place? First, it's a butterfly tail beast tide, and now there's even a devouring devilish ant tide. Devouring devilish ant tides are one of the most devastating disasters of the Elder Devil realm. It's an unstoppable force of nature. Han Li murmured to himself in a perplexed manner as he flew rapidly through the air. Just a single devouring devilish ant was only about as powerful as a chi condensation cultivator. But once they formed an ant tide, they were completely unstoppable due to their sheer numbers and innate ability to devour spiritual power and devilish chi. It was said that nothing could survive in the wake of such an ant tide, and everywhere they went, death and destruction would surely follow. The butterfly tail beast tide was already extremely fearsome, but it couldn't even begin to compare with a devouring devilish ant tide. It was said that there were even precedents of sacred ancestors being trapped in such ant tides before exhausting all of their magic power and being devoured in the end. Han Li was very confident in his own abilities, but this was something that he definitely wanted to avoid at all costs. Right at this moment, the giant city wall of Bloodcrow City entered his field of view in the distance, but his heart immediately sank. At this moment, Bloodcrow City had been surrounded by hordes of beasts of different sizes, and there were millions of them. These devilish beasts possessed auras of differing levels of power, but the most powerful ones among them were releasing spiritual pressure that was no less potent than that of devilish lords. What was very peculiar was that instead of attacking Bloodcrow City, all of the devilish beasts were clumped together in hordes while frantically inspecting their surroundings and letting loose the occasional uneasy snarl. Many devilish beings had already gathered atop the city wall, among which were guards of the city, but most of them were common devilish residents. They paid no heed at all to the devilish beasts outside the restrictions, but they were also staring intently into the distance with horrified expressions, as if something extremely fearsome were about to appear. Could it be that the devilish beings in the city are already aware of the devouring devilish ant tide? A thought immediately occurred to Han Li upon seeing this. With Han Li's incredible speed, it only took him a few moments to fly over the hordes of devilish beasts before plowing through the restrictions without any attempt to disguise himself. The restrictions were completely unable to prevent his entry, and the devilish beings on the city wall were rather alarmed to see this, but in this current situation, no one bothered to try and stop him. Thus, Han Li flew toward the center of the city as a streak of azure light. At this point, Bloodcrow City had been plunged into complete turmoil, and countless streaks of light were flying through the air, clearly indicating that the flight restriction had been lifted. Many devilish beings had gathered in groups within the city, and they were all holding discussions with grim expressions. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a streak of yellow light shot forth in a flash. Hanli faltered slightly before catching the streak of yellow light, and it immediately exploded into a burst of flames while the Long family patriarch's voice was transmitted into his ears. It was only a brief message, but Hanli's expression stirred upon hearing it, and he immediately flew toward a certain corner of the city. A short while later, Hanli landed in a mundane-looking courtyard, and the Long family patriarch, the woman from the Yi family, the man from the Lin family, and Elder Hui were already waiting there, but the spirit beings were nowhere to be seen. "Thank heavens you're here, fellow Taoist Han. If you had arrived any later, we would have most likely had to leave without you," the Long family patriarch said in an elated voice. "What happened? Is it because of those devouring devilish ants? If so, there's no need to panic. At our speeds, we should be able to get away with no issues," Hanli said. "The problem is that devouring devilish ant have appeared around Bloodcrow City on all sides, and everyone in the city knows that the devilish beasts outside have been cornered here by the ant tide. The entire area in a radius of tens of thousands kilometers has already been surrounded by the ant tide. So even with our powers, we'd have to take a substantial risk if we want to escape," the Long family patriarch sighed. "So this nearby area has already been completely surrounded by the ant tide? No wonder those devilish beings and devilish beasts are able to coexist in harmony. In that case, we have to escape right away. Once the Ant Queen emerges, Bloodcrow City will be completely overrun, and it'd be next to impossible to escape then," Hanli said in a grim manner. "I'm aware of that, but before we go, I have some things to say. In order to prevent the ant tide from focusing on and overwhelming our group, we have no choice but to split up and escape toward different directions. With how fearsome these devilish ants are, we'll most likely only reach true safety once we flee into the plains. The plains are extremely massive, so it'll be very difficult for us to meet up again. As such, the next place we gather at will be at Illusion Night City, which lies just in front of the Illusion Hell Desert. If we can make it out of the ant tide, travel toward the city right away. Once we get there, we can discuss the matters regarding the 8-footed devilish lizards and Illusion Hell Desert further," the Long family patriarch said. "What if we get delayed or trapped somewhere and are unable to reach Illusion Night City? We can't just expect those who get there early to just keep waiting indefinitely," the man from the Lin family asked with furrowed brows. "Rest assured, I've considered that as well, and I've decided that we'll gather at Illusion Night City on this same day 2 years later. Regardless of how many people get there by then, we'll set off right away. As for the exact meeting spot, we'll make it the largest in Illusion Night City," the Long family patriarch replied. 2 years should be enough as long as we don't encounter excessive difficulties along the way. I have no objections," Hanli agreed with a nod after a brief moment of contemplation. "By the way, where are fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns and the others? Did something happen to them?" Hanli asked. Peculiar looks appeared on everyone else's faces upon hearing this. Our fellow Taoists from the spirit race had already left 2 days ago. "This is a jade slip left behind by fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. Take a look for yourself," the woman from the Yi family explained as she tossed a white jade slip toward Hanli. A wry smile appeared on the Long family patriarch's face upon hearing this. "Is that so? Let me take a look," Hanli said as he caught the jade slip before injecting his spiritual sense into it. After the span of just a few breaths, Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he withdrew his spiritual sense. "So fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns and the others suddenly had to leave to take care of an urgent matter. They've also arranged to reunite with us at Illusion Night City, so there are no issues there." "Indeed. I don't know what this urgent matter is, but it must truly be quite an important matter for them to leave in such a hurry and separate from us. The spirit beings are no less powerful than we are, so we don't have to worry about them. Now then, let's not delay any further. Many devilish beings have already begun to flee Bloodcrow City," the Long family patriarch said in a grim voice as he cast his gaze into the distance. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately released his spiritual sense in all directions. Sure enough, thousands of high-grade devilish beings had already split up into around a dozen groups and departed from Bloodcrow City, traveling quickly toward the plains in the distance. As a result, the devilish beings left in the city became even more uneasy, and countless low-grade devilish beings were flying out of the city in all directions. In the blink of an eye, close to half of the residents of Blood Crow City had fled. With so many devilish beings fleeing at once, they'll provide great cover for us and significantly minimize the risk that we'll have to incur. However, it's very strange that the Blood Crow City Lord still hasn't appeared. If he were present to oversee proceedings, the situation surely wouldn't be as chaotic as it currently is. The man from the Lin family said with furrowed brows. A contemplative look also appeared in the Long family patriarch's eye upon hearing this. As for Han Li, his expression remained completely unchanged and didn't betray anything. After that, they didn't delay any longer and snuck out of the city along with a huge group of tens of thousands of devilish beings. As soon as these devilish beings left the city, they split up into around a dozen smaller groups and began to flee toward the same direction. It was clear that they were hoping to exploit potential holes in the ant tide. These devilish beings all had different cultivation bases, so their speeds naturally varied as well, and with no one to lead them, they quickly scattered into a disorganized rabble that extended for several tens of kilometers. The high-grade devilish beings at the front displayed no intention of slowing down and formed a group of their own. The low-grade and mid-grade devilish beings could only trail far behind and look on helplessly as the high-grade devilish beings disappeared into the distance. Han Li and the others didn't join those high-grade devilish beings. Instead, they flew along at a leisurely pace among the second group. Around 15 minutes later, an explosive boom suddenly rang out up ahead and a huge purple cloud of devouring devilish ant emerged. Within the cloud of ants, bursts of black chi and lightning were rumbling incessantly, unleashed by none other than the high-grade devilish beings up ahead. The cloud of ants was over 100 acres in size, but in the face of the devastating attacks unleashed by the high-grade devilish beings, devilish ants fell from the heavens in massive burning clumps, and in the blink of an eye, close to half of the cloud of ants had been destroyed. The devilish beings further back let loose ecstatic cries upon seeing this and also joined on the attack. As a result, this cloud of devilish ants was wiped out within the span of just a few breaths. Many of the devilish beings were greatly encouraged by this, and they began to form the opinion that these devilish ants weren't actually as fearsome as they were rumored to be. However, the more experienced devilish beings still wore grim expressions and immediately continued onward after a brief conversation with one another. Right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly dimmed and a layer of purple mist emerged without any warning before slowly descending from above. This mist was formed by tens of millions of devilish ants, and the entire sky had been turned purple by their staggering numbers. These devilish ants had hidden themselves high up in the air and swooped down to surround everyone after they were delayed by that smaller group of devilish ants. "We've been ambushed. Charge. We have to get out of here for a chance to survive." All of the devilish beings down below were instantly plunged into turmoil, and hundreds of streaks of light shot forth in different directions. As for how many of them would actually be able to escape, that was something that only the heavens knew. "Brother Han, Fairy Yi, there's no need to disguise our cultivation bases any longer. Let's split up here," the Long family patriarch said with a dark expression as he raised a hand to summon a snowy white canoe, which he instantly flew onto. Elder Hui and the man from the Lin family also flew away toward different directions as streaks of light after exchanging a glance. "Fellow Taoist Han, I'll be going ahead," the woman from the Yi family said with a smile, and she released a burst of 5-colored light, which transformed into a 5-colored phoenix projection that swept up her body before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, the fire-colored phoenix projection reappeared several thousand feet away, then disappeared after another flash. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. With a flap of those wings, he transformed into an azure and white thread of light that shot forth into the distance, and he also disappeared from view after just a few flashes. Thus, all of them had split up and gone their separate ways, detaching themselves from the devilish beings. They all possessed powers comparable to devilish lords, so they were naturally far faster than the average high-grade devilish being. Even before the sea of ants up above had fully descended, Han Li and the others had already rushed out from under them and flew away rapidly. As for the devilish beings behind them, they were instantly inundated by the purple clouds, and strings of loud explosions began to ring out once again. Han Li flew for close to 20,000 kilometers before his expressions changed slightly, and he suddenly stopped as he cast his gaze forward with a wry smile on his face. Several tens of kilometers away, another purple cloud had appeared, and it was rapidly surging toward him. Looks like I'll have to force my way through. I hope I don't attract the attention of the Ant Queen, Hanli murmured to himself as he made a hand seal, and he gently flapped his wings to conjure up a series of fist-sized balls of azure lightning, all of which exploded to form a silver lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size beneath him. A loud thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of lightning sprang out of the formation, and Hanli chanted something while making a series of hand seals, following which he abruptly vanished from the center of the formation. Within the sea of ants close to 1,000 kilometers away, the same lightning formation reappeared, and silver lightning snakes flashed in a frenzy, destroying a massive patch of nearby devilish ants. However, more devilish ants converged from all sides and began to devour the flashing lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning area had shrunk down to just over half its original area, and it was on the verge of being destroyed. Right at this moment, Hanli emerged at the center of the formation amid a rumbling boom, and as soon as he appeared, he cast a cold gaze around himself while rapidly sweeping a sleeve through the air. 72 small azure swords shot forth in a unison, then formed a sword barrier that shielded him from all sides. The lightning formation was finally destroyed, and countless devouring devilish ant came surging toward Hanli. Hanli remained completely expressionless, but the sword barrier around him dispersed into a series of azure lotus flowers, instantly shredding thousands of devouring devilish ant into mincemeat and preventing them from approaching Hanli. However, Hanli's expression immediately darkened slightly as he could sense that some of the spiritual power within the flying sword had disappeared. It had clearly been devoured by the devouring devilish ant before they were killed. The amount of spiritual power that had been devoured was virtually negligible, but over time it was all going to add up. Immediately thereafter, Hanli opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, which transformed into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in size and began to fly around him. This was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. At this point, the fire raven had already developed a hint of spiritual nature, so even without requiring any instruction from Hanli, it spread its wings and sent countless feathers flying in all directions, which transformed into streaks of azure light that plunged into the sea of ants. These streaks of silver light then exploded into scorching silver flames within the sea of ants, and any devouring devilish ant that came into contact with even the slightest sliver of these silver flames was instantly vaporized. Thus, a pocket of empty space that was several kilometers in size was opened up within the purple sea of ants. Hanli pointed a finger forward, and the wisps of silver flames reverted back into countless feathers that returned to the fire ravens. However, his expression then immediately changed slightly as he could clearly sense that some of the energy within the spirit engulfing heavenly flames had also gone missing. These flames were able to kill devouring devilish ants with ease, but it clearly couldn't avoid having its energy devoured either. Hanli was naturally unwilling to expend the energy of his spirit engulfing heavenly flames, so he could only sweep a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that stowed the silver fire raven away again. During this short delay, the surrounding pocket of space was instantly filled by devouring devilish ants again, and they continued to pounce toward Hanli with ferocious might. On this occasion, Hanli made a grabbing motion, and a burst of gray light and plume of 5-colored glacial flames erupted out of his body, then swept forth in all directions as massive waves. In the face of the gray light, the devilish ants were reduced to dust, while the 5-colored glacial flames froze thousands upon thousands of devilish ants into chunks of 5-colored ice that plummeted out of the heavens. However, after Hanli withdrew these two types of abilities, he shook his head and heaved another sigh. After that, he didn't conduct any further experiments and flew toward a certain direction as a streak of azure light with his azure bamboo clouds worm swords carving out a path for him. In the wake of his flying swords, countless devilish ant carcasses were being left behind, and he wasn't flying any slower than he would without any impediment. However, the rate at which he was expending magic power had accelerated slightly. Even though it was only a tiny amount of extra magic power expenditure, it would amount to something significant over an extended period of time. However, he possessed magic power that was far superior to other beings of the same cultivation base, so that wouldn't be a concern for a very long time. With that in mind, Han Li abruptly shrank, the azure streaks of sword chi flying around him down from over 100 feet to only around 10 feet, then plunged headfirst into the depths of the sea of ants and was completely inundated after just a few flashes. Meanwhile, other devilish beings elsewhere had also plunged into the ant tide. All types of devilish treasures were summoned, and a vast array of devilish abilities were wreaking havoc, destroying large swarms of devilish ants. However, for low-grade devilish beings, their efforts were completely futile and they would quickly exhaust their magic power before being devoured, but in the face of these oncoming devilish ants, they had no choice but to frantically resist. Those who had reached the nascent soul could last for about half a day or even a full day, and as for deity transformation stage and spatial temperance stage devilish, they were able to last several days or even as long as half a month against the devilish ants' relentless attacks. There was a staggering number of devilish beings and devilish beasts that had fled from Blood Crow City, and the ant tide couldn't trap all of them, so there was still hope for some of them to escape. Several hours later, the low-grade devilish beings finally exhausted their magic power one after another. Their devilish abilities and treasures began to fail, and blood-curdling cries rang out one after another. After half a day, only those at or above the nascent soul stage still remained. Due to the fact that the devilish beings and devilish beasts had fled in all directions, the ant tide was forced to split up into several tens of portions and gradually expanded along with their prey. Millions of kilometers away from Blood Crow City, there were 6 devilish beings flying through a large cloud of devilish ants. They consisted of 5 men and a woman, and one of the devilish men was releasing scorching flames, while another was emanating wisps of white glacial chi. All of the devilish ants that approached them were either incinerated into dust or frozen into chunks of ice. As for the devilish woman, she had an inky black antiquated mirror hovering over her head, and balls of azure light were erupting out of the mirror, then exploded to force back the approaching devilish ants. These 3 devilish beings were none other than the members of the High Family who had intercepted Han Li several days ago. As for the other 3 devilish men, they appeared to be in their 40s and bore a resemblance to one another, clearly indicating that they were related by blood. These 3 devilish men weren't using any devilish treasures, but the inky black chi they were conjuring up was sweeping through countless surrounding devilish ants. All 6 of these devilish beings were at the spatial tempering stage, and they forced their way through the sea of ants for several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. The number of ants began to gradually decrease up ahead, and it seemed that they had reached the edge. The 6 devilish beings were naturally ecstatic to see this, but right at this moment, change suddenly struck. One side of the sea of devilish ants suddenly parted, and over 100 massive ants rushed out, each of which was around 10 feet in size. These ants were entirely green in color with translucent wings on their backs. They were extremely menacing to behold. As soon as they appeared, they immediately pounced toward the 3 related devilish men. Look out, fellow Taoists, those mutated devilish ants are far more powerful than normal devouring devilish ant, the devilish woman yelled as her expression changed drastically. The 3 devilish men's hearts jolted upon hearing this, and they immediately combined their powers, unleashing a burst of devilish chi that transformed into a black WIRM before flying toward the giant ants. In retaliation, the giant ants opened their mouths to expel balls of purple liquid, all of which struck the black WIRM with unerring accuracy. A dull rumbling boom rang out, and plumes of yellow smoke billowed out from the sections of the black WIRM's body that had been struck. It was instantly shrunk down by close to half its original size, but the giant ants continued to expel more purple liquid, most of which were aimed at the 3 devilish men on this occasion. The 3 devilish men's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and one of them opened his mouth to expel a miniature shield that was several inches in size, then immediately injected his magic power into it. The shield instantly swelled to become a giant white shield that was several tens of feet tall. The surface of the shield was very bumpy and unsmooth, and it had been refined using countless white bones. Following the injection of magic power, black devilish patterns appeared over the surface of the shield, forming a black light barrier in front of the 3 devilish men. The balls of purple liquid struck the black barrier like rain, and white smoke rose up in a frenzy. The black light barrier immediately began to tremor violently, and it was rapidly shrinking at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. "Lend me your assistance, I can't stop them on my own," the man who had summoned the shield yelled in a horrified manner. The two other devilish men immediately rushed over to him before each laying a hand on one of his shoulders. Bursts of black chi immediately surged along their arms into the man's body, as if the devilish chi possessed a life of its own. The trembling light barrier was instantly bolstered, but the three men were expending magic power at an alarming rate and unable to put up any retaliation. "Fellow Taoist Hai, please lend us your assistance," one of the devilish men hurriedly implored.
"Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I'll get rid of these mutated devilish ants right away," the devilish woman replied before pointing a finger at the antiquated mirror up above.
The mirror rotated on the spot before turning its surface toward the giant devilish ants, as if it were about to unleash some type of attack. Right at this moment, the devilish ants in another direction parted, and 500 to 600 additional azure ants rushed out from that opening.
The devilish woman's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she immediately switched to a different hand seal, upon which the antiquated mirror transformed into a ball of azure light that swept up her body before flying away as a streak of spiritual light.
Not only was she abandoning the three trapped devilish men, she was even leaving her own two subordinates behind. The two men from the Hai family were also quite alarmed to see this, and they fled into the distance as streaks of light as well, leaving the three desperate devilish men behind to curse their treacherous companions. Similar scenes were unfolding in many other places as well, and the emergence of these high-grade mutated devilish ants quickly spelled the downfall of many of the remaining devilish beings. All of the high-grade devilish beings that had been able to survive thus far either had special abilities or treasures that they could use to protect themselves or had fantastic luck. As for Han Li's group and the small handful of devilish lord-level devilish beings and devilish beasts, they were able to carve out a path through the ant tide for themselves through their individual powers. Even so, the devouring devilish ant had no intention of allowing the remaining people to escape. If even the slightest hint of complacency were to set in, the remaining survivors would immediately be swept up by the ant tide and be forced to fight for their lives again.
Thus, one day passed by after another, and only after half a year did the devouring devilish ant tide gradually begin to disperse. 7 or 8 of the cities on the outskirts of the grassland had been destroyed, and hundreds of millions of devilish beings had been devoured by the devilish ants.
This was a harrowing chapter in history for all devilish beings in the area, and the notorious reputation of devouring devilish ants was bolstered even further. A year later, a streak of azure light was flying over a black forest that was filled with massive trees.
Close to 10 kilometers behind the streak of azure light was a flock of crimson-feathered birds that were giving chase in hot pursuit. The azure light paused momentarily, and several tens of streaks of sword chi shot forth from within it, slicing the dozen or so crimson birds at the forefront in half. Immediately thereafter, the streak of azure light continued onward, and the rest of the crimson birds let loose a few harsh squawks of fury but didn't dare to pursue the streak of azure light any further. Only after flying for close to 10,000 kilometers did the streak of azure light slow down slightly, and within the azure light, Han Li was appraising a head-sized crimson crystal with a smile as he murmured to himself,
"This is quite a large chunk of wind flame crystal. I'm sure it'll be of great use to me in the future." During the past years, he had been constantly traveling, and only after entering the plains did he truly manage to shake off the devouring devilish ant. After that, he traveled directly toward the Illusion Howl Desert, as was the plan that everyone had decided on.
These plains were an extremely perilous place for normal devilish beings, but Han Li naturally wasn't concerned, and along the way he had discovered many materials and spirit medicines that were extremely rare in the spirit realm, which was naturally very pleasing for him. After picking up this huge piece of wind flame crystal from deep within a valley, he was immediately discovered by that flock of crimson devilish birds, and he only managed to scare them away after being pursued for half a day. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's hand as he stowed the wind flame crystal away and continued on his journey. Half a day later, he arrived at the edge of the forest, and a boundless ocean appeared in the distance. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then eased slightly upon arriving at the realization that this was most likely an inland sea as opposed to an actual sea, so there wouldn't be anywhere near as many sea soul beasts in it.
Azure light flashed, and Han Li flew directly onto the ocean, covering a distance of over 10,000 feet after just a few flashes. All of a sudden, countless blue streaks of light erupted out of the water, hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he swept a sleeve downward, releasing a burst of gray light that transformed into countless thin azure gray threads, which punctured all of the oncoming streaks of blue light. Thumb-sized blue fish began to rain down from the heavens. These fish had no scales, and their heads were remarkably long and were as sharp as blades, giving them a very peculiar appearance. Han Li slew hundreds of these fish with just a single attack, but even more of them were shooting up out of the seawater. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he released more gray threads out of his sleeves, killing all of the oncoming flying fish. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of these blue fish had been slain, and his brutality seemed to have struck fear into the hearts of this school of fish as no more streaks of blue light came leaping out at him. Han Li calmly flicked his wrist, and the thin gray threads reverted back into a burst of light that returned up his sleeve. At the same time, he sped up slightly as he traveled deeper into the sea, and several hours later, the devilish sun had set and day had transitioned into night. Deep under the sea, a series of powerful auras began to emerge, and Han Li could occasionally see the limbs of some astonishingly massive sea beasts appearing on the surface of the ocean. His brows furrowed slightly, and he decided that it wouldn't be wise to continue traveling through the night. With his current powers, he didn't have to fear the powerful nocturnal soul beasts, but it was naturally best to avoid trouble as much as possible. On top of that, he had already traveled for over 10 days without any proper rest, so this was a good opportunity to rest and recuperate. With that in mind, he immediately released his spiritual sense to scan through an area with a radius of close to 1,000 kilometers. Shortly thereafter, he suddenly changed directions and a black spot soon appeared on the surface of the ocean in the distance. Upon approaching the black spot, Han Li was able to identify it as an island that was several tens of kilometers in size. There were several mountains on the island that were over 10,000 feet tall, and the entire island was enshrouded within a layer of mist. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly swept his spiritual sense over the entire island, then immediately descended toward it. Moments later, the azure light receded and Han Li appeared halfway up one of the mountains where the entrance to a huge cave laid. Han Li glanced at the cave before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a small azure sword shot forth into the cave in a flash. Moments later, a rumbling beastly roar rang out from within the cave before abruptly falling silent after a sharp screech. The cave was extremely long, and only after traveling for around 500 to 600 feet did Han Li arrive in a more spacious area. There was a type of unknown haze spread over the floor of the cave, atop which sat two halves of a pangolin-like devilish beast carcass. Han Li flicked a spark toward the beastly carcass, and a flame was instantly ignited, incinerating the carcass and the hay into ashes. Thus, the entire cave became extremely clean. Only then did Han Li make his way to the center of the cave before taking a seat, and after a brief moment of contemplation he released 4 translucent bricks out of his storage bracelet amid a flash of white light. These were none other than the holy bricks that he had obtained from the Blood Crow City Lord a year ago. This wasn't the first time that Han Li had examined them, and he raised a hand in a well-rehearsed manner, releasing 4 arcs of golden lightning out of his hand, which vanished into the 4 bricks in a flash. The 4 bricks instantly swelled to over 10 times their original size, forming 4 huge translucent walls with purplish-black text inscribed upon them. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes and he began to carefully examine this text. Only after an hour did Han Li withdraw his gaze and he fell into a contemplative silence. As expected of a sacred ancestor who was vastly renowned in the Elder Devil realm, the cultivation arts left behind by Qi Ling were truly formidable. It was a pity that he had already progressed so far in his Provenance True Devil arts. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to switch to a different main cultivation art. Even so, the cultivation arts and secret techniques recorded on the 4 holy bricks were very intriguing to him, and there were even 2 or 3 that he could cultivate right away. All of a sudden, Han Li made a few grabbing motions, and the 4 holy bricks immediately arranged themselves into a row in front of him, following which each of the bricks began to release a vibrant pillar of light. The 4 pillars of light overlapped, and a map that was several tens of feet in size was projected onto a stone face of the cave. The map was very clearly annotated, and the center of the map was a peculiar symbol depicting a black dragon with a single horn on its head. Han Li appraised the map with a contemplative expression, and after a long while, he swept a sleeve forward to release a burst of azure light that stowed the 4 holy bricks back into his storage bracelet. As a result, the map on the wall naturally also disappeared, and Han Li heaved a faint sigh as he fell into silent contemplation again. As soon as he had escaped from the devouring devilish ant, he had begun studying these 4 holy bricks. It only took him several days to decipher how they worked and to piece together the map of Qi Ling's secret treasures. Unfortunately, the map appeared to be extremely detailed but didn't provide any context for the location that it depicted. For an outsider like Han Li, the Elder Devil realm was an extremely foreign place, so he had no idea exactly what area the secret treasures were hidden in. Han Li had bought some maps from Bloodcrow City, but most of them were only general maps of the entire Elder Devil realm with barely any maps of specific regions to be found. As such, the only thing he could do was try to purchase more maps from the cities that he passed through to see if he could find more leads. With his current level of power, it wasn't like he absolutely had to find Qi Ling's secret treasures, but as long as it didn't hamper his main objective, he certainly wouldn't be opposed to tracking down the treasures. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li set this matter aside for now and made a hand seal, upon which a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin, and the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him. The projection opened its 6 eyes, then made a peculiar hand seal with each of its 6 hands. Meanwhile, Han Li flipped a hand over to produce a stack of formation plates of different colors, and he flicked his wrist to send them flying through the air as several tens of balls of spiritual light, all of which immediately vanished into the nearby surrounding space. In the next instant, 5 colored light flashed beneath him, and a formation that was several tens of feet in size emerged with him right at its very center. Light flashed within the formation, and there were extremely profound golden runes inscribed upon the formation. Han Li flicked his fingers toward the formation expressionlessly, and 7 or 8 top-grade spirit stones landed in it in a flash. He then made a hand seal before letting loose a thunderous low cry, and the entire formation emitted a buzzing sound, then formed a 5-colored light barrier that completely inundated his body. The faint devilish qi in the air was instantly forced out of the formation, and at the same time, bursts of pure spiritual qi emerged within the light barrier. Han Li took a deep breath as a pleased look appeared on his face, and he made a peculiar hand seal as an inky black vertical eye appeared on his glabella. Bursts of indistinguishable chanting rang out within the formation, and 3 faces of the true devil projection adopted the expressions of glee, rage, and sorrow, while its body began to flash erratically. At this moment, pea-sized silver runes began to surge out of Han Li's body, and in the beginning, there were only several tens of these runes. However, as time passed, more and more silver runes began to emerge before swelling to the size of human fists as they swirled within the light barrier. At the same time, Han Li's body gradually began to turn as translucent as jade, and the scales over his skin vanished into his body as a series of golden runes. A low roar rang out as the silver runes within the light barrier transformed into countless shimmering silver threads, which shot forth toward Han Li like a torrential downpour. Han Li's body shuddered as all of the silver threads vanished into his skin in a flash, and the surface of his body began to bulge in different areas, as if they were egg-sized lumps roaming beneath his skin. At the same time, Han Li was struck by a scorching sensation in his flesh and blood while his meridians became extremely numb and itchy, striking him with the urge to claw into his flesh with his fingers. Only with Han Li's enormous spiritual sense was he able to withstand this indescribably painful sensation. If a normal body integration cultivator were in his place, they would either fall prey to qi deviation due to an inability to control their true essence, or be unable to continue to calmly cultivate. However, Han Li was able to remain completely still as he sat on the ground, withstanding the agony in an expressionless manner. Several hours later, a series of bones that were far thicker than those of a normal human became visible through his translucent body. Not only were these bones shimmering with faint silver spiritual light, their surfaces were also riddled with golden patterns. The patterns were barely visible and extremely thin, making them very easy to miss, but they formed a series of extremely profound golden runes that looked as if they had naturally grown on his bones. For those who were able to identify these runes, they would immediately be able to tell that this was golden seal text. For these runes to appear as a result of a cultivation art was a clear testament to just how extraordinary the cultivation art in question was, and it would most likely be sorely sought after even by Grand Ascension stage beings. This was none other than the 100 Meridian Refinement mantra that Han Li had begun cultivating again. It originated from the true immortal realm, and if Han Li could achieve full mastery of it, his physical body would become as powerful or even more powerful than that of a true spirit being. However, the cultivation art was naturally extremely difficult to master as well, and he had only dared to begin cultivating it again after progressing to the late body integration stage. As for when he would achieve full mastery of it, that would surely only come very far in the future. Perhaps he wouldn't even have gotten to that point after progressing to the Grand Ascension stage. With Han Li's current age, he had countless years ahead of him, so there was no hurry for him to work on this cultivation art. Time passed by slowly, and several hours later, Han Li reopened his eyes as a rumbling boom akin to a thunderclap erupted from all of his bones, and the golden light he was emanating abruptly became brighter. He made a hand seal, and the rumbling within his body instantly subsided. Only then did he heave a long sigh as a wry smile appeared on his face. Cultivating the true 100 Meridian Refinement mantra was extremely painful. Even with his immensely powerful physical constitution, he wasn't able to cultivate it for long. If he were to cultivate it for an entire day, then his meridians would be severely damaged. After that, Han Li didn't immediately withdraw the surrounding formation. Instead, he waved a hand upward to dispel the golden projection, then placed his hands onto his knees and closed his eyes to meditate once again. Mere moments later, the golden light emanating from his body receded, only to be replaced by a layer of rainbow light that grew brighter and brighter. A layer of light also appeared over his face, and the black demonic eye on his glabella flashed incessantly as if it had sprung to life. After finishing his cultivation of the 100 Meridian Refinement mantra, he had begun cultivating the spirit refinement technique. With his current late body integration stage magic power and physical body, he was finally able to cultivate this technique again. If he could master the second stage of the spirit refinement technique, his spiritual sense would increase by several fold. Even if he couldn't find the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, there would still be hope for him to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li was well aware of just how important the spirit refinement technique was, so he had been cultivating it every single day following the Battle of Deep Heaven City. However, he had only been cultivating it for a short time, and the second stage was far more profound than the first, so his progress was quite limited. It seemed that it would take a long time for him to master the second stage. Han Li had already predicted this, so he wasn't frustrated and merely continued to meditate patiently. The next morning, a streak of azure light rose up from the island, then shot forth into the distance. 2 days later, Han Li emerged out of this inland sea and entered a lush green mountain range. The mountain range was very humid, and there was mist of different colors that would occasionally rise up from the ground, concealing everything below an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 feet. In order to avoid being delayed by any devilish beasts that may have been lurking in the mist, Han Li was flying at an altitude of tens of thousands of feet. There were some powerful devilish birds that even Han Li didn't want to mess with residing at altitudes of over 100,000 feet, so he wouldn't fly any higher than this unless he had to. This mountain range was far more massive than he had imagined. He had thought that it would take him 3 to 4 days at most to fly out of it, but even after around half a month of flying, there were still no signs suggesting that he was close to emerging on the other side. This was rather surprising to him, and he also became more cautious. Even though he was flying at quite a high altitude, he was still attacked by several powerful devilish beasts, which posed a minor hindrance to him, but they were all incinerated by his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. After flying for a few more days, the trees and mountains down below became more sparse, and he was finally about to reach the other side. Han Li immediately sped up upon seeing this, yet right as he was flying over a barren mountain, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he abruptly stopped on the spot. He then cast his gaze toward a certain direction with a contemplative expression. Shortly thereafter, he seemed to have made a decision and flew directly toward the same direction he had just turned his attention toward. A short while later, he had flown for close to 1,000 feet, and he caught sight of a giant purple tree in the distance that was over 30,000 feet tall. In the air above the giant tree, there were a dozen or so devilish men and women battling a flock of crimson bats. These devilish beings were mostly comprised of deity transformation stage beings, while 3 of them were at the spatial tempering stage. They were setting up a formation and had summoned several tens of treasures to ward off the crimson bats, of which there were over 30. Each of these bats was around 5 feet in size, and all of them had black devilish symbols all over their bodies. With each flap of their wings, a burst of gray devilish wind would sweep forth, and they were also blasting green flames out of their mouths. The wind enhanced the flames, creating a green sea of fire that completely trapped the group of devilish beings above the giant tree. Even though the devilish beings were unable to escape, the 3 spatial tempering stage beings among them were controlling several powerful treasures, and the formation they had created was quite profound, so they were able to withstand the sea of flames for now. There was a fragrant aroma rising up from down below, and it was stemming from several thumb-sized green fruits growing on the tree's massive canopy. Han Li didn't pay much heed to the bats and devilish beings, focusing most of his attention on those fruits instead. Those are the purple spirit fruits of the purple light tree. Such a massive purple light tree is exceedingly rare, Han Li murmured to himself. Purple spirit fruits were a type of rare spirit fruit, and these ones were growing on such a huge tree, so it was possible that they could have some additional special effects. However, the effects of these spirit fruits were only applicable to cultivators below the body integration stage, so they were no longer useful to Han Li. Thus, he quickly withdrew his gaze and finally turned his attention to the group of devilish beings. Among them, the deity transformation stage devilish beings were in some trouble. Their faces had become quite pale, and it was quite clear that they were about to exhaust their supplies of magic power soon. If they were to falter, then their joint formation would fall apart, and they would all be killed along with their 3 spatial tempering stage companions. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, yet before he had a chance to consider how he should treat this situation, one of the 3 spatial tempering stage devilish beings suddenly yelled, "Fellow Taoist, I am from the Bai family of Illusion Night City. If you're willing to assist us, our Bai family will be sure to reward you handsomely." The devilish being who had spoken was a beautiful young woman in a green dress who appeared to be in her 20s. She had already noticed Han Li and was finally calling out for help. Han Li had naturally disguised his cultivation base, so he was currently only releasing a spatial tempering stage aura. The Bai family of Illusion Night City? The Bai family that's renowned for producing incense? Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. I can see that you've heard of our Bai family, fellow Taoist. If you want, I can swear a vow on my inner demons that you'll be rewarded for saving our lives. The woman had clearly misconstrued Han Li's hesitant expression. Han Li was silent for a moment before replying, "Seeing as you're from the Bai family, I'm obliged to assist you, but I hope you won't forget your promise." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and his body swelled to around 30 to 40 feet tall while black scales appeared all over his skin. His hands also transformed into a pair of black devilish claws with fingers as sharp as blades, and as soon as the transformation was complete, Han Li rushed directly toward the crimson bats amid a gust of fierce devilish wind. The black wind reached the crimson bats in a flash, and close to half of them suddenly turned toward Han Li before blasting green flames toward him out of their mouths. Before the green flames had even reached Han Li, a nauseating odor of rot and decay had already swept toward him. Han Li immediately swept both sleeves through the air, unleashing 2 gusts of fierce azure winds, which kept the green flames at bay. At the same time, he strode forward and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he reappeared out of thin air beside a crimson bat several hundred feet away and swept both arms through the air, unleashing over 100 claw projections that completely shredded the bat's body before it even had a chance to cry out. The other bats were naturally very alarmed by this, and they hurriedly turned to attack Han Li, but it was already too late. Han Li had vanished on the spot again, leaving a trail of black afterimages in his wake, as he arrived beside another devilish bat that was over 100 feet away. The same claw projections erupted forth, and that devilish bat was also sliced into countless pieces. After that, Han Li traversed through the flock of bats in a wraith-like manner, felling a bat with each and every attack he unleashed. In the face of his incredible movement techniques, the green flames released by the crimson bats mostly struck nothing by empty air, and the few bursts of flames that did manage to strike Han Li were rendered completely ineffective by a suit of black armor that he was wearing.
Within the span of just a few breaths, over 10 devilish bats had been slain by him, and the group of devilish beings nearby were staring at him in a flabbergasted manner. The spatial tempering stage young woman was also gawking at Han Li with astonishment in her eyes.
They had been battling these devilish bats for over half a day, and they were well aware of just how hard these bats' bodies were. Even normal devilish treasures couldn't inflict much damage to them, and only top-grade devilish tools were able to harm them to a certain extent.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been trapped here for such a long time. As such, it was naturally astonishing that Han Li was able to tear through the hapless bats with ease with his bare hands. What kind of devilish art could this man be cultivating to have attained such a powerful physical body? Could it be one of the legendary ancient devilish arts? The woman thought to herself in a stunned manner. Despite their ferocity, the devilish bats had become quite fearful in the face of Han Li's powerful display.
However, right at this moment, a sharp cry rang out from among them, and they all parted to reveal a giant devilish bat that was far larger than all of the other ones.
Not only did this devilish bat possess a powerful aura, it had a pair of purple horns on its head, around which wisps of electricity were revolving incessantly.
It immediately opened its mouth to blast forth a vast expanse of green flames, which encompassed an area of over 1,000 feet as it surged toward Han Li.
Han Li's expression remained unchanged as a series of black runes erupted out of his suit of devilish armor to form a light barrier in front of him. As soon as the sea of flames came into contact with the black light barrier, it was forcibly parted and completely unable to approach Han Li.
A hint of fury appeared in the giant bat's eyes upon seeing this, and it let loose a sharp screech as two thick bolts of silver lightning erupted out of its horns, crashing directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he raised a hand and pointed two fingers forward. A loud thunderclap rang out, and two bolts of azure and white lightning erupted out of his fingertips to counter the oncoming bolts of silver lightning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li took a step forward and vanished into space before instantly reappearing above the giant bat, then swept a devilish claw downward. 5 black claws projections descended from above, and the giant bat immediately flapped its wings in alarm, propelling itself to the side like a speeding arrow. Despite its huge frame, it was surprisingly agile.
Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this and abruptly brought his fingers together, upon which the 5 claw projections instantly sped up by several-fold, tearing one of the giant bat's wings into pieces in a flash.
The giant bat let loose a howl of agony, and a hint of horror appeared in its enraged eyes. It frantically flapped its remaining wing a few times before releasing countless thin crimson threads out of its body.
The threads were as red as blood, and as soon as they appeared, they instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist that concealed the bat's entire body.
Han Li made a grabbing motion downward with his other arm as well, conjuring up countless claw projections amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the cloud of blood mist was instantly destroyed. Right at this moment, a streak of crimson light shot forth just as the blood mist was dispersed, and it instantly appeared over 10,000 feet away, then vanished into the distance in a blur. Blood shadow evasion. A peculiar look appeared on his face as he identified the movement technique that the giant bat was using, but his expression then immediately returned to normal as he cast his gaze toward the remaining crimson bats. Without the leadership of the giant bat and having had many of them already slain by Han Li, the remaining devilish bats were no longer able to pose a sufficient threat to the group of devilish beings with their green flames. Instead, the devilish beings took advantage of this opportunity to retaliate, unleashing powerful abilities to force back the sea of flames little by little. Meanwhile, Han Li merely crossed his arms and looked from afar, displaying no intention to take any further part in this battle. The remaining devilish bats naturally gave Han Li a wide berth as well in fear of incurring his wrath. Around 15 minutes later, the devilish beings finally broke out of the sea of flames and slew close to half of the remaining devilish bats. The bats that survived quickly fled for their lives, not daring to linger around the giant tree any longer. The young devilish woman was clearly the leader of this group, and after taking care of the devilish bats, she immediately flew over to Han Li before extending a curtsy.
"Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. My name is Bai Yunqin. These are my brothers, Bai Yin and Bai Ying. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" The woman was speaking to Han Li in a very polite manner.
As for the other 2 spatial tempering stage devilish beings, Bai Yin was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, while Bai Ying was a middle-aged scholar. The two of them also hurriedly expressed their gratitude toward Han Li. My surname is Han. I'm only a vagrant cultivator, but I've heard much about your Bai family. I've heard that the incense produced by your Bai family is capable of calming the mind and warding off sinister beings. I'd love to see it in action, Han Li said in a calm manner as he cupped his fist in a salute. A vagrant cultivator? I can see that you possess incredible powers, Brother Han. You must be an unfathomable cultivator who rarely shows himself in public. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you, Bai Yunxin said with a smile. I'm no unfathomable cultivator, but it is indeed true that I don't show myself in public much. This place is quite far away from Illusion Night City. Could it be that you came here for these purple spirit fruits? Han Li asked. Bai Yunxin's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she calmly negotiated. Indeed, our Bai family is planning to refine a type of spirit pill that requires these purple spirit fruits as one of the main ingredients. We've been scouring through these plains for many years and only just discovered this purple light tree. If it weren't for your help, there's no way we would have been able to secure these spirit fruits, so we should be splitting half of them with you. However, these fruits are extremely important to our Bai family, so would you be willing to accept devil stones in compensation instead? Hee, rest assured, Fairy Bai. I have no need for these purple spirit fruits, so we'll do as you say. Han Li chuckled in response. Bai Yunxin was very relieved to hear this, and she smiled as she said, Thank you for your generosity, Brother Han. I'll get them to prepare the devil stones for you right away. After that, she instructed the others to begin picking the purple spirit fruits on the giant tree. After the spirit fruits were picked and placed into a special box, Bai Yunxin handed a storage bracelet full of devil stones to Han Li. Han Li accepted the storage bracelet, then injected his spiritual sense into it before stowing it away in a calm manner. Bai Yunxin's smile became even more pronounced upon seeing this, and she said, Where are you traveling to next, Brother Han? If you don't mind, how about returning to Illusion Night City with us? There are some specialty local products in the city that I'm sure will be of great help to you. And on top of that, I've already sworn a vow on my inner demons to thank you for saving us. If you return to our Bai family with us, our seniors will be sure to reward you handsomely for your efforts, so please don't refuse. This Bai Yunxin was clearly inclined to befriend Han Li upon witnessing his astonishing powers. There's a senior in our Bai family who's also very adept in body refinement techniques. I'm sure you'll benefit immensely through receiving guidance from him, Brother Han. You've just saved our lives, so I'm sure that senior wouldn't turn you down. Bai Ying also chimed in. Oh? Which senior of the Bai family is this? It looks like I really will have to pay him a visit, Han Li said with an intrigued expression. This senior of our family is rather renowned in our holy realm, and he's cultivated the heaven refinement devilish arts to the extreme. He's only one step away from becoming a sacred ancestor, and he's known as Layman Futian. Have you heard of him, Brother Han? Bai Yunxin replied with a smile. I haven't, but it would surely be a fantastic opportunity for me to receive guidance from a senior with such a high level of mastery in devilish body refinement techniques. I wasn't planning to go anywhere in particular next, so I'll accompany you to Illusion Night City. When are you planning to return to the city? I don't have too much time on my hands, Han Li replied in a calm manner. Rest assured, Brother Han. We ventured into these plains solely for the purple spirit fruits. Now that we've obtained them, we'll head back to the city after resting for a few days to recover our magic power, Bai Yunxin replied with an ecstatic expression. Han Li nodded in response and didn't say anything further. After that, they settled down at a nearby small mountain and opened up a temporary cave abode to meditate in. 5 days later, after the members of the Bai family had recovered most of their magic power, they immediately released a giant flying arc that was over 100 feet in length, which carried them and Han Li back toward Illusion Night City. Several months later, there were 7 nascent soul-stage devilish beings split up into 2 groups locked in an intense battle on the border of the plains. 3 of them were wearing yellow brocade robes and wielding 3 identical black flying daggers that were releasing black devilish flames. As for the other 4, they wore long white robes and were controlling 4 translucent white flying swords that were releasing bursts of snowflakes that swept forth in a frenzy. The devilish flames and glacial chi intertwined in midair before exploding into balls of devilish chi, and the 7 devilish beings appeared to be quite evenly matched. On the ground down below laid the carcass of what appeared to be a giant devilish mouse. It was over 100 feet in length with shimmering golden fur, and it was quite clear that this was no ordinary devilish beast. The 7 devilish beings were clearly fighting over this carcass. All of a sudden, a white-robed young man harumphed coldly as he suddenly patted a leather pouch that was hanging from his waist. A burst of black chi immediately surged out, then transformed into a menacing 2-headed devilish lion. The lion was entirely inky black in color and was around 50 to 60 feet tall. It opened its 2 mouths in unison, releasing countless inky black wind blades. The 3 flying daggers flashed incessantly in the face of the torrential downpour of wind blades, and they were forced onto the back foot by the 4 flying swords. The 3 yellow-robed devilish beings were stunned to see this, and a long-haired elderly man among them exclaimed, "That's a nightmare lion! You dare to bring out your family's guardian beast? Aren't you afraid of being punished if any harm were to befall this beast? Hee hee, 3 pieces of trash like you won't be able to harm our Ning family's guardian beast. If you know what's good for you, then piss off. I'm not handing over this Golden Dawn mouse to you." The white-robed young man who had released the devilish lion sneered. The long-haired elderly man's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. One of the other yellow-robed men transmitted his voice to the long-haired elderly man. "Big brother, this situation is heavily against our favor. We should make a retreat." The elderly man hesitated for a long while before a determined look finally appeared on his face. "I've already been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for centuries, and this Golden Dawn mouse is extremely rare. Its inner core will be extremely important for me to make a breakthrough, so please lend me your assistance. If we succeed, you'll have my eternal gratitude." "What? Are you planning to unleash that secret technique?" "But if you do that, not only will your true essence be severely depleted, you'll be struck by a variety of negative after-effects as well." The final yellow-robed man interjected in an alarmed manner. "If I can't progress to the deity transformation, then my life will be close to coming to an end, so I have no choice but to make this gamble," the elderly man said as he gritted his teeth. "In that case, we'll do everything in our power to protect you. Be careful, big brother. We'll try to stall the enemies for as long as possible." The other 2 yellow-robed men agreed in unison after exchanging a glance, and the elderly man naturally extended words of gratitude toward them. In the next instant, the 2 yellow-robed devilish men abruptly stepped forward, and the devilish flames around the 2 flying daggers they were controlling reared upon by about 2-fold. The 2 daggers then transformed into a pair of devilish pythons that managed to just barely withstand the attacks from the flying swords and devilish lion. But judging from their strained expressions, it was quite clear that they wouldn't be able to keep this up for too long. Meanwhile, the long-haired elderly man pointed a finger toward his own flying sword, and it flew back to him as a streak of black light before vanishing into his body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, he made a grabbing motion with both hands. Several thin and long blades that resembled wicker leaves appeared between his fingers. However, just as he was about to plunge these blades into his own dantian, spiritual light suddenly flashed in the distance, and a giant ball of light appeared before hurtling toward them at an incredible speed. The elderly man's heart jolted as he hurriedly stopped what he was doing and turned toward that direction. Within the ball of yellow light was a giant flying ark that was over 100 feet in length, and it was clearly not a flying treasure that a normal devilish being could possess. At the front of the ark stood several people who were appraising the 7 combatants from afar. The elderly man's eyes immediately lit up with elation at the sight of this giant ark. "That's our family's vast yellowwood ark. Could it be that seniors of our family have just returned from the plains?" Everyone else stopped what they were doing as well, and the other 2 yellow-robed men were also looking on with elation, while the 4 white-robed devilish beings were far less ecstatic. After just a few flashes, the giant ark appeared in the air above the 7 devilish beings before drawing to a halt. Immediately thereafter, a cold female voice rang out. "Aren't you the 3 brothers from my 9th uncle's family? Why are you battling these people from the Ning family?" The one who had spoken was none other than Bai Yunxin, and she was accompanied at the front of the ark by her 2 brothers and Han Li. After several months of non-stop travel, they had finally reached the border of the plains and stumbled upon these battling devilish beings. Bai Yunxin immediately identified the 3 white-robed devilish men, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. The long-haired elderly man's elation grew even more pronounced at the sight of Bai Yunxin, and he hurriedly replied, Junior Bai Ming pays his respects to his seniors. These members of the Ning family are trying to take the Golden Dawn mouse that we killed. Please stand up for us, seniors. Oh? Golden Dawn mice are quite rare. It's a brilliant stroke of luck that you were able to hunt one down at the border of these plains. This beast was slain by my juniors, so what right do you have to try and take it? Piss off, Bai Yunxin said in a cold voice as she turned toward the 4 white-robed devilish men. The 4 of them were naturally furious upon hearing this, and the young man who had released the 2-headed devilish lion opened his mouth to try and argue, but one of his companions immediately clamped a hand over his mouth to stop him. After that, they dragged him away and immediately fled from the scene. Bai Yunxin didn't pay any heed to this, and she turned to Han Li with a smile as she said, Sorry you had to see that, Brother Han. That was just a conflict among some juniors. Seeing as we've already reached the border of the plains, we're not far away from Illusion Night City. Illusion Night City is situated between the plains and the Illusion Hell Desert, so we should arrive back at the city in about a month. I see, but aside from Illusion Night City, I'm also very interested in the Illusion Hell Desert. I heard it's one of the most renowned restricted regions in our holy realm. Han Li replied with a calm smile. Bai Yunxin was rather taken aback to hear this, but she put on a slightly seductive smile and replied, Hehe, I didn't think that you'd be interested in the Illusion Hell Desert, Brother Han. It would indeed be extremely dangerous for people outside of Illusion Night City to venture into the desert, but if you're interested, I can tell you about it in greater detail during the rest of our journey. That would be great, Han Li also replied with a smile. Thus, the giant arc continued onward, and Han Li and Bai Yunxin made their way toward the guest cabin of the ark. Meanwhile, Bai Yin and Bai Ying exchanged a knowing smile upon seeing this. As for the long-haired elderly man, he extended an elated bow toward the giant ark before descending onto the ground with his companions and began to dissect the Golden Dawn mouse carcass. As for whether they had slain the beast or were stealing the prey of the 4 members of the Ning family, that was no longer important. Around 5 to 6 days later, the giant ark finally flew out of the plains, and a vast mountain range appeared up ahead, comprised of a series of dark green mountains that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The giant ark flew into the mountain range, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. Around a month later, a giant city that had been constructed from a yellow stone material appeared in the distance within a basin. The city spanned an area of close to 1,000 kilometers, and half of it had been constructed next to a mountain, while the other half was surrounded by city walls that were over 1,000 feet tall. The entire city was enshrouded under a yellow light barrier, clearly indicating the presence of a profound super restriction. Han Li stood at the front of the flying ark and appraised the city in the distance with a contemplative expression. This is Illusion Night City, Brother Han. It can't compare with the super cities of our holy realm, but it's quite a large city considering the secluded geographic location. There are over 10 devilish lords in the city, and our Bai family is one of the city's 4 major families. Regardless of whether you want to purchase something or if you encounter some trouble, you should be able to get a favorable outcome by revealing your ties with our Bai family, Bai Yunxin said with a smile. Thank you, Fairy Bai. I really was planning to purchase some things in the city. Han Li also replied with a smile. You're all by yourself anyway, so why don't you stay in our Bai family's guest pavilion, Brother Han? With your cultivation base, I'm sure the seniors of our family wouldn't object, Bai Yunxin proposed. Have you still not given up on recruiting me to your Bai family? Han Li chuckled upon hearing this. You've already reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and judging from how easily you were able to slay those devilish bats, you must be extremely close to progressing to the body integration stage. A vagrant cultivator of your powers would be eagerly sought after by any major power, and our Bai family is certainly no exception, Bai Yunxin replied with a completely unabashed smile. Unfortunately, I'll have to turn you down again. I have no intention of submitting to any power. I'm currently facing a major bottleneck, and I need to travel for some time for a chance to become a devilish lord. As such, I won't be joining any power for the next few centuries. However, I can promise you that if I do consider joining a certain power in the future, I'll definitely prioritize your Bai family in my consideration, Han Li replied. I'll hold you to your word then, Brother Han. The doors of our Bai family will always be open to you.
As for your meeting with Senior Futian, I'll get that arranged once we get back. Seeing as you saved our lives in the plains, there should be no issues arranging the meeting, Bai Yunshin sighed in a slightly forlorn manner.
All of a sudden, Han Li changed the subject in a seemingly nonchalant manner. I heard that it would be best to have an 8-footed devilish lizard steed if one were to travel through the Illusion Hell Desert. Does your Bai family own any of these devilish beasts? 8-footed devilish lizards? Are you planning to enter the desert, Brother Han? Bai Yunshin was rather taken aback to hear this. Indeed, and walking through the desert would take far too long, Han Li replied in a calm manner. We do, but it's most likely not going to be possible for you to obtain one. None of the 4 major families in the city would be willing to sell any 8-footed devilish lizards to outsiders. Bai Yunshin said with furrowed brows. Oh? Why is that? If the price is the issue, then I can assure you that I should be able to afford one, Han Li asked. You won't be able to purchase any of the devilish lizards no matter how many devil stones you offer. The rarity of these devilish beasts is one reason behind this, but most importantly, these devilish lizards form the basis of our major families, so they're extremely important to us, Bai Yunshin replied after a brief hesitation. What do you mean by that? Han Li was truly perplexed now. The reason behind this concerns a secret that I won't be able to disclose to you without permission from the seniors of our family. If you'd like, you can ask Senior Futian about this when you meet him. If he decides to disclose this information to you, then there won't be any issues, and only the most important seniors of our family have the right to make decisions on these 8-footed devilish lizards. Bai Yunshin replied in a slightly guarded manner. I see. It looks like I'll have to speak to Senior Futian if I want to obtain an 8-footed devilish lizard then, Han Li said in a contemplative manner. Bai Yunshin nodded in response and didn't say anything further. At this point, the giant ark had finally reached Illusion Night City, and it descended right in front of a city wall that was several hundred feet tall. There were some devilish beings entering and exiting the city, and all of them immediately gave the yellow ark a wide berth with awe and veneration in their eyes. It seemed that all of them recognized this giant ark. Han Li and the devilish beings of the Bai family emerged from the ark, and Bai Yunshin made a hand seal, upon which the giant ark shrank down into a tiny streak of yellow light that vanished into her body in a flash. After that, all of them made their way toward the city gate in an excited manner. Having been away from home for so long, they were naturally very glad to be back. As for Han Li, he wore a faint smile and wasn't eye-catching in the slightest as he made his way through the crowd. There were around a dozen armored guards standing in front of the city gate, and they immediately extended respectful bows toward Bai Yunshin's group, then stepped aside to grant them priority passage into the city. The passers-by paid no heed to this at all, clearly already accustomed to this discriminatory treatment. Bai Yunshin gave the guards a slight nod before leading the way into the city, upon which Han Li was immediately greeted by the sight of countless earthy yellow houses that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. There were several remarkably wide streets between these houses, far less so than in the average city. Furthermore, there was the occasional giant structure interspersed among these buildings, such as pagodas and multi-story pavilions. Han Li only briefly inspected his surroundings before withdrawing his gaze. Not only was there a flight restriction in the city, there was also an extremely potent spiritual sense restriction. Even with his enormous spiritual sense, he couldn't sense anything with good clarity more than several kilometers away. Of course, it wasn't that Han Li couldn't extend his spiritual sense further than that. However, if he were to do that, he would definitely trigger the restriction, thereby exposing his own cultivation base. Moments later, the group from the Bai family suddenly stopped after making their way onto a certain street. Han Li raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask any questions. Shortly thereafter, several carriages that were drawn by a dozen or so creatures that resembled both horses and deers arrived at the other end of the street, then quickly drew to a halt in front of Han Li and the others. All of the carriages had a Bai character emblazoned on the side, and each carriage was being driven by a man in a leather robe. The man on the first carriage jumped down before extending a respectful bow toward Bai Yunshin. I pay my respects to the esteemed young mistress.
I was sent here by Master to take you home. Bai Yunshin nodded in response before turning to Han Li with a smile. Brother Han, are you really not planning to visit our Bai family? If you return to the family with us, perhaps you'll be able to meet Senior Futian today. Thank you for the offer, but I plan to travel around in the city for now, so I'll pay your Bai family a visit another day, Han Li said with a smile, and he cupped his fist in a salute.
In that case, I won't keep you any longer. This jade pendant is something that I can be identified by.
With this jade pendant, you'll be able to directly come and find me in our Bai family without being questioned, Bai Yunxin said with a slightly wistful look as she flipped her hand over to produce an azure jade badge, which she tossed toward Han Li.
Han Li caught the jade pendant before taking a look at it, upon which he discovered that there were some crimson threads interwoven into its surface, indicating that it hadn't been refined using ordinary jade. There was an image of an ascending woman engraved onto the badge, and the woman bore a strong resemblance to Bai Yunxin. Han Li nodded as he stowed the jade pendant away, and the group from the Bai family departed on the beast-drawn carriages. As for Han Li, he immediately departed toward another street and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Even though there weren't any sacred ancestors in Illusion Night City, it was naturally still quite renowned due to the presence of over 10 devilish lords, and the number of high-grade devilish beings in the city also far exceeded that of normal cities of this scale. In contrast with Blood Crow City, this city had far more buildings of all different types. Not only were there ordinary shops such as material and ingredient shops, there were also many dojos that taught specific devilish arts, which presented quite an intriguing sight to Han Li. These were similar to the dojos that taught different cultivation arts in the spirit realm, and Han Li couldn't help but wonder if these had always existed or if the devilish beings had stolen the idea from the spirit realm. While passing by a tall pagoda, a hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of the plaque hanging above the door. The words Myriad Slave Tower were emblazoned in large devilish text on the plaque, and it was the first time that Han Li had seen a place like this. Thus, after a brief hesitation, he made his toward it with an intrigued expression. Upon entering the pagoda, he found himself in a grandiose hall. On either side of the hall were around a dozen devilish young women in silver palatial dresses, welcoming guests with elegant smiles. At the center of the hall was a row of intricate jade tables and chairs, and there was a black-robed middle-aged man who was serving 3 guests with a few of the devilish young women. Before Han Li even had a chance to inspect his surroundings, the middle-aged man caught sight of him and immediately rushed over to him after extending an apology to the other 3 guests. "Greetings, Senior. Is there anything I can do for you?" the middle-aged man asked in a respectful manner. He was a deity transformation stage devilish being, so he naturally didn't dare to give a powerful spatial tempering stage being like Han Li the Cold Shoulder. "What kind of establishment is this Myriad Slave Tower? I've never seen such a place anywhere else," Han Li asked. "This must be your first time visiting Illusion Night City." "Indeed, our Myriad Slave Tower is very rare as it specializes in selling slaves and devilish beasts," the middle-aged replied. "Slaves and devilish beasts?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "Indeed. Those guests over there have come here to purchase some slaves. You can take a look as well if you're interested, Senior. As for devilish beasts, we only have some ordinary breeds, so you most likely wouldn't be interested in them," the middle-aged man introduced with a smile. "In that case, I'll go take a look," Han Li replied with a nod. "Great. Please come with me, Senior." The middle-aged man immediately gestured for one of the young women to bring the 3 other devilish beings over, then led them all to a simple teleportation formation at the corner of the pagoda. The 3 guests were comprised of 2 handsome men and an elegant woman. They were only at the nascent soul stage, but they were only appraising Han Li with curiosity rather than awe and veneration. Han Li took a brief glance at them to find that a nondescript Ning character had been emblazoned on each of their sleeves. Could they be from the Ning family? After everyone stepped onto the teleportation formation, the middle-aged man cast an incantation seal toward the edge of the formation, and they were all instantly teleported away. In the next instant, they reappeared within a similar teleportation formation on a different level of the pagoda. Han Li opened his eyes and immediately inspected his surroundings, upon which he discovered that there was a long and narrow bluestone passageway up ahead, situated between 2 stone walls with countless runes carved onto their surfaces, clearly indicating the presence of a restriction. On the other side of the passageway were several large golden gates, in front of each of which stood 2 burly armored guards. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the guards, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. These guards were all humanoid puppets.
The middle-aged immediately led Han Li and the others out of the teleportation formation, then strode through the passageway and arrived at the nearest golden gate.
The two puppets in front of the gate seemed to have sensed their arrival, and they turned toward the group as they brandished their halberds, looking as if they would attack anyone who dared to approach them. The middle-aged remained completely unflustered and flipped a hand over to produce a metal badge, then waved it forward while chanting a short and simple incantation. The cold light within the puppets' eyes instantly faded, and they also set down their halberds again. The three devilish beings from the Ning family paid no heed to this, but Han Li carefully inspected the pair of puppets with blue light flashing through his eyes, then suddenly asked in an intrigued voice. These puppets seem to even more powerful than the average nascent soul stage being, but the refinement method used on them seems to be quite special. Did your pagoda refine these puppets yourselves, or purchase them from elsewhere? According to the information that he had gathered about the Elder Devil realm, these two puppets clearly hadn't been refined using any of the several types of common refinement techniques in the Elder Devil realm.
The refinement method and materials used were both very crude, but the puppets' powers belied the rough craftsmanship, and that was quite interesting to Han Li. Indeed, the refinement method used for these devil crystal puppets was rather special. They can't be possessed and controlled by spiritual sense, but they can complete some simple tasks while being controlled by treasures prepared in advance. They were crafted using our pagoda's secret refinement technique that isn't sold anywhere else. But if you're interested, a deal isn't entirely non-negotiable. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Devil crystal puppets, eh? I am indeed interested in them, but we'll discuss this later, Han Li replied in an indifferent manner.
The middle-aged man was slightly disappointed to hear this, but he still maintained his smile as he replied, All right, then I'll be opening the gate now. Immediately thereafter, he strode over to the golden gate before pressing the metal badge against it. The golden gate opened on its own, and faint white light came spilling out from within. The middle-aged then stepped away to the side and made an inviting hand gesture.
Even though the other three devilish beings were from the Ning family, they didn't dare to disrespect a spatial tempering stage being like Han Li, so they could wait for him to enter first. Han Li gave a slight nod before making his way through the gate.
Beyond the gate were several formations of different sizes, which formed a series of cylindrical white light barriers, within which were trapped several tens of devilish men and women in different attire.
All of them had faint devilish patterns on their faces, clearly indicating restrictions had been placed on their bodies. The ones with the highest cultivation bases among them were only at the core formation stage, while the weakest ones were only at the chi condensation stage.
The middle-aged man was about to start talking again, but Han Li interjected. You can go now. I'll take a look here for myself. The middle-aged man naturally didn't dare to speak any further upon hearing this. In that case, I'll go and serve the other guests. Please pardon me, senior. Thus, the middle-aged men made their way over to the people from the Ning family. Fellow Taoists, if you'd like to buy some servants, then these ones should be ideal.
They're earthine beings from deep within the illusion hell desert, and not only are they all adept in earth attribute devilish arts, once they reach maturity, all of them become handsome men and beautiful women.
Most importantly, these ones possess decent aptitude and could be nurtured to the nascent soul stage with minimal effort.
In fact, it's possible that they could even progress to the deity transformation stage. Han Li reflexively turned toward the earthine beings upon hearing the term illusion hell desert, and there he discovered 8 disheveled young men and women who appeared to be around 13 to 14 years of age. They were all at the foundation establishment stage, yet seemed to be quite feeble. Earthine beings? That's quite rare to see in this pagoda, but do they really possess aptitude that's as good as you proclaim? A young man from the Ning family with red scales on his face asked in a skeptical manner. If you don't believe me, you're free to examine their bone age. Isn't it already sufficient testament to their aptitude that they were able to reach the foundation establishment stage at such a young age? The middle-aged replied in a confident manner.
How do we know if your pagoda hasn't fed them some pills to tap into their latent potential? The woman from the Ning family asked with a smile. A wry smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he replied, Those types of pills are all quite expensive. We wouldn't use them on some slaves. Besides, there are always telltale signs that can be detected to indicate consumption of such pills. Our pagoda wouldn't dare to risk offending your Ning family over something like this. If you're interested in them, you can take them right away after issuing the required devil stones. The three people from the Ning family seemed to have been convinced, and they began to negotiate a price as opposed to continuing to linger on the topic of the Earth-Een being's aptitude. Around 15 minutes later, they finally arrived at an agreement, and the woman from the Ning family issued a large sum of devil stones, then departed with the group of Earth-Een beings. Following their departure, the middle-aged man made his way back to Han Li in a respectful manner. Have any of these slaves caught your eye, senior? If not, I can take you elsewhere. Perhaps there will be some other slaves that are more to your liking. There's no need for that. I'm used to traveling alone anyway. Take me to see the devil crystal puppets that your pagoda is selling, Han Li replied. In that case, I'll take you to the other level to examine the puppets, the middle-aged man immediately replied in an obedient manner. After that, he made his way out of the room, then waved his metal badge to close the gate before walking over to the teleportation formation through which they had come from. Han Li followed along in an expressionless manner, yet just as they were about to step onto the formation, a burst of buzzing rang out, following which several humanoid figures emerged amid a flash of white light. The middle-aged man's expression faltered slightly upon seeing this, and he peered into the formation, upon which his expression immediately darkened slightly. The people that had just appeared in the formation were comprised of 4 black-armored devilish guards, a brocade-robed elderly man, and a blue-robed young woman. The elderly man was at the deity transformation stage, while the young woman was at the core formation stage and was quite a beauty. However, she had a layer of black devilish patterns all over her body to restrict her cultivation base, clearly indicating that she was a newly arrived slave. Han Li reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward the young woman, upon which his pupils abruptly contracted with incredulity. The elderly man's expression also darkened at the sight of the middle-aged, following which he greeted with a fake smile. Greetings, shopkeeper Fong. Have you brought this guest here to pick out some slaves? If none of them were to his liking, I have some new slaves that may be of interest to him. There's no need for that. Senior Han is more interested in the devil crystal puppets, so you can keep your slaves to yourself, shopkeeper Huang, the middle-aged replied in a cold voice, and they were clearly not on good terms. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before he turned to Han Li with a respectful salute. Forgive me for my rudeness, Senior Han. If you're interested in the puppets, I have some exceptional ones that I can show you. What are you trying to do, shopkeeper Huang? I'm serving Senior Han, and I have more than enough devil crystal puppets in my collection for Senior Han to choose from, so you should focus on what you're doing. Take this new slave of yours and… This slave has no trace of devilish chi in her body. She's not from our holy realm, the middle-aged man exclaimed as he turned his attention to the young woman. Hehe. Have you only just figured that out? This woman is no ordinary slave, and I expended a lot of effort to acquire her. Setting that aside for now, I've seen the devil crystal puppets in your possession. They may be enough to fool some nascent soul stage beings, but they would surely be an insult to Senior Han's eyes, shopkeeper Huang chuckled. How dare you? The middle-aged man immediately flared up with rage, only for Han Li to suddenly raise a hand and interject. We'll talk about the devil crystal puppets later. How much are you selling her for? I'm taking her. Han Li pointed at the yellow-robed young woman as he spoke. My apologies, Senior, but she's already been taken by someone else, so I won't be able to sell her to you, the elderly man hurriedly said with an apologetic smile. Oh? Can slaves be reserved in the myriad slave tower? Han Li asked as he turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Absolutely not. Our pagoda has always operated on a first-come first-served basis. Shopkeeper Huang, why can't you sell this slave to Senior Han? Are you worried that he won't be able to afford her? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. This is a slave that was requested by Senior Zhao Wenhao. If I hand her over to someone else who's going to answer to Senior Zhao, the elderly man snapped. What? This slave was requested by Senior Zhao. The middle-aged man drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before turning to the young woman with a hesitant expression. Who is this Zhao Wenhao? Han Li asked in a calm manner. The middle-aged man faltered slightly before replying with a forced smile. Senior Zhao is the master of the Zhao family. It would not be wise to offend him over a mere core formation stage slave. The master of the Zhao family? He must be a spatial tempering cultivator as well then.
In any case, I'm taking her. If he has any objections, then he can come and find me himself, Hanli replied with a cold smile. Both the middle-aged man and elderly man's expressions changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man still wanted to say something further, but Hanli abruptly strode forward and appeared between the 4 armored guards in a flash, then reached out to grab onto the young woman's arm before reappearing in his original spot in a flash. Everything had taken place in the span of just a single breath. The elderly man faltered slightly before immediately flaring up with rage. What is the meaning of this, senior? Are you planning to take a slave from our pagoda by force? You may be a spatial tempering stage being, but our pagoda is not to be messed with either. The 4 devilish guards hurriedly raised their weapons in a wary manner, and the middle-aged man reflexively took a couple of steps backward before opening his mouth to say something, but decided against it in the end. As for the yellow-robed young woman, she was looking up at Hanli with a perplexed expression. Hanli completely ignored the elderly man's threat and instantly injected a wisp of magic power into the young woman's body through her arm, upon which his expression changed drastically. There's no mistaking it, it really is that cultivation art. If you can't make a decision on this, then shut up. I'll find someone else who can make the decision for myself, Hanli harumphed coldly as an extremely fearsome aura erupted from his body, picking up the 2 deity transformation stage devilish beings and hurling them back over 100 feet. Only after their backs had crashed into the walls of the pagoda did they manage to steady themselves, but their faces had turned completely pale and their eyes were filled with astonishment. As for the 4 devilish guards, they were instantly slammed onto the ground and completely immobilized by the devastating aura. Hanli had made an effort to protect the yellow-robed young woman, so she remained unaffected, but she was also completely dumbstruck. The aura emanating from Hanli's body continued to swell drastically, and it encompassed the entire pagoda. All of the restrictions in the pagoda began to tremor in the face of his terrifying aura, and loud sirens had begun to blare. Such a loud commotion naturally alerted the more powerful devilish beings in the pagoda. There were 2 devilish elderly men meditating in a secret chamber on the highest level of the pagoda, and as soon as they sensed this aura, they immediately sprang up before flying out of the secret chamber as quickly as they could. Moments later, a pair of spatial tempering stage elderly men had appeared before Hanli, and they were respectfully referring to Hanli as a devilish lord right before the incredulous eyes of the 2 shopkeepers. At this point, Hanli had already withdrawn his immense aura, and he appraised the 2 spatial tempering stage elderly men coldly as he said, "I want to buy her. Do you have any objections?" "Of course not. It's an immense honor for her to catch the interest of an esteemed devilish lord like you, senior. If you want her, you can have her free of charge," one of the elderly men said, and his companion nodded eagerly in agreement. These 2 were naturally aware that all devilish lords were old monsters who had lived for countless years, and most of them had very peculiar personalities, so they certainly didn't dare to display any disrespect. It wouldn't be right of me to take her for free. Here are some devil stones. Aside from that, there's something else I want to discuss with you too. Hanli chuckled as he raised a sleeve to release a storage bracelet that was filled with devil stones. One of the elderly men caught the storage bracelet, and he didn't dare to return it, so he could only stow it away. "What can we do for you, senior? As long as it's within our capabilities, we definitely won't refuse. I have something else I need to attend to for now, so we'll discuss this later. I hope your pagoda will satisfy me again when I return next time," Hanli said. As soon as his voice trailed off, black light erupted from his body, sweeping up the yellow-robed young woman before flying toward one of the walls of the pagoda as a streak of light. A resounding boom rang out, and the streak of light easily pierced through the restrictions on the wall before vanishing in a flash. The 2 spatial tempering stage elderly men could only exchange a wry smile upon seeing this. Even though the myriad slave tower had no lack of devilish lord-level elders, there wasn't such a powerful being in the Illusion Night City branch. As such, the 2 spatial tempering stage elderly men naturally didn't dare to offend Hanli when they knew nothing about him. In a sense, a devilish lord of unknown origins was even more worthy of fear in their eyes than the patriarchs of the 4 major families. As soon as Hanli left, the brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly made his way toward the pair of spatial tempering stage devilish beings. "Elders, the slave that was just taken was reserved by the master of the Zhao family. If we let that senior take her away just like that, then I won't be able to answer to the Zhao family. She was reserved by Zhao Wenhao?
That is indeed quite troublesome. Did you already take a deposit from him? One of the elderly men asked as his brows furrowed slightly.
No, but he came to our pagoda several months ago and specifically requested a young human female cultivator at the core formation stage or above, and he expressed a willingness to issue a large batch of devil stones for such a slave.
There are precedents of similar arrangements made in the past, so I agreed. The brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly explained. That may be the case, but no deposit was issued, so we're not obliged to sell her to the Zhao family.
If he insists on acquiring a slave of her specifications, then we'll just have to take some time and source another one for him, the other spatial tempering stage elderly man said as he stroked his beard calmly.
Indeed, we'll leave it to you to sort things out with the Zhao family. Don't offend the Zhao family, but definitely don't incur the wrath of that Senior Han. Either. The two of us have to go back to meditate now. We'll leave everything to you too. The first spatial tempering stage elderly man said before the two of them stepped into the nearby teleportation formation together. Yes, elders. The brocade-robed elderly man's expression was quite strained. But the middle-aged man was taking great pleasure in his misfortune as both of them bowed in unison.
By the way, if that Senior Han returns to our pagoda, then notify us right away so we can attend to him in person, one of the elders instructed right as the teleportation formation was about to be activated.
Yes.
The two shopkeepers extended respectful bows once again, following which the pair of spatial tempering stage elders vanished from the formation amid a flash of white light.
He looks like you'll have your hands full, Brother Huang.
Having said that, you have some strong ties with the Zhao family, so I'm sure you'll be able to handle this, the middle-aged man chuckled before also teleporting away. The brocade-robed elderly man's expression darkened even further, and he stood on the spot for a long while before grumbling to himself. Looks like I'll have no choice but to pay the Zhao family a visit to explain the situation and find another slave that fits his requirements.
But that's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Han Li had already gotten onto a small beast-drawn carriage with the yellow-robed young woman, and the carriage was racing along the street. Han Li sat at the center of the carriage, meditating with his eyes closed, while the yellow-robed young woman was cowering in a corner, surreptitiously appraising Han Li with a fearful expression. Following what had happened in the Myriad Slave Tower, she was naturally already aware that Han Li was a devilish lord. However, Han Li's youthful and ordinary appearance struck her with a sense of bewilderment. In any case, a body integration stage being was something that she had never thought that she would encounter. With him as her master, the final trace of hope she had harbored for making an escape was completely dashed. As such, she was plunged into a state of horror and despair, and she shuddered to imagine what unspeakable horrors awaited her. Han Li didn't use any secret technique to glean the young woman's thoughts, but he could roughly guess what she was thinking. He appeared to be quite calm and collected, but his emotions were also in a tumultuous state, and images of a white-robed beauty surfaced in his mind over and over again. Some of the images were quite blurry and indistinct, while others were crystal clear, as if they had been captured just a day ago. Even with Han Li's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but have his emotions swayed by these images. However, he didn't forcibly eradicate these images through the use of any secret techniques, and merely basked in the bittersweet sensation of missing a loved one. After a long while, the carriage finally stopped, and the driver's respectful voice rang out from outside.
"Senior, we've arrived at your requested destination." Han Li took a deep breath to repress his tumultuous emotions as he opened his eyes, then made his way out of the carriage in an unhurried manner.
Even though Han Li hadn't called out to her, the yellow-robed young woman still gritted her teeth and decided to follow along after a brief moment of hesitation. She was quite smart, and she knew that she was completely at Han Li's mercy, so it was in her best interest to act in an obedient manner.
Otherwise, with Han Li's unfathomable cultivation base, there were countless ways for him to make her regret she had ever been born.
Han Li tossed a devil stone to the coach driver, then cast his gaze forward as a pleased look appeared on his face. He was currently situated in front of a mountain face that was over 10,000 feet tall, and there were a series of pavilions and cave abodes constructed along the mountain face. At the very front of these buildings was a massive entrance that was several hundred feet tall, with a plaque that read Holy Spirit Courtyard, in large silver characters. Inside the pavilion was a black wooden table, upon which an elderly devilish man was taking a nap.
There were several child servants standing in silence nearby, not daring to wake up the elderly devilish man. Hanli cast a cold gaze toward the elderly man and his lips tremored slightly.
In the next instant, the elderly sprang up from the table and hurriedly yelled, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, senior." He then immediately caught sight of Hanli and the yellow-robed young woman before rushing over to them with a wide smile. Not long after that, Hanli and the young woman appeared in a pavilion that had been constructed along the mountain face.
Half of the pavilion was situated inside the stone face while the other half was protruding out of the mountain, and it had been constructed with a restriction that could completely isolate the pavilion from the outside world, making it very popular among high-grade beings who like to travel alone. This Holy Spirit courtyard was specifically designated for high-grade devilish beings to reside in, but the rental fees here were significantly more expensive than other similar places, so there weren't many high-grade devilish beings living here.
Not long ago, Hanli had used his spiritual sense to roughly assess all of the levels and the structure of the pavilion, and he had been quite pleased with what he had seen. Thus, he issued some devil stones to the elderly devilish man and rented this pavilion for an entire year.
At this point, Hanli had activated all of the pavilion's restrictions and taken the young woman to the highest level, then sat down calmly onto a futon before indicating for the young woman to take a seat across from him.
The young woman was naturally still feeling extremely uneasy, but she didn't dare to disobey his instructions. After that, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to release several tens of formation flags, all of which vanished into the nearby space in a flash. In the next instant, an azure light barrier appeared to encompass the entire pavilion, and only then did Hanli turn toward the young woman with a smile before thrusting a palm toward her. An immense burst of magic power erupted out of his palm and instantly destroyed the restrictions within the young woman's body. As a result, the devilish symbols on her skin instantly vanished, and her magic power was free to circulate through her meridians again.
She was naturally ecstatic to sense this, yet before she could say anything, Hanli asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhu Guer," the young woman replied after only a brief hesitation. "I can see that you don't have any devilish chi within your body. You're a pure human, right?"
"Did you enter this realm of your own volition, or were you captured and taken here from the spirit realm?" Hanli asked. "I guess you can say I entered this realm on my own," the young woman replied. Hanli was rather taken aback to hear this, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "How did you manage to do that?"
"With your cultivation base, you don't possess the ability to traverse through space. Did you enter this realm with someone else?" "No, I entered this realm on my own." "I see, that's rather interesting. Who taught you the greater incarnation arts that you're using?" Hanli asked.
The yellow-robed young woman hesitated momentarily before replying, "I see you've heard of this cultivation art, senior. It was taught to me by my mother." "Who is your mother? And how did she obtain this greater incarnation arts?" Hanli asked as his expression changed slightly.
The yellow-robed young woman was clearly quite reluctant to answer this question.
Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued, "You're currently in the reincarnation phase, so your true cultivation base isn't at the core formation stage, is it? I should have known that you'd be able to identify this considering you're aware of the existence of the greater incarnation arts." Zhu Guer conceded as her expression darkened slightly. "What's your original cultivation base?"
"Nascent soul stage or deity transformation stage?" Hanli asked. Zhu Guer bit down on her lower lip for a moment before replying, "I am at the nascent soul stage. If I hadn't been stuck in the reincarnation phase, then I wouldn't have been captured. I can see that you're truly quite young, yet you've already cultivated the greater incarnation arts to quite an impressive degree. Aside from your brilliant aptitude, I assume you must be receiving guidance from someone who's extremely adept at using the same cultivation art. Your mother must be at quite an advanced stage in this cultivation art as well, right?" Hanli asked.
Zhu Guer's expression changed a few times before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "If you want to ask about me, then I can tell you anything you want to know. But if you want to ask about my mother, then I have nothing to say." "Oh, you're a very good daughter. But do you think I won't be able to find out just because you refuse to tell me?" Hanli asked with a faint smile. A thought immediately occurred to the young woman upon hearing this. and her face turned deathly pale as she drastically sped up the circulation of her own true essence, as if she really were planning to self-detonate at any moment. If you're going to use a soul search technique on me, then I'd sooner detonate my own nascent soul than let you have your way. However, Hanli merely chuckled. You'll have to ask for my permission if you want to self-detonate in my presence. As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a sleeve toward the young woman in a nonchalant manner, releasing a burst of gray light that encompassed her entire body. As a result, Zhu Guar was instantly immobilized and rendered completely unable to muster up any magic power. The true essence that she had gathered in her dantian had also completely faded, so self-detonation was completely out of her grasp. What did you do to me? Zhu Guar yelled in rage and horror. Nothing, all I want is for you to answer my questions truthfully. Now then, look into my eyes, Hanli said in a calm voice. What? Your eyes? Zhu Guar was quite young, but she still knew that she definitely shouldn't follow Han Li's instructions. However, she found herself completely unable to resist his wishes as she raised her head to meet his gaze. All of a sudden, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and Zhu Guar's consciousness immediately began to fade as her eyelids suddenly became extraordinarily heavy. However, before she could do anything, she had already fallen unconscious. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, and he cast an incantation seal toward Zhu Guar while the blue light in his eyes became even brighter. If one could peer into Zhu Guar's body right now, they discover that her nascent soul had been completely bound by layers of gray light threads, and it was also in an unconscious state. In the instant that the azure incantation seal vanished into Zhu Guar's body, her eyelids fluttered as she opened her eyes again, but they were completely glazed over and as lifeless as those of a puppet. Where did you learn your greater incarnation arts from? Hanli asked in a compelling voice as blue light flickered within his eyes. From my mother, Zhu Guar replied in a clear voice despite her wooden expression. Who normally instructs you in your cultivation? Is your mother using the same cultivation art? My mother instructs me, but she cultivates the clear chi arts instead. Hanli was rather surprised to hear this, but his tone remained unchanged as he asked, clear chi arts? That's quite common among Buddhist cultivators. What cultivation base is your mother at? She must possess quite an advanced cultivation base for her to be able to instruct you in the greater incarnation arts even without cultivating it herself. My mother is only at the nascent soul stage. As for her ability to guide me. Zhu Guar's voice suddenly trailed off here as a slightly lost look appeared on her face. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately asked, is there something out of the ordinary about the way that your mother is instructing you? Indeed. Everything was quite normal before I reached the nascent soul stage, but after that, my mother is often unable to answer my cultivation questions on the spot and can only provide answers several days later. I suspect that there's a master of the greater incarnation arts behind my mother. Han Li's heart rate immediately began to speed up upon hearing this. Have you asked your mother whether this is the case? I have on many occasions, but my mother always denied it. What is your mother's name? And what does she look like? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. My mother is Ling Feixian, and she bears a strong resemblance to me, Zhu Guar replied. Han Li fell into silent contemplation for a long while upon hearing this before finally shaking his head as he murmured something to himself. After a while, a thought occurred to him, and he asked, how did you enter the Elder Devil realm? And where did you come from before you came here? I was being pursued by enemies and accidentally fell into a spatial rift to enter the Elder Devil realm. Prior to this, I was from the small spirit sky, Zhu Guar replied. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Small spirit sky? Where is that? The small spirit sky is the small spirit sky, Zhu Guar replied. Han Li's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this, and after a long while, he heaved a faint sigh as he murmured to himself, so be it. I'll just have to gather this information myself. As soon as his voice trailed off, he switched to a different hand seal, and a translucent thread shot forth out of his glabella before vanishing into Zhu Guar's forehead in a flash. After that, the blue light in Han Li's eyes became even more pronounced. Zhu Guar was only at the nascent soul stage, so Han Li was naturally being very careful in his soul inspection to avoid harming her. After around 15 minutes, Han Li easily procured all of the information that he wanted, and the translucent thread shot back into his glabella.
As soon as the translucent thread vanished, Zhu Guo collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, then closed his eyes as he began to process the information he had obtained from her.
Shortly thereafter, he reopened his eyes and murmured to himself in a stunned manner. So this small spirit sky is a fragmented realm like the vast glacial realm, and there are over 100 million humans residing within it.
That's truly very unexpected. Indeed, as it turned out, the small spirit sky was an independent realm that was once a fragment of another realm. According to what he had seen in Zhu Guo's memories, the realm seemed to be around the same size as the vast glacial realm, but the spiritual qi within the realm was even less abundant than that in the spirit realm.
There seemed to be around 7 or 8 foreign races residing in the small spirit sky alongside the human race, and what was quite surprising was that many of the people in the realm had ended up there after while attempting to ascend to the spirit realm from lower realms. As such, there was a very good chance that Nangong Wan could be there, and that would also explain why he had been unable to find any leads on her whereabouts in the spirit realm. Even with his current level of mental fortitude, the thought of his beloved wife still lit a fire within his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to travel to Nangong Wan's side right away so they could be reunited. Only after a long while did he finally manage to recover from his tumultuous emotional state, but his expression instantly darkened again as he considered the issue of how he was going to get to the small spirit sky. In contrast with the vast glacial realm, the small spirit sky was a realm that was constantly slowly moving through space, so it was virtually a matter of complete luck whether he would be able to find an entrance into the realm.
And Zhu Guo's arrival into the Elder Devil realm through that spatial rift was also purely by chance. However, this information had all been derived from Zhu Guo's memories. As for whether it was all true, he would have to do some more research. However, seeing as Zhu Guo was able to accidentally enter the Elder Devil realm, there had to be people from the small spirit sky who had stumbled into the spirit realm, so he should be able to find some relevant information.
After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Han Li cast his gaze toward Zhu Guo again. He wasn't completely sure that her greater incarnation arts had been bestowed upon her by Nangong Wan, but there was a very good chance that this was the case. After all, he had been in the spirit realm for a very long time, and he had never heard of any human sect that possessed such a cultivation art. It seemed that this cultivation art was extremely rare, and the masked moon sect had to have obtained it through an enormous stroke of luck. After thinking through all these matters, Han Li heaved a faint forlorn sigh, then flicked a finger toward Zhu Guo.
A ball of azure light was expelled before vanishing into her body in a flash, and her eyelids fluttered before she slowly awakened. However, as soon as she recalled how she had fallen unconscious, she immediately sat up with a dark expression.
"Did you search my soul?" she asked as she glared at Han Li. "If I didn't search your soul, how would I have found the information I wanted? Rest assured, I only obtained the specific pieces of information that I'm interested in, and I didn't harm your soul during the process. It came as quite a surprise to me to learn that you're from the small spirit sky as opposed to the spirit realm," Han Li said in a calm manner. Zhu Guo bit down on her lower lip upon hearing mention of the small spirit sky, and she didn't say anything. "I've already planted a restriction in your body, so act as my servant for now here in Illusion Night City. If you serve me well, I can consider freeing you when I leave the city. You can go and find a room to rest in now. Don't come to me unless it's an important matter. Also, you have to start referring to me as master from now on." Han Li continued in a nonchalant manner.
"Yes, master, I'll be taking my leave now." Zhu Guo could only reply in a resigned voice before extending a curtsy toward Han Li, then obediently departed. She was well aware that it would be both futile and foolish to try and resist a body integration stage devilish lord.
However, judging from her dejected expression, it was clear that she wasn't very hopeful that Han Li would fulfill his promise. Following Zhu Guo's departure, Han Li looked up at the ceiling and became engrossed in his own thoughts once again. For the next 3 days, Han Li remained on the top level of the pavilion to meditate and didn't go anywhere else. However, on the 4th day, someone came to see him. "Did the master of the Zhao family send a messenger?" Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. Zhu Guo replied, "Yes, master. An elder of the Zhao family just delivered a message, and he insisted that I relay it to you." "Let me take a look,"
Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion to draw the letter into his grasp, then gently opened it. A ball of golden light immediately erupted out of the letter before transforming into the projection of a graceful and refined middle-aged man. The man had black scales on the corners of his eyes and a pair of golden pupils. It was none other than the master of the Zhao family. The projection cupped its fist in a salute toward Han Li, then relayed two things in a polite manner. The first thing was that he had heard from shopkeeper Huang of the Myriad Slave Tower about the arrival of Han Li, and he wished to befriend Han Li, while explicitly stating that the Zhao family wouldn't hold any grudge against him over a mere slave. The second thing was that the Zhao family was going to hold a ceremony to worship their ancestors in a month, and he was inviting Han Li to attend as a guest. After that, the projection extended another salute toward Han Li before fading into nothingness, leaving only the letter behind. Han Li looked down at the letter to find that it was covered in black devilish symbols with a shimmering golden Zhao character at the center. He rubbed his hands together expressionlessly, and a ball of silver flames emerged to instantly incinerate the letter into ashes. When the Zhao family sends someone for a reply from me, tell them I accept their invitation, Han Li instructed. Yes, master, Zhu Guo replied before taking her leave. Han Li closed his eyes again to meditate, but to his surprise, he was paid another visit by Zhu Guo the very next day, who informed him that a woman with the Bai surname had come to visit him. Han Li immediately guessed that this was most likely Bai Yunxin. It seemed that the Bai family had become aware of his status as a devilish lord, after all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to pay him this visit. Even so, Han Li had no intention of turning away. Thus, he instructed Zhu Guo to take her to the hall on the first floor, and only after a while did he make his way down from the top floor in an unhurried manner. As soon as he arrived at the hall on the first floor, he discovered that it was indeed Bai Yunxin who had come to visit him, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Greetings, Fairy Bai. Please forgive me for my tardiness." Han Li released his body integration stage aura without making any attempt to disguise it as he spoke. Bai Yunxin swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which she immediately stood up from her seat before hurriedly extending a curtsy. "I was unaware that you were a devilish lord, Senior Han. Please forgive me for any offense I may have caused you. You didn't know, so you're not to blame. I disguised my own aura precisely because I was worried that you would be too stiff and reserved if you had known the truth." Han Li chuckled as he motioned for Bai Yunxin to take a seat, and he also calmly made his way over to the main seat before sitting down himself. Bai Yunxin's heart eased slightly upon hearing this, but she still didn't dare to sit down as she extended words of gratitude toward Han Li in a careful manner. Han Li didn't force the issue any further and allowed her to remain standing as he asked, "You didn't come here just to apologize, did you, fellow Taoist Bai?" "Indeed, Senior. I had already informed Senior Futian of your arrival in the city, and I was sent here to extend an invitation to you on Senior Futian's behalf," Bai Yunxin replied. "I see. In that case, I would be more than happy to meet fellow Taoist Futian." "Please lead the way, fellow Taoist Bai," Han Li said with a nod. Bai Yunxin was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately gave an affirmative response. Han Li instructed Zhu Guo to remain in the pavilion, while he followed Bai Yunxin out of the room. When they arrived at the massive entrance, there was already a giant carriage being drawn by 8 unicorns waiting for them. There was a purple banner with an inky black Bai character emblazoned on its surface protruding from the top of the carriage, and it was clear that this was a carriage that the Bai family reserved for esteemed guests. On either side of the carriage were 16 black armored guards atop 2-headed giant wolf steeds, all of which were also clad in suits of black armor. The guards were each carrying 2 huge swords on their backs, and they were all at the deity transformation stage. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he glanced at these armored guards, and Bai Yunxin smiled as she introduced, "These baleful tiger guards are the elite guards trained by our Bai family. All of them have once lived along on the plains for over 100 years and have slain countless devilish beasts. What do you think, Senior Han? They seem to be no less powerful than the elite guards of major cities." Han Li replied with a nod before making his way into the carriage, where he sat down and closed his eyes. Bai Yunxin naturally didn't dare to ask any further questions, and she also got onto the carriage before issuing an instruction. The carriage immediately set off with the 16 baleful tiger guards following along close to the sides. All of the ordinary devilish beings on the streets immediately parted for the carriage and armored guards with reverent and envious looks in their eyes. Thus, the carriage raced along without any impediment, and after several hours it finally drew to a halt in front of a fortress within the city. Han Li emerged from the carriage, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the fortress. This was naturally where the Bai family was situated, and not only was the entire fortress completely seamless, its walls were as smooth as jade virtually without any gaps. On top of that, the material used for the walls was neither metallic nor jade in nature, and he couldn't identify exactly what it was even with his vast wealth of knowledge and experience. Judging from the menacing aura being given off by the fortress, so it was clearly laden with restrictions and definitely wasn't as simple as it appeared. Directly in front of the fortress was a giant gate that was over 1,000 feet tall, and on either of it were several tens of devilish beast statues of different sizes, creating a long path. All of the statues were dull and black, but they were extremely lifelike, and there were also 8 yellow-robed devilish beings standing in front of the gate in an expressionless manner. Under Bai Yunxin's guidance, Han Li strolled through the gate past the slightly bewildered yellow-robed devilish beings, and around 15 minutes later, Han Li was seated on a purple chair in a hall with antiquated decor, sipping from a silver teacup. A fragrant scent was emanating out of the cup, and there were 4 extremely beautiful devilish female servants standing off to the side in an extremely respectful manner. Bai Yunxin was currently nowhere to be seen, and the entire hall was completely silent. A short while later, gentle footsteps suddenly rang out from outside the hall, and a person strode into the room in a graceful manner. The newcomer turned to Han Li with a faint smile and said, "I am Layman Futian. It's a pleasure to have you at our Bai family, fellow Taoist Han." "You're Layman Futian?" Han Li asked in a slightly dumbstruck manner. The person who had walked in was a tall and slender purple-haired woman who appeared to be in her 20s with a short white horn on her forehead. She had a graceful disposition and was appraising Han Li with a faint smile. The appearance of this Layman Futian had truly come as a surprise to Han Li. "Were you not aware that I'm a woman, fellow Taoist Han?" The purple-haired woman chuckled. "Indeed, fellow Taoist Bai Yunxin didn't mention this to me." "Please forgive me for my rudeness," Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward the woman, and his expression immediately returned to normal, but there was still a hint of shock in his eyes. "That's all right. This isn't the first time this has happened to me. After all, the title of Layman Futian is quite prone to causing misunderstandings. It's just that the past patriarchs of our Bai family had all been referred to as such, so it wouldn't be right of me to change the title," the woman explained with a smile. Han Li was quite enlightened upon hearing this. There were indeed some families in which certain titles were passed down in order to improve cohesion and as a piece of heritage. This may seem like a bit of a gimmick, but it was actually quite effective in some cases. The purple-haired woman took a seat across from Han Li, then waved a hand to dismiss the servant in the room, all of whom obediently departed, making sure to close the door behind them. The woman swept her spiritual sense briefly over Han Li's body and said, "I heard from that junior of mine that you don't show yourself in public much. It's no wonder I've never heard of you. However, I can sense that you're very proficient in your devilish art. You must have become a devilish lord quite a while ago, right? Even I'm unable to ascertain your exact cultivation base. I cultivate in the Tao of Slaughter, so I'm always cultivating in the plains where there's an abundance of devilish beasts, and as a result, I don't interact much with others. As for the time I've spent as a devilish lord, I'm afraid you're wrong there. I only became a devilish lord several centuries ago. The only reason you're unable to ascertain my exact cultivation base is because I've cultivated a special secret technique," Han Li replied with a smile. At the same time, he also swept his spiritual sense toward Layman Futian, only to find that her cultivation base was completely unfathomable to him as well. It was clear that this woman either had an aura concealment treasure or had cultivated an ability of that nature. With Han Li's current level of power, there was surely no one of the same cultivation base who could possess magic power that was unfathomable to him, so that wasn't a viable alternative. The woman's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and a barely detectable hint of elation appeared on her face. "The Tao of Slaughter? I haven't come into contact with devilish arts of that nature much, but I'm aware that all fellow Taoists who cultivate in the Tao of Slaughter possess combat prowess that's far superior to others of the same cultivation base.
Devilish arts of the Tao of Slaughter are indeed very powerful, but they're also very difficult to cultivate. I'm aware that I won't be able to break through my current bottleneck through cultivation and slaying devilish beasts alone, and that's why I've decided to emerge from seclusion, Han Li explained. Han Li's words seemed to have resonated with the purple-haired woman, and she sighed in agreement. I'm not cultivating in the Tao of Slaughter, but I've also been stuck at my current bottleneck for over 1,000 years. Making progress after becoming a devilish lord is a very arduous task, and fortune often plays a big role. Han Li nodded before suddenly changing the subject. I've heard that the Illusion Hell Desert is a renowned restriction area in our holy realm, and I was planning to rest in this city for a few days before entering the desert to continue my cultivation. If I can encounter some opportunities in there, then that would naturally be ideal. Our Bai family isn't exactly a massive powerhouse, but we have some influence around these parts and we know quite a bit about the Illusion Hell Desert. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. I'll get my juniors to fulfill your needs as best as possible, the purple-haired woman said. In that case, I really do have something to ask of your Bai family, Han Li said with a smile. Oh, go ahead, fellow Taoist. As long as it's something within our Bai family's capabilities, I definitely won't turn you down, the woman replied. I heard that any being who enters the Illusion Hell Desert will be rendered unable to use any movement techniques, and that the only way to traverse through the desert is by walking, which would take 50 to 60 years. I intend to cultivate in the Illusion Hell Desert for a while, but I don't want to spend that much time in there, so I was planning to purchase an 8-footed devilish lizard from your Bai family as a steed. Would you be able to sell me one? Han Li asked in a straightforward manner. Truth be told, Yuner already told me about this earlier. The purple-haired woman sighed upon hearing this. Is this a difficult matter for you? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Let me put it this way. If anyone other than a devilish lord like you were to mention this to me, they would perhaps have already been evicted, the purple-haired woman replied. I had heard that 8-footed devilish lizards are extremely important to all of the major families in the city, and that they were strictly not for sale. Would you be able to explain to me why that is? Han Li asked as he stroked his own chin. Of course, the woman replied after a brief pause. 8-footed devilish lizards are very valuable. Their devilish cores, bones, and even blood and flesh can be used to refine a type of extremely rare chi refinement pill. However, that alone isn't enough for our major families to hold the lizards in such high regard. As I'm sure you're aware, Illusion Night City has only managed to exist here due to the minds and spirit medicines that can be found in this area. Sales of those items earn the city high yearly profits, which are enough to cover the costs of our major families. However, the city was founded here tens of thousands of years ago, and the nearby mines and spirit medicines have already been completely exhausted. As such, all of the specialty local products we currently produce are sourced from deep within the Illusion Hell Desert. Even though there's a good supply of such items in the desert, 8-footed devilish lizards are necessary to ensure that they're transported back to the city promptly and safely. Otherwise, with all of the perils present in the desert, it would be virtually impossible to make it back on foot. After all, the desert is a renowned restricted area even in the entire Holy Realm, and it's very difficult for the average person to enter and leave it at will. As much, the lizards are vital to our major families for their ability to traverse through the desert, and less lizards would mean less yearly profits for our families. I'm sure you can understand why we're so unwilling to part with them now, the woman explained. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly upon hearing this. This made things quite troublesome. The prosperity of these families hinged on these 8-footed devilish lizards, so it would be very difficult for him to source them through conventional means. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, Han Li reflexively glanced at the woman to find that there seemed to be something that she wanted to say, and a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Futian, you didn't turn me down outright, so there must be some margin for negotiation. How about you tell me what I have to do for you to sell an 8-footed devilish lizard to me? I'm sure the price alone isn't the issue here, right? The purple-haired woman faltered lightly upon hearing this before chuckling. It seems you're a very skilled observer, fellow Taoist. Han Li merely remained silent and awaited a response. The woman's smile faded upon hearing this, and after a brief pause, she continued, if you had come 3 years ago, then there would have been no way that our Bai family would have sold an 8-footed devilish lizard to you, but now, there's room for negotiation. Our Bai family has encountered some trouble, and we need someone of your powers to assist us. Oh? I'm sure you're not the only devilish lord in your family. What kind of trouble could stump you? Hanli asked as his expression changed slightly. Truth be told, the issue lies in an extremely important mine in the illusion how desert that belongs to our family. Several years ago, it was taken over by a devilish lord-level devilish beast. The beast is extremely powerful, and our family has been unable to evict it, so we could only recruit other allies to help us. If you can lend us your assistance, then we'd stand a far better chance.
If we succeed, I can give you an 8-footed devilish lizard as repayment, the woman replied with a wry smile. How many devilish lord-level allies have you already recruited? Hanli asked after a brief pause. I've already invited 2. In addition to myself and another grand elder of our family, we have a total of 4 devilish lords thus far, the woman replied. What kind of devilish beast could pose a threat to 4 devilish lords? Hanli asked as his brows furrowed slightly.
This is a rather embarrassing story for me to tell, but I once faced the beast in battle once. However, I was unable to make out its exact appearance. It was enshrouded in a ball of green flames the entire time, so I could only see a rough outline, and it seems to be something that resembles both a rhinoceros and a cow.
The beast possesses powerful fire attribute abilities that can virtually melt through space, and I was almost killed by it after being caught off guard, the purple-haired woman said in a serious manner. Fire attribute abilities?
That is indeed rather troublesome. Once cultivated to the extreme, fire attribute abilities are far more destructive than abilities of other attributes. It's no wonder that you fell into such a perilous situation against it, Hanli said. There's no need to try and flatter me, Brother Han. Even if that devilish beast didn't possess fire attribute abilities, its powers would still be well beyond mine.
I'm guessing it's most likely comparable in power to a pinnacle late-stage devilish lord, so we would only stand a chance after recruiting as many powerful allies as possible, the woman said with a wry smile. It's comparable to a late-stage devilish lord?
No wonder you're being so cautious. What do you approximate our chance of success to be? Facing such a powerful devilish beast is no laughing matter. Perhaps I could be risking serious injury or even death, Hanli said with a grim expression. It would naturally be close to impossible to kill such a devilish beast, but if we only want to wound it and chase it away, then our chance of success should be around 60% to 70%.
With your inclusion, I think that will increase to 90%, the woman immediately replied. Hee, you seem to have a great deal of confidence, Hanli chuckled.
The purple-haired woman could see that Hanli was rather unconvinced, and she hurriedly explained. That's because the 2 allies we recruited are no less powerful than I am, and one of them cultivates glacial powers while the other possesses an extreme inattribute treasure. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be so optimistic. If we still fail even after all this, then we may just have to give up on that mine. Hanli nodded with an enlightened expression before continuing. I see, that does indeed justify your confidence. However, there's still one thing I'd like you to explain to me. Go ahead, Brother Han, the purple-haired woman prompted with a smile. A devilish beast with that level of power should have already attained quite a high level of intelligence. Why has it taken over your family's mine? On top of that, your family seems to hold this mine in very high regard. May I ask what kind of precious material the mine produces? Hanli asked in a calm manner. The mine produces firecloud stones of the highest quality. Not only is the mine very large in scale, the supply of firecloud stones within it is extremely abundant, so it can profit our family for thousands of years, the woman explained. Firecloud stones?
I see, then that devilish beast must have been trying to devour the true fire chi of the entire mine to further its cultivation, Hanli said with an enlightened nod. Indeed.
Only some special types of devilish beasts possess the innate ability to devour the true fire chi within such mine. If a normal being of our holy race were to attempt something like this, no matter how advanced their cultivation base may be, they would immediately self-detonate.
This is why we're trying to recover the mine as soon as possible. Otherwise, once too much true fire chi is lost, the mine's value would depreciate significantly. If you're willing to assist us, our family is willing to offer you an 8-footed devilish lizard and a large sum of devil stones as repayment regardless of whether we succeed or fail, the woman promised.
After a brief pause for contemplation, Hanli said, It would be remiss of me to turn down such a sincere offer. But I must ask where this mine is located in the Illusion Hell Desert, and how long will it take to get there? If this is going to take too long, then I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Rest assured, Brother Han. It'll only take just over a month to get to the mine. Even if we get delayed slightly along the way, 3 months should be enough to make a return trip. The woman hurriedly replied. In that case, I'll agree to this. When are we setting off? Han Li said without any further hesitation. The purple-haired woman was naturally ecstatic to hear this. Thank you, Brother Han. One of the 2 fellow Taoists I've invited has already arrived, but the other one will take around a month to get here. Once everyone's here, we'll set off right away. Han Li nodded and offered no response to this. After that, the purple-haired woman invited Han Li to move to the Bai family again and offered to cover all of his living costs during this period of time, but Han Li euphemistically turned her down again. The purple-haired woman didn't force the issue any further, and they began to discuss some cultivation experiences and insights. Han Li naturally wasn't going to refuse, and a conversation immediately ensued. To his surprise, he soon discovered that even though this layman Fuqian was a woman, she had many unique insights when it came to body refinement techniques, and there were even many questions that he had about the provenance true devil arts that were answered by her. This was something that he very rarely experienced when exchanging cultivation insights with other body integration cultivators of the spirit realm. However, this made sense considering his provenance true devil arts had come from the elder devil realm, so it was no surprise that their body refinement techniques shared similarities. It couldn't be said that he had gained nothing out of conversing with other body integration cultivators in the past, but in terms of body refinement, they naturally couldn't compare with a devilish lord. Thus, Han Li became quite engrossed in the conversation, and they talked for over half a day. During this time, the purple-haired woman was also very surprised to discover that Han Li's knowledge and proficiency in body refinement techniques far exceeded her own, indicating that he definitely wasn't an ordinary devilish lord. The fact that her new ally was so powerful further exacerbated her elation, and she became even more polite toward Han Li. As day began to transition into night, Han Li stood up to take his leave. Such a short time naturally wasn't enough for 2 body integration stage beings to exchange all of their cultivation insights, so the purple-haired woman invited Han Li to come and continue their discussion during the next few days. Han Li thought about this for a moment before gladly agreeing. Only then did the purple-haired woman call for that beast-drawn carriage to take Han Li back to the pavilion he was staying in. Following Han Li's departure, the purple-haired woman sat back down in her chair, and her smile faded slightly. He took a sip of the spirit tea on the table, then suddenly said, "Big brother, what do you think is that man's cultivation base? With your vastine treasured mirror, you should have been able to see some things, right? You think far too highly of me, sister. That man is truly unfathomable and far more powerful than you think." All of a sudden, white light flashed from one of the walls of the hall, and it transformed into a white light barrier, following which a man who was holding a black rhomboid mirror emerged. As soon as the man appeared, he took a seat on the chair that Han Li had been seated in not too long ago. This was a burly man with a head of curls and faint yellow skin. There was also a short white horn on his forehead, and it was even bigger than that of the purple-haired woman. There was also a discernible resemblance between the two, so they were clearly related. The purple-haired woman's heart jolted as she asked in a bewildered manner, "Were you unable to glean his cultivation base even with the vastine treasured mirror?" As you know, this vastine treasured mirror of mine was refined from an ice spirit of heaven and earth. However, its effect is greatly hampered when used on someone with an extreme inattribute protective treasure or has cultivated a powerful glacial ability. On top of that, that man seems to possess immense spiritual sense. He most likely detected my presence but merely pretended not to have noticed me, the burly man said with a dark expression. "What? He already noticed you? That's rather troublesome. I'll have to explain the situation to him next time we meet." "Did you really not discover anything with your mirror?" the purple-haired woman asked as her brows furrowed slightly. "Hee, there's no need to explain anything. He pretended not to have noticed anything, and you can just do the same, but I won't be spying on him the next time you two meet. He's only staying in Illusion Night City for a short time, so there's no need for us to expend too much effort to try and befriend him. As for whether I discovered anything, of course I did. This vastine treasured mirror mine isn't a toy. Let me show you what I found." The burly man chuckled as he pointed a finger at the mirror, and it immediately rose up, hovering in midair as a ball of black light.
The burly man then made a hand seal while pointing a finger at the ball of black light and chanted an incantation upon which an image began to gradually appear within the ball of light. The image depicted Hanli sitting in the hall, and even though there was no sound, the image was extremely vivid and lifelike, as if time had just been reversed.
The burly man urged the purple-haired woman to pay attention, then flicked a finger toward the image, sending a speck of black light vanishing into it. In the next instant, layers of light suddenly appeared over Hanli's body.
The outermost layer was inky black in color, followed by a layer of purplish golden light, while the innermost layer was of a murky gray color.
"What's that?" the purple-haired woman asked in an intrigued voice.
"Hee, this is the first time you've seen this vast and secret technique, right? This indicates that fellow Taoist Han seems to be using some special cultivation arts. The outermost black layer represents the purest true devilish qi of our holy realm. That's very normal. Without this layer of black light, I'd have to wonder whether he's actually from our holy realm. As for the purplish golden light, it indicates that's using cultivating some kind of powerful body refinement devilish art. On top of that, he's already close to reaching the legendary golden bone purple marrow stage.
Aside from some sacred ancestors, I've never heard of anyone who's been able to reach that level," the burly man introduced in a serious manner. The purple-haired woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Golden bone purple marrow? Is his physical body really that powerful? Could it be that the vast treasured mirror made a mistake? Most likely not. The effect of the vast treasured mirror on that man is greatly hampered. But it wouldn't make such a grave error. On top of that, he's only close to reaching that level.
Otherwise, that outermost layer of true devilish qi would have been completely absorbed into his body and meridians, so it wouldn't even show up in the mirror, the burly man sighed. Doesn't that mean that man would be able to crush most devilish lords with his physical prowess alone?
Also, what's that layer of gray light?
Is he also cultivating some other type of powerful ability? The purple-haired woman asked. Gray light represents something that even the vast treasured mirror is unable to ascertain, but it's presumably something quite extraordinary as well. This is already the limit of my capabilities. If I had injected even more magic power into the mirror, then I would have run the risk of truly offending him, and that's certainly not worth it. However, seeing as he was able to notice me even while I was in the restriction, he must possess an immense spiritual sense as well, the burly man analyzed. The purple-haired woman was silent for a while before a wry smile appeared on her face. So he possesses an incredibly powerful physical body, abilities that even the mirror can't identify, and even his spiritual sense is that powerful. It seems like a freakish talent has come to our illusion night city.
It's a good thing that he doesn't seem to intend to stay here for long, and our family was the first one to befriend him. With his assistance, we should have no issues taking care of that devilish beast. From this perspective, this is indeed good news for us. This is a man that we definitely can't offend, but there's no need to try and recruit him to our family, either. With his unfathomable powers, there's no way a family like ours can contain him. Just make sure to exercise more caution when interacting with him in the future," the burly man said in a serious manner. "I definitely will," the woman replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Hanli was seated in the beast-drawn carriage, inspecting a white crystal ball with a hint of a smile on his face.
All of a sudden, a black light barrier erupted out of his body to encompass him entirely, following which he pointed a finger at his own glabella while tossing the crystal ball forward.
Black light flashed from his glabella, and his third demonic eye appeared before blasting forth a golden pillar of light that struck the white crystal ball with unerring accuracy. In the next instant, the crystal ball began to shimmer with golden light before also releasing a golden light barrier.
The light barrier was initially quite blurry and indistinct, but soon displayed a burly figure holding an antiquated rhomboid mirror. It was none other than the burly man from the Bai family.
The man was in the process of casting an incantation seal toward the antiquated mirror, and Hanli appraised him briefly with a cold smile on his face before the third demonic eye on his glabella abruptly vanished.
Just as this devilish lord of the Bai family had said, Hanli was able to almost instantly sense his presence through his enormous spiritual sense.
He displayed no outward reaction, but he had also unleashed a secret technique to observe the man, and he was relieved to find that the man was only a mid-stage devilish lord.
With the devilish chi from his provenance true devil arts and devil fane bead, no one in the elder devil realm would be able to see through his disguise aside from sacred ancestors. The crystal ball reverted back to its original translucent appearance, and the projection of the burly man also vanished. Everything was dispelled in the blink of an eye, as if he hadn't done anything at all. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and began to meditate again. During the next few days, Han Li would visit the Bai family every day to exchange cultivation insights and experience with the purple-haired woman. Aside from body refinement techniques and normal devilish arts, they even discussed some secret techniques and obscure cultivation arts, and both of them benefited immensely from the conversations. During this period of time, Han Li had scoured the city and discovered that none of his companions had arrived. He was the first one to have made it to Illusion Night City. This was rather concerning to him, and he couldn't help but wonder if the others had encountered some trouble along the way. However, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, everyone in his group was very powerful even among body integration stage beings. Even if their covers were blown and they were surrounded by several devilish lords, they'd still at least be able to escape and ensure self-preservation. However, the issue surrounding the 8-footed devilish lizards was quite a problem. Even though he had been promised one by the Bai family, everyone else would have to secure devilish lizards for themselves through different avenues. However, all of them were old monsters who had lived for countless years, so Han Li was confident that they would be able to take care of this matter themselves. After assisting the Bai family, he would wait until everyone else arrived. During his period of time, the other two major families of the city had also been made aware of the arrival of Han Li, and they all extended invitations toward him. Han Li turned down all of these invitations in a euphemistic manner, but he attended the ancestral worship ceremony of the Zhao family. During the ceremony, he met a devilish lord-level Grand Elder of the Zhao family, and they shared a brief conversation. The Grand Elder of the Zhao family was a short and thin elderly man, and he was clearly quite relieved to hear that Han Li was only passing through the city and wouldn't be staying for long. Han Li was naturally aware of why the elderly man was displaying such a reaction, and after exchanging some more pleasantries, he departed from the Zhao family. After that, he didn't visit the Bai family, either, but 10 days later, the purple-haired woman came to meet him. She informed him that the final ally she had recruited had finally arrived, and that she had decided to venture into the Illusion Howl Desert to chase away that devilish beast in 2 days. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and the purple-robed woman immediately extended ecstatic words of gratitude before taking her leave. During the next 2 days, Han Li spent all his time meditating on the top floor of the pavilion to get himself into prime condition. He was confident that a devilish beast wouldn't be able to pose much threat to him, but he didn't want to make a fatal error due to a moment of complacency. 2 days later, Han Li issued some instructions to Zhu Gui'er before traveling toward a certain city gate in a beast-drawn carriage. Several hours later, Han Li met up with the group from the Bai family on a hill outside the city. Aside from the purple-haired woman and burly man, there were 2 more devilish lords, as well as 6 spatial tempering stage devilish beings, one of whom was Bai Yunxin. The purple-haired woman greeted Han Li with a smile before introducing him to everyone else. Only then was Han Li made aware that the burly man was named Bai Shijiao, and that he was the elder brother of the purple-haired woman. As for the other 2 devilish lords, one of them was a rotund fatso who introduced himself as Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon. His entire body was covered in rolls of flabs and his eyes were squashed down to a pair of narrow slits, making him resemble a fat pig far more so than a dragon. The other devilish lord was named Han Chizi, and he was a middle-aged man wearing a green ghostly mask. There was white glacial chi emanating from his entire body, and one was struck by a bone-chilling sensation even by just getting close to him. Bai Shijiao was very polite toward Han Li, but the fatso merely exchanged some aloof pleasantries with Han Li, while Han Chizi didn't say anything at all, as if he really had been carved out of a chunk of glacial ice. Han Li merely replied when spoken to, and didn't say anything further than that. Thus, not long after that, the group flew toward the Illusion Howl Desert. After flying for roughly 500,000 kilometers, a black line appeared in the distance. Upon getting closer, it became clear that this was a boundless desert. It was naturally none other than the Illusion Howl Desert. Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly as blue light flashed through his pupils, and he discovered that this was a gray desert that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Aside from some short shrubs, the desert was completely devoid of life, and it seemed to be no different from an ordinary desert aside from its peculiar color. The sky over the desert was quite dim and covered in dark yellow clouds. Even though the sky within and outside the desert were only separated by a fine line, it was as if they were two different worlds. After reaching close to 10 kilometers away from the desert, the burly man led everyone on a descent. From here onward, our movement techniques could fail, so we'll have to advance on 8-footed devilish lizards. Our Bai family only has around 38-footed devilish lizards in total, and all of them are extremely precious. We've brought 11 of them with us for this trip, and that's already out limit. Please make sure to look after them during this trip, and if we encounter any danger, withdraw them into your spirit beast bracelets right away to keep them safe, the burly man said as he cupped his fist in a salute. Haha, rest assured, brother Bai, we're all aware of how important these 8-footed devilish lizards are to your Bai family. However, why didn't you decide to bring along these juniors for this trip? If they had remained behind, you wouldn't have had to bring out so many 8-footed devilish lizards, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon asked in a curious manner. The 6 of them have a combination technique that makes their combined powers comparable to those of an early-stage devilish lord, so we decided to bring them along, the purple-haired woman explained with a smile. I see, my apologies for jumping to conclusions, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon replied with a nod. A peculiar look flashed through Han Chizi's eyes upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything in response. As for Han Li, he merely smiled and remained silent. But he was wondering if he would be able to secure these devilish lizards during this trip. However, the thought only occurred to him for an instant before it was abandoned. He was very confident in his own powers, but it was still too risky to face 4 devilish lords at once whom he knew nothing about. On top of that, plotting against the Bai family could alert the other major families of Illusion Night City to what he was doing, and that could attract powerful enemies, perhaps even sacred ancestors. Thus, it simply wouldn't be worth the risk. At this moment, the purple-haired woman flicked her wrist and an azure bracelet flew forth before expelling a burst of 5-colored light, releasing 11 giant devilish beasts that were around 50 feet in length and roughly 20 feet tall. At first glance, they resembled massive lizards, but their bodies were entirely covered in black scales, and each of them had 8 identical thick legs. On top of that, there were shimmering silver saddles on the backs of these devilish beasts, so they were clearly already tamed. So these are 8-footed devilish lizards? Each of them is only releasing a core formation stage aura, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about them, Hanli thought to himself as he glanced at these devilish lizards. Everyone was given a devilish lizard and a beast-controlling badge by the burly man, and Han Li immediately flew onto his devilish lizard before looking down at it. The silver saddle had some simple devilish runes inscribed on its surface, and it was very comfortable to sit on. Han Li waved his beast-controlling badge toward the devilish lizard, and a streak of silver light shot forth before vanishing into the lizard's body in a flash. The devilish lizard let loose a low roar before immediately galloping forward, and even though it wasn't very fast, its 8 legs ensured a very smooth ride. The burly man and everyone else had already gone on ahead, and the line of 11 devilish lizards progressed toward the desert. The distance of less than 10 kilometers was covered in a short while, and as soon as the devilish lizards entered the desert, sand came billowing toward everyone from all directions. All of a sudden, silver light flashed from the saddles on the backs of the devilish lizards, creating a white barrier of light that kept all of the wind and sand at bay. However, Han Li didn't pay any heed to that. What had attracted his attention was that once they entered the desert, the 8-footed devilish lizards suddenly sped up by several fold, and they had become even faster than galloping stallions. At the same time, a peculiar type of energy fluctuations was emanating from their bodies, allowing them to slowly absorb the scorching energy within the desert. In contrast, Han Li was struck by a burst of indescribable power as soon as he entered the desert, restricting his magic power by as much as 90%. On top of that, both devilish chi and spiritual chi were extremely sparse due to a certain type of chaotic power of heaven and earth that was rejecting both types of energy. The Illusion Hell Desert was certainly living up to its status as one of the restricted areas of the Elder Devil realm. Han Li was quite surprised by this series of changes, but everyone else displayed no reaction, clearly already accustomed to all of this. Around half a month later, Han Li's group found themselves surrounded by a nest of green foot-long scorpions atop a massive sand dune. The scorpions were emitting sharp hissing sounds, and streaks of dark green poisonous light were shooting out of their pincers toward Han and the others from all sides. However, Han Li and the other body integration stage beings merely sat back and watched as Bai Yunxin and the spatial tempering stage beings fought the scorpions with their devilish treasures. Even though the majority of their magic power had been sealed away, these devilish lizards were still nowhere near powerful enough to pose a threat to Bai Yunxin and the others. Bursts of devilish chi surged and exploded, and countless devilish scorpions were reduced to dust before they could approach Han Li's group. Several days later, the 8-footed devilish lizard that was leading from the front suddenly stopped and let loose a low roar. The burly man who was riding atop the lizard raised a hand with furrowed brows to unleash an attack toward an empty patch of sand several hundred feet away. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the sand exploded upward, creating a giant crater with a diameter of close to 100 feet. In the next instant, a giant yellow python that was around 500 to 600 feet in length erupted out of the sand before pouncing toward the burly man. Bai Yunxin and the others were quite alarmed to see this, while the burly man's brows furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "I didn't think we'd encounter a golden sand python. Those juniors won't be able to handle it. Looks like I'll have to expend some magic power to take care of it myself." As soon as his voice trailed off, he flipped a hand over to produce a black bracelet, then tossed it toward the oncoming giant python. The bracelet swelled to several tens of feet in size amid a flash of light, then vanished into thin air. Immediately thereafter, the burly man pointed a finger at the giant python and black light flashed around the python's neck, following which the giant bracelet reappeared before compressing with ruthless might. The giant python immediately let loose an anguished cry before tumbling out of the sky, then writhed violently on the sand in unbearable agony. The burly chuckled coldly upon seeing this before making a hand seal, and the giant bracelet suddenly shrank down to around the size of a human hand. A geyser of black blood erupted several tens of feet up into the air, and the giant python was decapitated, falling dead onto the sand. However, the burly man didn't stop there. He immediately opened his mouth to expel a ball of crimson devilish flames, which struck the python's corpse and quickly incinerated it into dust. The giant python's soul attempted to escape during the process, but it was also swept up and incinerated into nothingness by the devilish flames. That golden sand python looked to be at the late spatial tempering stage. "It's very impressive that you were able to kill it so quickly, Brother Bai," Han Li said with a smile as he made his way over to the burly man. "You're far too kind, Brother Han. A devilish beast of this caliber will be rather troublesome for Yunxin and the others to deal, but it naturally poses no threat to the likes of us. If I were to encounter the 3 devilish scourges of the Illusion Howl Desert, I would have to run for my life," the burly man replied with a wry smile. "The 3 devilish scourges?" Han Li was rather intrigued to hear this. "Have you not heard of them, fellow Taoist?" The burly man was rather taken aback. "I've heard of them, but don't know the exact details about them. They must be quite powerful for you to be so wary of them," Han Li replied as he stroked his own chin in a calm manner.